boiling point, it's overflowing. We'll climb the gates, we'll tear them open. We'll fly the road, break the rush. Try to try, you're big enough. We'll find a road, and steal the love. We're down forever, give it up. 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 Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Why will people want to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own? Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will find you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly you're terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. cruiserweight, so let me just abbreviate. It's been a long, long, long time coming. Climbing up and down the walls, I took a tumble, took a fall. It's been a long, long, long time coming. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. Hey, hey. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. And it's a damn fine day.
You got a marvelous vibe, and I know it starts from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, 'cause everything about you is the key to my heart. Alright, that's great. Come on, come on. Dang, diggy, dang. Diggy, diggity, dang. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Hey. Magnificent. It's incredible. You got a marvelous vibe, and I know it starts from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, 'cause everything about you is the key to my heart. Alright. Come on, come on. Dang, dicky, dang. Alright, okay. Hey. Alright. Come on, come on. Dang, dicky, dang. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Hey.
My thoughts are racing every time I see you. Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying to be good. Please believe me, I'm not being so happening. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so calm? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me?
What you doing to me? What you doing to me?
Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? What you
The third Golden Spatula Cup was of monumental importance on the road to EMEA Finals, and we also got to see some new, incredibly powerful Horizon-bound compositions. Welcome to the next episode of Pandora's Box. We'll start this episode in a spectacular way, just like Lelouch did, opening up his tournament appearance with 4 straight wins. Give a warm welcome to Lelouch, who will be breaking down his Ionia composition.
Hello, Lelouch here, and today I want to tell you how I won my game in the last Golden Spatula Cup. As my legend I chose Earth, so I can chase vertical traits like 9 Ionia, 9 Noxus and 9 Navasia, which were very strong and could easily win the game. As my first augment I of course choose the Ancient Archives 1, which gets me Ionia emblem. As my second augment I get the Tactician's tools, which gets me a free fawn. Thanks to that, I can finish my composition on level 8. With Nyla 2 and 9 Ionia on board, everything looks fine and stabilized. But I still lose to Visor, so I need to find something to make my board even stronger. But luckily, thanks to Nyla 3, my opponents stand no chance and I win the game.
Thanks a lot, Lelouch. Good luck in the EMEA Finals. Do your best to match your Dragonlance victory. Let's slow things down just a little bit. It's hard to keep up with a 9 Ionia 3-star Nyla board. Let's take a look at how Zyko won a game with a Nico-centered Bastion Invoker board that's been wildly popular recently. The core of the comp is Nico. She both tanks and deals crazy amounts of damage. Titans and Bloodthirster are the key items for her. They provide the stats she needs along with some Omnivamp, and the Bramble Vest reduces crit damage she receives, which counters all the Vanquisher boards to perfection. On top of all that, the Jewel Lotus augment allows her ability to crit. Aside from Nico, the most important units are Soraka, as she helps Nico stay alive, and the Taric Shen duo holding the front lines. Cassante is the 4th Bastion unit, and Milio, along with Cassiopeia, bolster the Invoker backbone, which, with a Loving Invocation augment, feeds the whole team obscene amounts of AP as fights progress. With a frontline this beefy, infinite healing and infinitely scaling AP, it's way too much to handle, even for Ging's capped Noxus board. And now take a look at how Kubikson literally devoured his opposition with a monstrous Cho'Gath. Rolling for 3 stars level 4 and 5 was key to the victory of the young Polish player. Cho'Gath, Renekton, and Cassiopeia are the key units here. The silver augment, Missed Connections, really helps find them all, so that he could tempo up and start pushing levels. Prismatic Ancient Archives made the Cho'Gath even bigger with a Shurima spat, and helped him reach the coveted 6 Bruiser breakpoint. With a Bramble Vest and a Redemption on the Cho'Gath and the defensive items on Renekton, this Bruiser board was too big to chew through. Cassiopeia also chipped in. With Nashor's Tooth and a Gunblade, she easily burned through enemy boards with her poison. Even though he's had several attempts, Travis, with a Rogue board, couldn't manage to find the answer to this monstrously beefy board. And Kubikson sealed the deal with a whopping 74 HP remaining. Cheer for your favorite players in the upcoming EMEA Finals, and in the meantime, roll for your 3 stars just like they do. Remember though, they are true professionals, so don't get discouraged after a couple of AFEs. Until next time.
Welcome back to Rising Legends, and this is the Golden Spatula Cup number 3. How are you celebrating tonight? Do you have anything planned?
Yeah, I'm gonna play Valorant with my friends.
Okay.
The healing comes through. One more cast for the Fiora could be enough. The cast comes through. Kaiser has to dash away. The Aatrox comes back alive. He doesn't have the radiant item though, but he actually kills away Kevin Parker. Canbizz wins the Demacia versus Demacia fight.
Hello, my name is Jacob Canbizz. I'm from Poland. I'm 70 years old. I wanted to play League of Legends, but the equipment wasn't that good, and I saw that TFT just come out and I try it. It works, and I just played, like it, and I'm here.
Yeah, Canbizz's board now trying its best in order to take up as much HP from Stylet. Canbizz did win that fight maybe because that side doesn't have anything to say, but Uzi misses his chance as well, and Ketzer has secured a spot.
Is there any memory that you have where you're saying, oh, that's like my favorite TFT memory?
Ultraliga final, everything was like really nice and awesome, and the audience was here, so it's really nice. I needed to go to the Warsaw, in the capital of Poland, and yeah, my mother and father feel like they was kinda confused what is it. They didn't know that I'm playing and I'm good at this, so after that they just support me every single tournament. They are watching behind me or on the TV.
Show us the top performers. Wet Jungler, followed by Canbizz, and he's one of our youngest players as well. Has to be something you have to respect.
This is going to be an incredibly hard-fought day one, but round one goes for Canbizz. Poland take the top 2.
Coming in, this Shogun is not able to bite anyone because this Ahri is doing God's work, keeping him away.
As Sejuani gets pushed back into the corner, she's still alive. Gonna get the big stun. Canbizz gets the win. He is looking real good.
Canbizz looking strong to win 3 games in a row here. Look at him. Look at him in the camera as well. He is vibing. Right? He is completely vibing. And Canbizz 3 games in a row to start off day number 3.
He is ever so close to securing his first Rising Legends GSC title.
For me, at this GSC, the main goal was to qualify for the EMEA. So when I realized that I'm going to get it, I just felt no pressure and I go on and just winning everything.
Lilana is only on 1 life, and so Uzi loses as well. Canbizz needs one of them to get eliminated here, Wida. Coming in, that Azir is not going to stand a chance as Lilana goes out, misses his final shot. And Canbizz, with Lilana being out, he had already secured his spot as the king of the Golden Spatula Cup 3.
I am so happy, to be honest. Like, this is one of the most deserved victories in Golden Spatula Cup history, and I'm just super excited for it to see where this goes.
He solidified Poland's spot at the very top with the 2nd Golden Spatula Cup winner.
I got a lot of message from the Polish players, so not the only players, but yeah, that's really cool that everyone was watching me there and feel really well.
Anything you'd like them to know from you to them before they face you?
I guess you can watch me, I'm gonna win the whole tournament.
move on up, get to the core of it. It's your time to remember the dreams. We don't stop. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Set me free, you make me come alive. Oh, tomorrow comes and I will follow you. Oh, we don't stop. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh baby, baby.
Are you ready, David?
Wait up, please. You literally only play Football Manager. I'm a challenger in every single game that I play. You have absolutely no chance of beating me.
Well, let's see, David, right? Because I'm going to start off here with 61 Canbizz, the KC cousins. Both of these are Rising Legends champions.
How are you so lucky every time we play together?
I'm not even finished, David. I'm not finished though. Look at this. The French TFT, the Hex League, allows me to summon 2 French players for free. So I'm gonna find Voltairix and Potable.
Not that fast, Vito. I'm gonna go ahead and summon the Doc Super Brawl roster of 2023. That allows me to summon all 4 players on that roster. So we're gonna go with Sasa, Memo, Dark Hydra, and Assad Fuego. And as you notice, I have 2 more cards in hand, which means I'm gonna hit Sasa with the Candle buff and transform him into Sasa GSC #1 winner. This combo beats every combo in the
Pretty
game.
impressive, David. But I have one secret weapon left here. If I sacrifice 5 cards, I can summon KC 61 Championship Set Free winner. This card beats 99% of all cards in the game, David. GG.
Not so fast, Guida.
No way you're this lucky, David.
I have 1 more card to draw. I will play the Skipeus board, which allows me to sacrifice every single card on my board and draw
That's just
6
lucky, man.
new
That's
cards
just no way, David.
right away and play them on this turn. You said 99%, well that is not 100, Guido. And I will play the most powerful cards in the game. Alone, they're useless, but together, they're the best, unbeatable.
There's just no way. This is so lucky, man.
The Rising Legends roster. GG. down the Zeri as well, but the Senna is out of control.
Not quite enough. And even gods can bleed.
Line, it is going to be about whether or not he can take it. And yes,
Come on! This is the lobby of 3-star forecasts.
Still, his board is way too strong. It doesn't matter the positioning.
It's absolutely glorious. He's so incredibly powerful.
green light, but she will fall. Lucha Nila.
Oh, wait, the Guardbreaker comes in. The overtime comes in. He's been able to destroy that Cho'Gath.
It has been 2 years since we established Rising Legends as a brand and as a circuit. And it is once again time for the best event that each set has to offer. Welcome to the Rising Legends Finals. Tearing up right at the start. Not me. My name is Mix. I'm here with, of course, Counterfeit and Wida, and someone very special to our hearts. We have Niberia with us on the desk. He couldn't be here this time around, but we're hoping to have him back the next time. Now, I hope you're already in chat. We for sure are. And Peter, how are you feeling about presenting our amazing, skilled, passionate players to the rest of the world?
I mean, we've got an amazing field of players coming here, of course. All the best players from the TRCs, from the 4 ladders as well. And we've got every single Rising Legends EMEA previous champion coming in to try and reclaim their crown.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing as well. Like, we have an all-star lineup here. Right? We've had the highest qualification points cutoff of all time in the circuit as well. I'm just super excited to get this going.
Now, Wida, there might be players, I heard, that think this is the first time we are in studio for the Rising Legends Finals. Do you have anything to say to them?
I mean, I'm going to go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4.
4 times, yeah. Really interesting, that one. But we are going to take a look and see how far our players have come this set, because we do have a roadmap which shows you just how long we've been waiting for this event to roll around once more. And of course, we're here at the Rising Legends Finals, as indicated by our little friend there. But we've went to a lot of amazing events on the way there. Your favorite one, Peter?
I don't know, I think every time, it's just sitting back, on June 24th, seeing that portal party when it all starts off and our players, get just that little taste of what's there. They get to jump into that invitational and really set the tone for the rest of the season. Honestly, there's so much potential stemming from that moment. It's one of my favorite times of the season.
What about you, Wida?
I mean, I always love the Super Bowl, right? Because we got to see something else. We got to see like the French being usurped here. We got Dark versus Northern Legends in the final, right? And I think this has actually been a set for the Northern Legends part of the TFT EMEA circuit. They're really taking a shine this set, actually.
Yeah, just noting that Dach is not the same as Northern Legends, and we did win the Super Bowl after all.
Minor detail, okay?
Very tight thing, really. Could have gone either way.
Well, if you squint real hard, you might be able to see it. But for now, we do have something for the players among you in chat that know their stuff, because predictions are ready and pick'ems are here. So let's check out on how they work. Hey Rising Legends folks, welcome to Pick'em. Today, we will brief you on what TFT Pick'em looks like. A pick'em is a list of questions about a competition where you have to make your guesses and predict the correct result. Okay, cool, but how do you complete your pick'ems? First, head over to risinglegends.gg/pick'em and connect your Riot account to earn all the rewards. Since TFT is not a game of luck, you will have to prove your wisdom by selecting the best tactician in each stage. Some of our basics are the crystal ball, the region ranking, or the top 8 for the grand final. But folks, pay close attention to all the stages, because some of them will only be available for a short time, like the grand final. Yes guys, this is for fun, but it is the major EMEA league after all, so pick'ems have plenty of rewards. Don't hesitate to fill your predictions with all your wisdom, sagacity, and knowledge. You can win huge prizes. And remember, tacticians, lock down your choices, have fun, why not? Some luck. See ya! Well, I hope you're all heading over there, because time's running. Until 5 minutes before the game start, you can still lock in your guesses and, of course, knowledgeable predictions, and hopefully you'll get to win something at the end. But bringing it back to Rising Legends, to TFT as a whole, in fact, Wida, it has a long history now. You've been here for basically all of it. Tell me a little bit about the growth of EMEA as a region and TFT.
I think that the most amazing thing is that like the skill level has increased all throughout, right? Again, with kind of the introduction of like the whole study groups and national regions kind of really coming into their own, like the Germany being the biggest example, right? Yes, Germany had a regional champion in Gluteus coming into Rising Legends, but the first couple of seasons Rising Legends wasn't too hot, and then they kind of all just stemmed together and really started shining.
Now, you already mentioned it, the TRCs definitely played a big role, and I know, Peter, you're so passionate about bringing that to the stage and shouting out all of the different countries that are participating on this level.
Well, yeah, of course. You know, if you were here for the Monster Attack Championship, you saw that China eventually did let go of its 3 championship winning streak, but there were so many different countries represented there at the top, and here in this finals, we're seeing the same thing being represented. 10 different countries with only a single member representing them. Well, we still got France, Poland, and Germany as our big hitters. They were, each of them had a GSC winner this set. We've got 10 countries which have never won a GSC, let alone a regional finals.
Well, every time we know that we're bringing up the TRCs and the regions, before we go live, they tell me, Mix, you cannot do it. You cannot just yell about Germany. So this is why I'm holding back here, I'm telling you. But it's not easy, for sure. It's not easy. How are you feeling about Sweden?
Sweden? Are we talking about Novel Legends in general? Because we're both very biased towards Novel Legends. We're bound by a TRC here, so we can be doubly
You're
biased.
lucky that Stakes was one of my good friends. You're so lucky. You're so lucky, actually. That's like a cardinal sin right there, mate.
All right. I tried to get you to talk about our players because we do have the full list of players coming up, and Stakester is one of them, but he's not from the same country as Wida. Now, Wida.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you look at this like across the board, there's a lot of big names. Not a lot of repeat players from last set, actually, which is kind of a big interesting thing here because we get to see a lot of players that we didn't see last time around come in and have a big chance of showcasing themselves on a bigger stage.
No, for sure. As I said before, we have got some big names in there, but some players, who've been in the scene for a while, giving this their first chance to get onto this international stage and potentially get all the way to the global championship.
I agree, and we have all of the Rising Legends finalists coming back. Like you said earlier, we do have Lelouch, Canbizz, and Double 61 trying to make a run for it, reclaim their title. Definitely hot contenders, but there is more. And another stat that we use to kind of track that is consistency, Wida. Now, talk to me a little bit about our consistency heroes that we are highlighting here. One of them, of course, being Wet Jungler, but also Lakoko and Stylet.
And these are the players that are going to be probably going to benefit from the funnel we're going to dive into a little bit later here, right? In fact, we can play more games without a points reset, meaning that the players that are going to be consistent over a longer period of games here will have a big chance, keeping that mental in check. This is also going to benefit ladder grinders, and these are big ladder grinders. Wet Jungler, in particular, is one of the most notorious ladder grinders in TFT history.
Yeah, I mean, I particularly want to highlight Lakoko in there because, of course, we look for the stats for the whole season. You can see here, of course, his top 4 rate is very good as well. We also need the win rates towards the end because our players will be cut down to just 8 at the very end. So they do need to be able to be consistent, but also explosive.
Well, talking about consistency, we do have a player here with us today that is going to join us in just a little bit. And one thing that he is consistently fun, at least. Now, I think that's a good stat to track, honestly.
You have numbers for that?
I'm trying to get them.
There's one particular thing about him, Elise, that he's very consistent with. And we will get to that when we get him on camera. People might be aware.
100% rate, you might
say. Well, we're, of course, talking about Snubble, who's here with us today. Snubble, how are you feeling? Welcome to the desk.
Hey, I'm feeling good.
We even brought you a shirt, but it seems like you brought your own as well.
Very, they were pretty adamant about me putting on a shirt, so I didn't show all this stuff today, but...
It's not that they don't trust you, but maybe.
Well, we're glad to see you dressed today, so that's definitely a good thing. But how are you feeling about going into these finals?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm pretty excited. I think I'm getting away with less nerves than I'm supposed to, mostly because my goal of this set was getting to regionals. So there is something to play for, but my mental goal has already been met. So now I'm just kind of here, I think, which means I'm slightly without nerves, which is really nice. So.
Awesome. Now, can you maybe for the players at home that are trying to get into TFT as an esport, just kind of tell us, how did that happen for you? How did you decide, yeah, TFT esports is where I want to go?
That's a good question.
That's what we're here for.
I played a lot of TFT, and that seemed like the natural next step, right? Like, if I'm playing a lot of TFT, I might as well try to win stuff, and then like you get interested in being good at the game, and then the competitive scene starts to become interesting because that's where the good players put their attention and stuff like that, right? It gives you something to prep for, which is really fun. Like having goals, you can like stuff like that, right? Like
No, well,
just
I mean,
ladder, right? Like it's fun sometimes, but.
Well, I think further to what you're saying, with the TRCs giving you those sort of smaller goals which you can build up to towards regionals. Of course, you are the Northern Legends champion. We know that the Northern Legends casters have been fully behind you, very, very excited about you coming into this event and pushing you as the #1 player. But can you run us through, what was your TRC season like?
This is okay, right? I think I made it to day 3 in all of them and ended up highest points for the final, right? So we qualified pretty easily. But I just played all the tourneys and we ended up fine, right? I think this season was easier than before because you could qualify through ladder. So I was just final day every time for free, basically. Which made it pretty easy. That basically guarantees you enough points, I think. So I think the set before we had some upsets a few times in some of the tourneys, but this set is pretty stable. Like if you're a high ladder, you can just make it to the tourney if you want to. So.
No, it was great. I think definitely remove obstacles of getting in the way of the players.
Yeah, and kind of like talking about you as a player, right? Because you have a pretty specific brand around you as being like a fiendish player. You also kind of lose to Crocs sometimes. Can you like kind of like take us through like what defines you as a player?
Defines me as a player. I think I'm slightly too first wave. I should play more stable than I currently am. I like to play for caps and win out lines when I shouldn't. I'm bad at playing for placements, but also means I end up going. We've seen it in a few tourneys so far. I just go 1-1-1 like back to back to back. That's happened multiple times this set already. That's a product of that, right? But it makes for some hype setups for sure. But I think I still like slightly too much, slightly too far away from optimal play. But I don't know. It's kind of fun winning games, and like, I don't know. Third doesn't feel that exciting, so I might as well just go 7th, right?
Yeah, no, I'm here with you. I go 7th a lot, so. But you just recently won the Northern Legends title as well, which was also on this patch. Now, talk to me a little bit about this patch and how to approach it competitively. We're going to talk about the meta later on, of course, but kind of want to hear your take on it.
I think the patch started out really boring. I think when we played like the Northern Legends tourney, it was mostly just multicasters. That was like the main front of the meta. And now the meta has developed a lot, and it's actually quite interesting. I think there's plenty of TF lines. I think there's a lot of TF flex you can do. Multicasters have a lot of variations and like a lot of ways to play the tempo differently now that are like what the meta has developed into. And there's usually always 2 people, so it's never that oppressive. It still mostly wins lobbies, don't get me wrong. And then Earth showing up is probably the highest expected value legend if you get very good at it. But it's exciting to see how many people think they have enough practice on it to get away with it this regionals. But there ended up being a split, right? At the start of the patch, it was only TF, and now there's a fair split. Like, I think China's only 1 TF per lobby, which is very interesting, right? I think the meta ended up, like, decently healthy.
All right.
If you could discuss Earth being healthy, but because it locks you in really hard 2-1 usually, but...
Well, I mean, further to the development, of course, we saw that you were streaming these scrims recently, which were taking place for the players. Could you tell us, a little bit about why you were doing that, and why do you think, the streaming TFT is important to you?
I stream because I think it's fun, and I think at this point also
that's the best answer, honestly.
And it's just like, I just like hanging out. I think I like streaming more than I like TFT. So it's I won't say it too loud, but mostly I play high level TFT just to be relevant in the streaming scene. And that's where I started at least.
Very honest of you.
I'm here for the viewers. I'll say it. Later.
Well,
I just want competing fun too, right? But that's the idea.
I hope chat was listening, that you're here for them. We, of course, love that you also were here for us. Anything you want to say to the audience, anyone you want to shout out, stage is yours.
Well, shout out to Fossil. He's been my prep partner for the whole set. We have the same goals, basically, so you only need 1 guy then, right? I can just prep the exact amount I want to with Fossil because we want to prep the same amount, which is really nice.
Awesome.
And then shout out to the stream community, and then high key also to all the people getting into TFT, because TFT growing is kind of hype. I'm very down for that. So.
Oh, well, with that, we're going to send you off. Thank you so much for your time. Leave a follow, chat. I'm sure he would enjoy that. But with that, there is more, because if you want to learn more about our players, you can check out our social media, which you'll find at
TFT Esports EMEA.
right over there on Twitter. So you can head on over there, and there's a contest waiting for you as well, in which Peter and I take part, looking very kerfuzzled. And your job, chat, is it to come up with wrong answers only. I've seen some pretty horrendous things already, so try to make them funny at least this time around. But you can win some eggs.
Yeah, funny, traumatizing, all of these are valid approaches, but there can only be one winner. Weta, what's your wrong answer as to what's going on in this picture?
I mean, that's like makes his face after she realized she just mistook you for me in terms of names. They are very phonetically, they're very phonetically similar, at least, right? So it makes sense.
We were here. We're separated at birth.
I hope
You said it, not me. With that, we're going to leave you there. You can join the contest. I believe there's a Twitch chat command as well. So head on over there, make sure you take part, and leave a follow while you're at it, because why not? And with that, we are going to talk about something that I'm sure people want to hear about. Snubble already mentioned it. The meta is a big thing, as always, but even more so with this tournament. There was a B patch coming in just right around the corner. Rita, talk to me a little bit about those nerfs and buffs.
Like, as Snubble was kind of alluding to, at the start of it was more of like a let it be patch for a lot of people, right? Nothing really changed going into it. But as we're talking about, the meta has really developed. Now the buffs to Assyria in particular has really opened up a lot of lines, and I think that's just one of the most exciting things to take a look at.
Yeah, I mean, we have definitely seen innovation. I mean, I'm talking about the scrims, and to be at this point in the set and still have people come up with different ways of playing the game, I think speaks very well to TFT's future going forwards.
I agree. I'm looking forward to see those hero augments come through, the Demon Flare being a little bit nerfed, but there are some others that we might still see, I'm sure of it. Now, there is something we know that we're going to see, and let's address the elephant in the room. The legend meta has changed. It's not all about the Poro anymore. There is two contenders specifically that we know we're going to face today, and one of them, Wida, is going to be TF.
Yeah, some people will try to swim against the current, but most people will be going with TF because legends never die. And as you can kind of see here, it's because you want to get those good items in there, you want to get that blue buff, you want to get all the best of that items here to work with for the TF.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've seen that development coming in. She said, originally just seeing it for the Twisted Fate, the multicast is now into Needler and Bruises. We know there are other ways you can take this through as well. I do think that flexibility is a really interesting place for TFT to be.
It absolutely is, but speaking of flexibility, there is something else that maybe isn't as try-hardy or even more try-hardy, depending on how you want to see it, which is the Earth Legend. I personally love this. I've loved this ever since this set came around. Emblems are near and dear to my heart, and they're very valuable right now, Peter.
Yeah, no, as Sumile was saying, we've got the chance here with the Earth to potentially go incredibly huge with these boards. We've got some of the examples here with our carrier and maybe one of the emblem holders. We noticed, of course, Morkaiser is on two of those, but we've got our old friend, the Vanquishers from Ionia, down there. You can put together some ridiculous boards which can very much easily give you first or second.
Yeah, and I think that's another thing as well. We are going to be seeing some Ezreal players, which means that some of these tempo AD lines, like the Ionia lines, will also be taken even without having an early spat from Ionia, or from the Earth itself.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. To me, personally, I really like this Ionia comp. I think the Ionia Vanquisher have something that is incredibly good as opposed to multicasters, but we're going to see how that one plays out in real time. For now, we're going to take a short look at a video that is going to explain how the format for today is going to look like. Here is our format explainer.
Greetings, tacticians! 3 months have passed since the first competition in Runeterra Reforged, but the time has come. The EMEA Rising Legends Finals are almost here. Prepare yourselves, because the best 32 players from EMEA are steeling themselves to battle it out in a 3-day tournament, competing to be crowned as the best player in EMEA, alongside something else other than glory. But first things first. On day 1, the best 32 players will be randomly seeded into 4 different lobbies. After 2 games, the players will be reseeded into a second set of groupings based on the points acquired. After 2 more games, they will be reseeded one last time to play the 2 remaining games of the day. Going into day 2, the points carry over from the previous day, with the lobbies reseeded based on the points from day 1. The format will remain the same, so the players will play 6 games with a reseed every 2 games. After these 6 games are done, only the best 8 performers with the highest points from both days 1 and 2 combined will pass to the final day. On the final day, these 8 strategists will compete against each other in 6 games of TFT. At the end of this battle, the player with the highest total points will be crowned as the Rising Legends champion of EMEA. Along with that champion, the 3 players just below them will secure a spot at the Runeterra Reforged Championship. But that's not all. These 4 heroic tacticians will also acquire a ticket for the glorious Las Vegas TFT Open in December 2023. So mark your calendars and join us on October 20th to find out who will become the next EMEA Rising Legends champion. Thanks for watching.
Now, this format is a little bit different to what we are used to from our Golden Spatula Cups. And with that, I kind of have to post a question on how is that going to impact what we will be seeing today, Wida? Talk to me about kind of the mental of going 12 games instead of 6 and a cutoff.
Yeah, because like I was kind of alluding to it with the consistent players, right? That's the thing we got to keep in mind here, that because there is no points cutoff and we are reseeding every other game, this is going to benefit players that are more used to playing in an established meta, because with like how many Legends changes there are going to be all throughout the day with like very specific selections, we are going to see a very dynamic game-to-game environment in these same lobbies because they are only reseeding every other game. So if you know that there's going to be 6 TF players in your lobby, you're going to swap to Earth, and then like which dynamics do that create? And I think that's one of the most exciting things to keep an eye out on for today.
I'm really excited to see exactly how things develop. I mean, certainly, we've been keeping an eye very closely on what kind of legends are being played. Of course, you saw from the over in North America, definitely leaning much more into the Earth side of things, as we said, just for the ability to go big or potentially go home. But as we just said, across 12 games, I do think consistency is very important. But again, the cuts to top 8 means that if you just are consistent all day, you will not ultimately make it.
There is, however, a chance to turn it around after day 1 if you do your prep, if you do your homework, if you maybe rad a little bit, check out what other players are doing, and prepare something that might be a worthy full option against that. I don't know where I was going with this sentence.
I get what you're saying.
I'm trying to figure it out. But we do have more in store because we have a list of our co-streamers, because we're not the only ones that will be covering this event today, and that is not even the final roster. We have, of course, all of the language streamers here, Peter. Anybody that stands out to you that you want to give shout-outs?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's worth noting you should be able to find links to all of these streamers, I believe, either in the chat or in the scoreboard itself. But yeah, there's so many fantastic players here, or fantastic co-streamers here. Of course, we've mentioned before, Brozilla for the Hungarian community. He's the person who's going to put together the Hungarian community on his back single-handedly. But there's so many fantastic ways to enjoy this event. I think anywhere you go, you're going to have a great time.
Yeah, and also, like, as we just interviewed Snubler, a lot of players will be streaming their own POVs as well, right? Some will even be providing commentary, someone like Zologazang, for example, right? So that's going to be amazing as well.
I agree, and definitely check those out as well. But now we are coming to the spicy things, because we do have caster predictions, and those are always a hot topic. I always approach them in the way where I'm like, I want to talk about these players because I think they might not be on people's radar, and I think they could do really well. And for me, it's going to be Stylet, who has the most Golden Spatula Cup points to set, as well as Jimray, who has been on the up and coming. I think he's definitely one to watch.
Yeah, I think Jimray for me is actually like the biggest story of this weekend to a certain extent, because he has made it to day 3 of every single Golden Spatula Cup. Him and Coco, the only 2 people to do that this season. But when he's made those day 3s, it's not like he's been in the running for a title or anything like that. So I want to see how he applies those learnings from those 3 GSCs now and apply them here, because it is very much a GSC quality day 3 field, and a little bit more on top of that as well.
Well, I mean, from my side of things as well, I've got to bring to the forefront, our returning regional champion in Canbizz. Me and Studi Boo, we're on exactly the same mindset here as well, pushing forward Lalana as a dark horse pick. He's definitely a very historical player who has had some very high highs, but as of this set, he's coming to this event very, very hot indeed, and I think he could surprise a lot of people.
I agree. I think there's so many players to watch this time. It is going to get super hard to choose your favorites, but of course you have to write down some names, and we'll be hearing from our casters later on. But there is more, because we have more than 8 players. We also have multiple lobbies that are being streamed today. Rising Legends does that kind of thing where we do have a watch party command center, and you can watch whatever lobby you want to follow. Here are our alternative lobbies, and to me, Lobby B is just, I want to watch it. I've been saying it ever since I saw it. These guys, I love them. Don't get me wrong, but they're polar opposites. It's going to be so fun to watch them.
Yeah, ice cold, burning hot fire of Morgan. It's going to be fantastic. Of course, Lobby A as well. If you've been watching Northern Legends, you'll be very familiar with Stuart and Barry. Of course, we've got the chunks in Lobby C.
Yeah, I mean, we have Vilas, another person you'll recognize from the Rising Legends shows before. Kenobi was in the Rising Legends Finals last time around. So again, for tomorrow, if you want to hear his commentary, that's going to be great as well. And also Sir Blackpea coming over. A little bit of a regional crossover as well, right? A little bit of collaboration across the regions here. Bring that LATAM flair.
Well, you know, we got to keep it entertaining. We got to keep it fun. And I'm sure all of those casters are able to do just exactly that. If you want to learn more about the command center, I'm sure we have some commands in chat to help you find it. But normally it's under the stream and you can click it as soon as games start. Now, I said the magic words. I'm sure it has been written in chat about 399,700 times. Yep. And that is casters start game. Why are you talking? With that, I think we are ready to go in just 1 second. One last question to both of you. Give me one outlier comp that we're going to see today, Wida.
Orianna reroll, I think, is someone we got to keep an eye out for.
Got ahead of me.
Yeah, but like it is just one of the biggest talking points, right? Because like again, it is basically just a sorcerer composition, but you have Orianna free to kind of bridge that historical weak mid-game gap. So I'm looking forward to seeing that come into play potentially.
I think from my side of things, even though it's really not being played very much, I'd love to see Rogue be a factor in today, even if it's just to kind of keep our players honest and say, you know, you may have all of these incredible backlines, but they're never completely safe at all times.
I can't believe you took the rogues from me. I am so hurt. In that case, I'll say one thing I don't want to see, and I still might do, which is going to be the Cho reroll. I think it's still there. The bruisers are a thing. Rerolling Cho is a thing. It always is for some reasons. I can never go one set without.
Why do you hate my bitey boy?
I just don't like the big chomps.
What about Zinedine? Do you want to?
Yeah, the Zinedine Servalt. I think that might also be one of the ones to watch. We'll see whether or not that comes around, but I'm really curious on that game. Just looking over, I can see our casters standing here, kind of wiggling around, waiting to go. And with that, we are going to throw over. Here are Impetuous Panda, Trouble Inc., and a special guest.
Thank you so much, Mick, for that wonderful opening. The Runeterra Reforged Rising Legend Finals are here, are underway. I cannot wait to see how the Legend meta especially unfolds with TF versus Earth, but I also can't wait to cast alongside you, Trouble, in studio.
Hey, it's our second time, I think, first time in studio. So happy to join you guys. Thank you so much for having me. And honestly, I'm kind of a little bit anxious right here because I have been a big fan of who is going to join us on the caster desk today. I am so excited to reveal that we will be try-casting with Mordog. Welcome, Mordog. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, good to be here. It's exciting to see the end of a set as we, head to the next one. So really, really cool to be here. Thanks for having me.
And it'll be the first appetizer of what the meta might look like for Championship as well. This is the first major regional tournament happening on this B patch. Like I said before, I think the most interesting part will be that clash between TF and Earth, the complete different playstyles as well of trying to find best in slot items or trying to go for those crazy vertical trade shades that are so strong on this patch.
And I feel like players are a little bit sort of on the different sides of the coin right here. Some of them say, hey, I don't want to be locked into a comp at 2-1 instantly. And then the other half says, hey, you know what, with Earth, it kind of gives you a direction, what items you want to build, what do you want to look for in general, so you have like a set direction. Mordog, I'd like your opinion on that one as well. Which side of the coin are you on?
I think Earth leads to those higher highs, which is really exciting. But we've also seen a few people kind of wiggle out of those too. We've seen some Bard picks and some Ezreal picks. And I'll be curious to see if anyone goes outside the bounds of those top two. You know, we saw Kuramex and NA, for example, do really well with that Bard pick. So yeah, it'll be interesting. But overall, I think Urf leads to those really high highs, especially if you get a prismatic game. You can get that double Demacia, which leads to that 9 Demacia, which right now I think is the pinnacle of comps. So yeah, I would lean more towards Urf myself.
My only concern on a setting like this one where every player knows exactly what they're doing, where lobby tempo might be much higher than usual in a ladder game, will it be as easy to make it to level 9, to have those high roll games you have 2 emblems? Sure, but you have to usually make it to 9 to reach that 9 Demacia, 9 Ionia, 9 Noxus. It might be difficult to do in a setting like this one.
And I feel like a lot of the comps are intertwined, right? You see a lot of Demacia in different comps. You get the 3 Demacia, especially with the Galio, the multicasters. You see a lot of Noxus also peeking into other comps. So making sure that you have that 9 line coming up might be a little bit difficult if the line is contested in general from other compositions.
Mortdog, have you been kind of following through the qualifications for this tournament? Are there any players? We saw your predictions, of course, on the caster dice, but for this first lobby with the players that are going to come up very soon, is there anyone you are maybe, you know, looking forward to seeing especially?
So, you know, I've been around the scene for a while, so a lot of the players that have been around for a long time, I'm always sort of waiting to see, you know, them have their shot. So, for example, in this lobby, I think Dasik has been somebody that's been around for a long time, all the way back to like the Innovator Supreme back in set 6. So, I think maybe it's his shot, and I think that's someone I'm looking forward to seeing how he's adapted to the new set.
So, insider info: Dasik has been prepping for this tournament with Sasa, a player that has been popping off absolutely like crazy the last 2 sets. He's won 2 GSCs, the first player to do so. So maybe that little prep group will have some crazy tech to show us throughout this weekend. I'm very excited to see how they're doing alongside Ging and Shinar as well. 4 players that, when working together, are going to be an absolute threat this entire weekend.
Absolutely. And Panda, you also had some favorites. Talk to us about a little bit about your dark horse specifically.
My dark horse, SnubleTFT, I think a player that has been doing really well this entire set. I think he's taking the game much more seriously. He has a very charismatic personality, in my opinion, on his own stream as well. So I'm hoping to see that pop off in this tournament, in this lobby.
He's in our lobby.
And we're seeing here the names finally coming up: Lelouch, Stylet, Dasik, Likoko, Ketzer, Kubikson, SnubleTFT, and Og. You can tell this is a finals. Every single player here is just so good at this game.
You know what, the funny thing is, I joined you guys at Golden Spatula 2 this year, and I know all of these names already. They're like, it's absolutely stacked, this lobby. We have winners of Golden Spatula Cups. We have a lot of fan favorites, if you will, or dark horses. Anyone that catches your eye, Mortdog, in this particular lobby?
Ooh, I mean, like I said, Lelouch
gameplay, because I've seen his streams the last 2 weeks. I have not seen him ever wearing a shirt until this moment. This is a historic moment for me, at least. We'll see how he performs on the stage. Talking about the stage, obviously we have the concept of nerves as well. For some players, it's their first finals, the first time playing with this much at stake. A 2-day tournament for now until the cutoff, but with a world slot available, there's going to be, I think, some extra pressure for some of those newer players on the scene.
Absolutely. My eyes fall straight into Kubikson right there. Super young, what, 16? He's turning 17 in a couple of days, I've heard. And I saw him in Golden Spatula Cup 3. He was vibing. He was past all 3 of his first lobbies, and he was just vibing with it. So I'd love to see how he deals after such pressure in such a young age.
Ready to get into this game 1 is finally underway for the Runeterra Reforged Rising Legends Finals here in EMEA. Immortal Bastion, Warlord's Palace, and Ironmount. Nothing too crazy in terms of the variants and different legends being benefited off these 3 portals here. Do you think, Mortdog, there's any benefit for TF or Urf with things like Ironmount, for example, coming to the game?
I think Immortal Bastion in particular gives you that option to, like you said, how hard is it to get to 9, right? If you want to go for 9 Demacia. So that extra health can be good if you're an Urf player. Whereas Ironmount, I think, you know, for Twisted Fate, that's going to give you more rolls towards those optimal items that you're looking for. So I think a lot of the Twisted Fate players were leaning towards that Ironmount. But unfortunately, we do get the Immortal Bastion here. So I think if there are Urf players in the lobby, that was the thing they were looking for.
And right away, Cho'Gath on the board here for Kubikson, a comp that we might be seeing a lot of throughout this day 1, a comp that you want to have these Cho'Gaths early, ideally at Cho'Gath 2 to maybe even consider this comp. It was much stronger earlier in the set, has been toned down a tiny bit, but still very viable, and has so many different backline options as well with Cassiopeia to reroll that, or maybe even just Azir and Kai'Sa later in the game.
Not gonna lie to you, I'm a little bit surprised to see Kubikson on the TF. We had a little bit of chat beforehand, and of course, with a tiny bit of a nerf onto the multicasters, going into a game locked into the TF can be a little bit dangerous. You know, multicasters, you need a 3-star camera transparently to try and guarantee yourself a win. So if it's a little bit contested in the lobby, there's 2 or 3 other players that have picked that TF, it gets a little bit tricky. You might have to pivot, and we all know that the Nila line is a little bit difficult to win with.
And more
it's interesting. Looking at the start he's got so far, you know, with the Orianna, the Soraka here, if you can get a Cho'Gath too, we've seen a lot of power in that Bruiser front line. Getting the Bruisers going has been really tough for people to take down in stage 2, and that can give him that win streak, buying him that extra time. But again, right now, with everyone playing on Immortal Bastion, you've got to consider that long-term health, right? Playing tempo this game is not going to be nearly as powerful.
We saw the legends pop up there on the right side of the screen. Balance is restored in the world for Earth players, for Twisted Fate. Of course, it's not just multicasters that you can play from Twisted Fate. It can be things like Nyla, for example, Azir even, you can play later into the game. It will be the golden augment 4-1, so I think the least impactful of the TF options at 2-1. Silver is usually the best according to the stats, and Pandora's has those really high highs with the Radiant items.
I'm looking at Frequent Flyer right here, and I'm like, this could definitely be an option. He is going to take it, because Mortok mentioned it, the 2 Oriannas, you're looking at the Cassiopeia, might reroll that Cho'Gath as well. It's a super strong line, and he's probably, with all this high HP in the lobby, people will be trying to go for the level 9, so if he does reroll earlier on in the game, and he stabilizes that early on, he can use that HP bar to overtake the level 9 lobby players.
Yeah, looking at this board, we've got a Piltover board here for Dasik here, and that's a start you got to be really happy with. Also, if you look at the gold right now, already at 13 gold, was able to get that going, and the fact that he has the Piltover augment means he can only play 2 units, which means it's very likely to loss streak here. So the real question is, how much health will he lose? But again, we're on Immortal Bastion, so if you're looking for a portal that's going to give Piltover an advantage, that extra 15 health is going to make a massive difference here. And so we're going to see how well Dasik can pilot this. Now, Piltover has been nerfed kind of a lot over the patches, and so you really need to get to like 10 or 11 loss to really turn it into a big first place. So it's going to be a question of, when does Dasik cash out? Is it going to be, you know, 4-1, 4-2, or does he accidentally cash out earlier at like 3-5 and 3-6? And again, I think that's going to make all the difference right now.
Now, I might be new here, but if there's one name I remember, it is Dasik from Golden Spatula Cup 2. I was particularly surprised with the way he was playing Piltover over in the previous set, and it seems like to be one of the lines that really does suit him, because he's, honestly, in my notes, the god of economy. So if he's someone to play Piltover, I trust in his power to actually execute that composition.
The one problem with Piltover in this current patch is the fact that some TF players are much more prone to open forwarding stage 2, so there isn't that full guarantee you'll be able to lose streak. It'll be a little bit harder, especially in a setting like this one, where every player knows how to min-max every situation in stage 2 and cut some of their opponent's streaks as well to make sure their economy and the catch-up from Piltover isn't as
and
big.
He's gonna need 2 champions on his board at all times, right?
That's the one benefit, but someone can just straight up sell all of their units and still ruin that loss streak for Dasik. In this case now, most of the TF players seem to have already some early multicatcher, which will be keeping on their boards for this stage 2.
Yeah, I think a big thing to note here is that Sona got that rework in the last patch, and yeah, she's very popular in multicaster for sure, but even something like this where you have this Demacia line, every Sona cast is going to give you that attack speed that stacks, and in these early fights where the fights go really long, that can make a big difference. So she's much better than she was before in the early game, and so we see there, even in that last fight, winning that fight just because Sona's able to ramp that up.
Exactly, very similar concept to Rage Blade being so strong in stage 2. There isn't much DPS on any unit really, so Rage Blade really helps with adding that much more power to your board and sometimes allowing you to win streak all the stage 2 in the right setup. We've seen it from Orianna as well throughout this patch.
Oh, and one thing to point out on the side of Stylet, on the other side, the rapid fire cannon already completed. Now, a few things can go with rapid fire cannon, the likes of Mordekaiser we've seen, but particularly the Nilla that needs 2 rapid fire cannons to actually ramp up on a board. And actually, like, it's one of the lines that we talked about and the Des talked about earlier on as well, that when you take Twisted Fate, you don't necessarily have to stick with multicasters. You can go towards the Mordekaisers and the Nillas.
Yeah, I think it was interesting in particular. The RFC is definitely pointing to some potential lines, but the Morello is not necessarily one of the Vanquisher emblem and a Noxus emblem, so some pretty clear directions there. I think the Rogue one in particular, you talked about it earlier, Rogue not necessarily the most dominant line right now, but maybe with the extra health from Immortal Bastion, you can get that 3-star Katarina, the 3-star Echo, and maybe do pretty well there. But seeing the other Noxus player, that is going to be harder to hit that 3-star Katarina.
And already Nasher's Tooth has been slammed for Likoko. I think one of the most versatile items right now in the patch, one of the best items to come from that item rework earlier in the set. So strong both on AD carries, in the case of Mordekaiser, in the case of, well, Nyla especially, and then AP carries like Mordekaiser. Even in the multicatchers combo, we'll be seeing a lot of it. Very good numbers in the stats for both TF and Vel'Koz, and even Sona in the late game advantage to have 3 items on her as well.
I feel like it has sort of like soft replaced Rage Blade. It was all the rage in the previous set, and currently it is all about Nasher's Tooth. Of course, slamming it onto the Cassiopeia and also banking up the gold right here for Likoko. I'm thinking he's going for a full Noxus line with potentially a Mordekaiser as his main carry in the front line.
Yeah, I would agree with that call. Slamming that early kind of points that out. We see the Noxus emblem, so we're probably not seeing an Azir or anything like that. So definitely looking towards that Mordekaiser line. And again, we have a full loss streak here with Coco, so now it's going to be interesting to see if Coco versus Dasik, who's going to be able to keep their 5 loss? Will they both hit? This is going to be pretty interesting, and I think looking at what he's got on his board right now, you're not going to see an open fort situation here. There's just too many valuable units to hold on to, so I think right now, if he gets matched up against Dasik, this is going to be a bit disastrous, losing that loss streak. But overall, otherwise looking pretty strong here.
Just considering that you have to at some point start winning with Noxus to get those stacks online. If you're trying to pivot into Mordekaiser's carry at stage 4 with no stacks, I've seen throughout the last 2 weeks, doesn't really go as well as you'd plan to. So hopefully in stage 3, we'll see a 3-2 roll down for Likoko, and he'll find a way to stabilize that board and hopefully start a win streak. But the final fight of stage 2 coming underway, Lelouch, who is on a 4 win streak up against this rogue player. We'll see if this set can do enough to withstand the frontline damage and allow Jhin to clean up.
One thing's for sure here, Dasik did lose, so that is a 5 loss streak for his Piltover again. And on the other hand side, we have Lelouch trying to keep his win streak going, but this Jinx ruins the plans.
And the Jhin just barely taken down by the Graves, not able to get that last cast off.
Yeah, it was pretty close there, but the 4 rogue damage just ends up being a little too much. Finds the set too afterwards.
That feels bad, man. That
Yeah,
feels
a little disappointing here. Yep. But still, overall, only that 1 loss there, has a generally good econ here, so nothing too crazy. And again, sort of very clear what line he's going, right? We're looking at Zaya, we're looking for the Vanilla here, so overall, should be a good start here, and that set 2 is going to give him some really good front line.
Talk to me more about having the Vanquisher emblem onto the set himself. Usually a tank, he is always going to be in a good item holder just because he has 2 items already to hold his Vanquisher emblem for this mid-game. Do you think that'll go on someone else as we move into stage 4 and 5?
So I think it's the kind of thing where right now you just put it on somebody to get the trait going. A set 2 is going to do some decent damage. You're going to get those spell crits. It's fine. Usually there's 2 lines you can play in the Vanquisher, right? You can play the set and Ashe reroll. In that case, if you want to go that version, having the 3-star set get those big crits can be cool. If you get the boss by chance on 3-2, you could do some stuff there. But later we've seen what happens is when you reach the late game, you can put that Vanquisher emblem on some surprising units that do damage. One in particular I saw was Scion. There was a Scion with Vanquisher emblem that was able to do a ton of damage, surprisingly, because it does provide so much extra crit. So I don't think it's going to stay there long term unless he decides to reroll. Yeah, Cho'Gath 3 there.
Stage 3 won some big roll downs for the 1-cost reroll players. Cho'Gath reroll found for Kubikson. We saw Augie is trying to go down that kill reroll line. Has only 1 Rage Blade for now. No Pandora's items to help him out with that. We'll have to find another bow and a rod potentially in the next carousel.
I feel like it was a really great move from Og right there to not roll down as Kubikson was rolling down. Now the 1 cost from the Cho'Gath, he has a bunch of Renekton's, he's 1 off of Cassiopeia 3. All these 1 costs will be put out of the pool. So right here, Og, all he has to do with the extra health that he gets from the region that they're in, he can actually wait that up, get all the 1 costs out the way, and then reroll his gold slowly after 50.
Such close fights back to back for Lelouch there. 2 losses, unfortunately.
So, big uh-oh there. It looked like Dasik won his fight. So, something to keep an eye on there. But unfortunately, that might be the end of his Piltover loss streak if he hadn't taken that out. So, I'm curious what happened there. Something to keep an eye on. But yeah, this Cho'Gath 3 had the option to hit the Cassiopeia 3. But the Cassiopeia 3 does feel like it's very important for this comp. Otherwise, you don't really have the damage here. So, you can see rolling all the way down to, 10 gold here, trying to find that Cassiopeia. It's going to be kind of important.
We'll see the items as well for the carousel. Kubikson has half of a Bramble, half of a Redemption. Needs to find one of the two in this next carousel. He's not really first pick or anywhere close to it, despite the the lose streak strategy with the 1-cost rerolls. So we'll see if he has a chance to find these best in slot items for this Cho'Gath 3.
And for Daisik, I saw that he 2-starred a Swain as well, so I'm not sure what's happening with his line of Piltover. We'll see right now. He's slammed in a 2-star Swain. I see a couple of Bruisers right there, a Kale, an Orianna. It's kind of like a mixed salad, if you will.
Yeah, this board's really interesting. It seems like something must have gone wrong for him to get the cash out here. The T-Hex at 12, there's not going to be enough of a reward here. He's using the Kale as an item holder, trying to find that Jinx. Has plenty of gold to work with, but this seems like something went wrong in that situation, and that can be the risk of playing that Piltover comp. Is going to lose this fight, but again, we talked about how you want to get that 10 or 11 loss, and that's just not going to be happening this game, unfortunately.
We had a chat with a player of Reserve. I'm not gonna name any names right here, and they said that if you wait for the huge cash out on Piltover just to reroll a Jinx and a Jace, it just doesn't feel as rewarding because you're stuck level 6 and level 7 trying to roll for your 2 carries whilst you have a huge cash out. So maybe the plan here for Daisy was to just get to that 50 gold as soon as possible, cash out as soon as possible. He grabbed the bench as well, which now he means he can just sit comfortably level 6 or even go level 7, roll down for his Jace and his Jinx, and then it doesn't feel like much of a step back or too much of an HP loss to try and roll down for that 3 and 2 cost carry.
We saw it for 2 different players, Ketzer and Daisik, both on Pandora's bench. An augment that could be very game warping in the late game if you manage to find a way to get those 3-star 4 costs. All of a sudden, you could come out of nowhere and maybe even win a game outright, depending on what 4 costs you are upgrading. So we'll have to keep an eye on both these players in Stage 4, end of Stage 4, start of Stage 5. If they get a few fortunate upgrades on any 4 cost, really, they can roll it into what they want exactly. If the stars line up, they could be one of the surprise winners of this lobby.
Yeah, Pandora's bench just has such a high ceiling, but also a low floor, right?
Yep.
It just sits there and rerolls. You end up with a bunch of gold on your bench. You end up not hitting anything in particular, so that can be a real risky play here. And it's interesting to see Daisik go the Piltover into Pandora's bench, right? We're talking real high risk, high reward in this game 1. You know, is that going to pay off? We'll have to see. But I look at these items, Hurricane and Giant Slayer. Hurricane in particular is the least built item in TFT right now. And so does he have a clear path of what he's going to put that Hurricane on, right? Jinx typically the main user, but as you mentioned, Jinx is just, you know, not really a super viable carry unless you're going to 3-star that. And Pandora's bench does not feel like a great use just trying to 3-star a 2 cost. You really want to go for that high.
And I saw Daisik just grabbed a Nilla with a BF sword as well. Maybe that could be the pivot that he wants to, as Og is hitting 2 very important units on his board, the 2-star Galio alongside the 2-star Quinn. Quinn is usually your secondary carry when you're playing for that Kale, but he is still stuck at level 5. Thankfully, with this particular region, he does still have that HP to try and roll down for his Kale. His 2 Kales off, 2 Pop is off, so he's slowly rolling his gold down from 50, but at neutrals, I'm pretty sure if he hasn't hit yet, he's going to have to send it to fight his 3 stars.
You have a little bit more breathing room. Usually in any other portal, you'd be rolling down like crazy here to try and find that next spike. In this case, I think he has some time at 66 HP. He has 1 bow as well on his bench, so he's ready to get that second Rage Blade online for Kale. And really, it's all about letting Kale scale throughout a longer fight, having enough frontline with Demacia to let her do pretty much all the DPS on this board with Quinn as that secondary carry.
Yeah, it's interesting. Did find the Quinn 2, so that gives him at least a little bit of backup. But Kale right now, Kale 2 at, you know, level 5 is just not going to output the damage. Unfortunately, does have some good resistances here, so is able to secure the win. Oh, there we go. Finds the Kale. That's really big here. Hopefully can level up to 6 really quick, where Kale gets her first spike. Going to power that up. Sona 2, also a big spike here. Some good items there. So the question is, are we going to level? Yeah, we're going to level. We're not going to wait for the Poppy 3. I like this level up here. Kale level 6. And so if we can just get 1 more rod, that Kale's going to be good to go for a while.
Oh, and at the same time, as we see the Galio 2 +1 on the bench, Snuble on the other hand side, he does get a 3-star Galio, which means I think this is the go button for Og with the Demacia to just not stay level 6. You're not going to hit that Galio 3-star anymore. Just keep on rolling to get that Fiora into your home.
And hitting this upgrade with what we've seen with a few other Demacia players holding 3 or 4 Galios on their benches as well. Very, very fortunate for Snuble. I'm very curious now if he's going to stay on 6 and continue rolling. He's only on 4 copies of TF, or if he just tries saying, hey, I've had this huge upgrade on my front line. I'm going to try and push levels, play for tempo, and maybe go 8 and just add some more units to this board.
I think for sure in this case, I think they're moving forward. You can see the items are already on Vel'Koz, and over time we've seen the multicaster comp shift away from Twisted Fate and more into that Vel'Koz and Sona, as they clearly have the higher cap. And especially with the extra health from Immortal Bastion and the fact he's sitting at 111 still, I think he's got plenty of time to go for that really high capped version with the 3-star Vel'Koz, 3-star Sona. So that would be my guess here. It'd be very shocking to me if he's kept rolling on 6 here.
With the spatulas as well, I'm curious what he's going to do with it. Not ideal usually in multicasters, not something you try and go for. It can build into Sorcerer spat. We'll see what else he wants to build later on with the Pandoras. He does have a chance to build some more Vel'Koz items as well, and I'm very curious if he tries to go for full damage Vel'Koz. We've seen in China, they're not building blue buff anymore on the Vel'Koz, just letting it do its own thing with just full damage, and maybe that has caught on here as well for Snuble.
You do have half of the Morello on your bench as well. He did roll a belt right there. On the other hand, Lelouch is going for that Vanquisher line. He has found a few tanks for his front line, the 2-star Aurelia with the Set and the Darius. Now, of course, I call them a little bit of fakes. I don't think Darius has ever been the greatest tank, no matter the set that he's been in. And kind of right here, he's just giving a little bit more power to the Set with the items with the Juggernaut as well.
Yeah, one of the interesting things here is, you know, kind of looking at the rest of the lobby, right? We know there are multicasters. We've seen a few reroll comps here, and so we talked about which versions of the Vanquisher comp you can play. He's got 6 Ashes, he's got that Spatula, so we could see the Ionia Ash version, and I think that's the correct play here based on the lobby, right? If everyone's taking all the 2 costs out of the pool, may as well enjoy your free set 3 and your free Ash, and so now with set 3 with that Vanquisher emblem, we'll also do a surprising amount of damage. But right now, level 7, 20 gold here has spent a lot of resources, and so now is still a ways off of those 3 stars, which can be a bit worrying.
I feel like, oh, okay, he finds the crest, finds an Ionian crest, and he does have a lot of HP. This is a, we're going level 9 boys lobby, so having 2 potentially Ionia crests to put on 2 units, that is usually the problem with the vertical Ionian line, that you have too many S in the particular comp, which you sacrifice in the front line so your good units get that Ionia buff. If you can get 2 great Ionia units in by just buffing over the good units with the Ionia crest, then suddenly that line becomes even stronger. Finds the Xayah as well, can definitely slam one onto the Ash and the other one onto the Xayah later on when you get that second Ionia.
There's a Nyla as well, finds it last second and finds a set 3 on that final roll down.
Wow.
Very curious if he continues rolling here, tries to find the Ash 3 and then pushes 9 and tries to go for that chase trade, the first vertical we've been seeing. I don't think anyone else is on their way to find one of these vertical chase trades. So despite Ionia not being one of the strongest compared to Demacia or Shurima, if he's able to make it to 9, if he's able to get this 3-star Ash and the set, he could be a player who has the potential to win this lobby entirely.
Yeah, for sure. Even though, like you said, 9 Ionia is not the #1 chase trait, it is still a chase trait, right? It's still a massive amount of power here. And it's interesting because right now all the items are on this set. I feel like the set is actually the main carry here, not the Ash, not the Xayah or anything like that. So hitting that set 3 was a big bump. The Ash going to be providing a lot of utility, but level 7, 20 gold, we're a long way off of level 9. So I almost think the correct play here is just worry about hitting 6 Ionia, 6 Vanquisher, not going for the chase trait. There you go, finds the Ash 3. That's going to be a big upgrade here. And I think for now, this should be pretty stable until, you know, mid-stage 5 when people start hitting their 3-star 3 costs, maybe start hitting some stronger 4 costs. But overall, this is a great state to be in the mid-game.
We'll see also as we get into the end of this stage 4 what these Pandora bench players are looking to try and 3-star, if they try and adapt to what they're seeing by scouting other players, because we have 3 different players on Pandora's bench. Lekoko, Ketzer, and Daysig are the players to watch as we move into stage 5.
Yeah, and Lekoko right here, we mentioned a little bit, we're talking about yesterday how difficult in general these vertical lines are, because all of them rely on a legendary to get that 9 vertical Noxus here, for example, for Lekoko. But he's already found a Bel'Veth on his roll down. He's already rolling it on his Pandora's bench. So the second he finds that sound, he can have that very beefy front line, and he also doesn't have to worry about finding and rolling for him later on. Also gets on right here, but he's way up the list to get that one.
Yeah, it's interesting. When you ever get to these carousels, the 5 costs are really good for the Pandora's bench players. It gives them that option to re-roll that, find what they're looking for. Sion in particular, though, such a very powerful unit, just provides so much frontline. Even at 1 star with 0 items, it's just a ton of health to go through there. So Day6 able to pick that up. Also, we see some of the other pickups here, but overall, nothing too crazy. But we're getting to the point now where, you know, Dasik is at 31 health, and that's with starting with an additional 15 here. So we're seeing just some of the weak boards really struggle. Getting a look at this board, playing Silco right now, but no real front line. Even Silco 3 here might not be enough. Kind of worries me a bit here.
Finds one Sejuani, finds that second Aphelios, trying to upgrade the Aphelios here. Has a chance to maybe slot in Heimer as well. At this point, level 7, a very lucky roll down there to find the 5 cost here. But the money is not going to be there to really buy all these turret upgrades as well to get the full value from the Heimer.
I was just watching Setsuko yesterday and he was talking about the Heimer. He's like, is Heimer worth it when my 4-cost units are not 2-star when they have items? Look at his Aphelios. He has a paired Aphelios right there, yet he uses that 6 gold to buy the Heimerdinger instead of rolling down further to find that 2-star Aphelios who has all the items and is his secondary carry in this particular composition.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially in particular the fact that you're losing a shop every turn.
Yeah.
That can make a big difference, unless you get really lucky, because he's clearly going for the repair bot. He needs some frontline here. But again, this just feels like a Piltover game that went very, very wrong, is lacking direction, finds at least one repair bot, that's good. But again, we're seeing the floor of this Pandora's bench. The Pandora's bench just not hitting anything, has so many 4 costs on his bench, has this champion duplicator, but it's only a lesser, so he can't even really use it on anything. Might have to use it on the Taric here to at least buy something, finds a Taric anyway. So yeah, this is just a really rough situation, and again, would be at 3 health if it weren't for the portal.
Thankfully finds a few duplicated onto the Jinx as well. Aphelios, the main damage carry, still not paired, unfortunately, but we'll see if he's able to find something. 18 HP, and as you mentioned, Mordog, this is that situation with Pandora's Bench where you feel like, why did I take this? Why am I not the one high rolling like Coco is potentially? Why am I not hitting the forecast that I need at this very moment?
Yeah, totally agree here, and you can see just the fight right now. Not enough frontline, even with the repair bot. The Silco's not able to do enough. It's going to take a bunch of damage here, and Dasik going to be on his last life going into stage 5 as everybody gets their items, and you compare that to someone like Snubble right now who's still at 111 health with that multicaster comp. Just a really rough start for this game 1.
I feel like this was a little bit too much cooking from Dasik, as Mort mentioned. The Piltover went wrong. He finally finds that Aphelios, but this reminds me a little bit of a weird set 8 Aphelios Bastion with Sejuani frontline from set 8 from the previous one where Aphelios was all the raids. Currently, he's not one of the best carries in the game. So this is a little bit of a cooked up composition right here from Dasik. Has gone for the double repair because he is lacking that strong frontline currently. And honestly, probably the Piltover going wrong right there meant that he wasn't going to roll anyway for Jinx. He wasn't going to roll for Jace. He had already created that Hurricane onto one of his carries, so he needed to follow through with it.
And because he hit so late, he's at 1 life. 8 HP is in stage 5 for sure.
Listen now. Listen. 8 HP
life.
in soldier terms is at least 4.5 lives.
I would like to dream, but the problem is in a lobby like this, there's going to be at least one player that has hit that crazy Exodia board for this point in stage 5. It could be someone like Og who is still win streaking. It could be Snuble with that multicaster board, which I imagine has a lot more 3-stars at this point in the game. And the moment you lose even one of those fights, it's over for this game 1. So we'll see how Dasik can try and navigate these next few fights. And if he, maybe with positioning, he can find a bit of an edge.
I mean, even if you look at, Aphelios and assumed he was, equally powered as everything else, the fact that he's down a gold augment, has a silver augment that's not really doing a whole lot, and then was forced to take a legend augment as his 3rd augment, this augment situation is really bad, and you can see he's just really struggling to get through this front line. Might barely win this fight, but it's looking real close here. Silco can't quite get through the Cho'Gath. And I think this might be the end for Dasik.
That was
Stage
a very
unfortunate
target right there from the Casio. He targeted the turret first, and then he went straight onto his carry for Dasik. Unfortunately, I kind of feel like I cast a cursing because when I saw Piltover on him, I'm like, this is the god of Piltover. This is the guy who plays it better than anyone else.
And as Dasik dies, 3 Sejuani's back into the pool, allows Styler to hit the next player on the chopping block. 25 HP for the Hungarian player who's, again, just trying to survive a few more fights. We see the just huge gap there was between Dasik and the rest of the players.
Look at the bench.
This is Pandora's bench for you. In the case of Lekoko, he found that Shen 2 off the carousel on stage 4, has been rolling it, I assume, to try and hit Mordekaiser, but it's still a Mordekaiser 1 on his board.
Yeah, I think if you look at the situation we're in right now with all the 2-star 4 costs, this isn't a Azir 3 play. You're trying to hit the Azir 3. You've got some decent items on this Azir, which will be okay. Not really much attack speed. The front line seems to be the big problem, though, and Azir, even as Azir 3, is going to need front line to get that stacking. And so again, we talked about this. This is just so much gold kind of on your bench, not being able to econ, not get to level 8. And so you're really praying for the dice rolls here.
Oh.
Doesn't hit Azir. And again, the odds are not with you, right? This is, again, high risk, high reward if it pays off. But until then, we basically have about, what, 3 turns before you bleed out here, unfortunately?
I feel like all 3 players that chose Pandora's Bench have not necessarily been extremely lucky with it. You see Ketzer as well right here, re-rolling his rogues. By this point in the game, 5-3, you need at least a 3-star rogue, and that's not Katarina with the TG. It's either Echo or your Graves, and they've fallen massively behind.
We'll see. I mean, this is why Ketcher's now at 16 HP, and he's up against this multicaster board, which usually the rogues jump to the backline, but they get bursted down so quickly that they're usually very lopsided fights in favor of the multicaster. We'll see if it will be the case here for this triple damage item. Vel'Koz taking down 1, 2, 3. All the rogues have been taken down, but Ketzer survives at 4 HP for at least one more fight. He'll have a chance to see the stage 5 carousel and maybe find another item that can help him get some more power onto his board.
Yeah, it's definitely a case where, again, Pandora's Bench, we're talking about that floor here. Like you said, all 3 players right now are bottom 3 that took that augment. So pretty rough situation to not see those high rolls. As we head into the carousel, there is a Bilgewater emblem, but nobody really going for that Bilgewater vertical. So I imagine that's going to be kind of the low pick, unless there's a Twisted Fate player who really wants to risk it, trying to get a Noxus emblem. Otherwise, that just does not seem like the play. And so right now, it seems like try to get as much damage as you can, stay alive as you can, before Snubble hits that Vel'Koz 3. I think once that Vel'Koz 3 comes online, that's going to be the scary thing to look out for in this lobby.
Lococo's time is running out.
Drumroll.
And it's not here. He finds one more Azir, 3 off. So just one of these 2-star 4 cost. If they get upgraded, if he survives this next fight, he has maybe one more chance. But this is kind of the coin flip with Pandora's Bench. You might have to sell as well. But I mean, how do you realistically hit 3 Azirs in your shops with just 10 or 20 gold?
Oh.
It's going to require something more than just the Mortog blessing.
I think it's the Mordekaiser, right? You really need that Mordekaiser too. I feel like this Azir with this particular items cannot output too much DPS. Oh boy, I feel like it was even maybe a remake angle onto the Azir. You had Mordekaiser 1 and Azir 2, but let's see if he's going to survive this particular fight. We do see a capped out Nila with these items. Maybe not the most optimal to have the Bloodthirster, but still a lot of life still coming through.
Yeah, you said, let's see if he survives. Spoiler, he does not. This is going to be a very bad beatdown. Unfortunately, just not enough of a front line, not enough Noxus getting stacked here. He's going to go out in either 7th or 6th, depending on how the other fight goes. And yeah, again, just really rough for Pandora's. Thankfully, here we talked about Stet being the carry.
Wow.
And there you go.
And Pandora's Bench, we've seen some very, very high highs in tournaments on this patch, but we're seeing it here. All 3 players holding hands in the bot 4, 6th, 7th, and 8th for Ketzer, Lococo, and Dasik. Unfortunate start to the day. We don't have a cutoff on day 1, so that's still 11 more games that they can come, bring back their mental, bring back their A-game, and try and bounce back with the standings.
This is a Pandora's Bench friend in the chat for all 3 of them at the bottom, but on the other side we do have a lot of different kind of compositions coming in. A lot of them are reroll. Og with the Demacia reroll. We have Kubikson who's also playing reroll on the other side. So you do see that by playing reroll earlier on, you save so much HP that right now you're able to go past that level 8 and reach that level 9 that all the other vertical lines were looking for. And Og is very close to getting to that level at 62 gold, level 8.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at, by the way. We saw the Ionia board, by the way, had the 6 Ionia, 6 Vanquisher, but had the units and was holding them, and could potentially have the health to get to level 9. So we might see that transition to that 9 Ionia, and that could be that cap Prismatic. On this board, we do see the Kayle, and I imagine at 6-1, we're going to see a level 9 Kayle, so that is going to be another big power spike, but it is not the 9 Demacia version. It is 7 Demacia. Will be pretty decent, but can have some weakness. So we'll have to see how that goes. But overall, if you can get to that, 7 Demacia, 4 Slayer, level 9 Kayle, that is kind of what you're looking for in this situation.
Ooh, and he got the small Nico as well for his Queen. Exactly, it's going to be a Queen 3. So now you have 2 carries on your board. You can go towards level 9, maybe find... Oh, he doesn't even need to use it. Maybe find that Heimerdinger, spice him up.
Clearly there's some Greek caster blessings coming in for Og here.
Listen, he told me he hopes he brings it home because I'm casting this, okay? So
it's looking good for this game.
All my energy.
As you mentioned, Mortog, huge power spikes both on the upgrade on Quinn and just a natural upgrade for Kayle as a unit. She levels up at level 9. We'll see if it'll be enough here. And the QS set such a great addition with so many Jarvans in the current meta. It'll be so important to make sure that Rage Blade continues stacking all throughout the fight.
Yeah, I really like the Quicksilver here. That's a great choice. Everyone, normally on ladder, what you'll see is the double Ginsus, but the Quicksilver is going to make it so that Kale can continually scale up. And the fact that you have the Quinn 3, you've got the strong Demacia frontline is going to give you the time anyway. So again, I really like that adaptation here.
Oh, it's so close. Ash 3 gonna come out on top, and Lelouch is gonna keep his win streak for now. Such a strong board coming out from him. 67 HP as well. He's got so much to spare, and Snubble hits that 3-star Twisted Fate as well. We talked a little bit in the beginning, and we said, hey, the TF line's kind of very contested, but if you aren't contested, you are able to hit your 3 stars. It's a very, very strong line that almost borderlines the unbeatable of the compositions, if you will. The only downside on Snubble's composition right here is that his Vel'Koz is still stuck on it as a 2-star. He needs to find 2 more and 2 more for his Sona.
30 gold to work with. I think with this HP that Snubble still has, with the lead he has, he's really just trying to guarantee when he does that final roll down, he is going to hit. You don't have to kind of jump the gun when it comes to that upgrade. We'll see this fight here. He's up against the Nyla board. Stylet trying to survive. He's streaking 25 HP. The Vel'Koz not yet 3-starred, isn't putting out too much damage. And Sejuani lasting for so long, still over half HP, and a huge loss here for Snubble. So maybe this is the go-ahead to, hey, roll down on your gold, try and finalize his board, maybe push 8 for that Azir, that Heimerdinger, and again, try and make the strongest board possible. We're already halfway through stage 6.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing sort of the ultimate greedy version here, right? You're trying to Twisted Fate away those items, so you've got items on your bench, you still haven't hit the 3-star Sona or the Vel'Koz. So falling off a bit, and we saw him go all the way from 111 down to 38 here. So unfortunately, unless we see a hit, that's going to be a bit of a rough situation here. On the other side, it feels like Lelouch is the player to watch, working his way towards that 9 Ionia.
And Kubikson, he had a great start, re-rolling his bruises, but he's stuck on 4 bruises. He doesn't have an emblem, and he could be facing elimination.
And has not found many Sejuanis as well. There's one in the shop, but none on his board currently. Still has that Renekton that's upgraded to 3-star. We'll see how this fight goes. The Mordekaiser trying to do his best alongside the Cho'Gath. Will it be enough, though? It's just so much to chew through here, and the Nyla's always so safe with this double RFC build. The BT, maybe not the best third item, and that could be hurting her. There's no GS here to take down all these bruisers with such high HP. She's jumping around. The Formless Blade is doing their best, but not enough to win that fight there. Kubikson stays alive for now.
Oh, there is a Demacia emblem right there. We're talking about 9 Demacia. This could be something there.
I think there was no emblem for Og.
Oh, there was
currently,
double
so
emblem
it would only be 8 at the cap right now, but you can at least replace maybe one of the weaker Demacia units and add in some of those 5-cost or 4-cost to give you more board strength.
Yeah, I think that's an option. It does end up, getting a Demacia emblem here. So a lot of emblems to work with here. Even Targon can be a nice sort of passive boost if you've got that trait going around. So we're getting a good look at the boards here. Again, this Neela doing just so much work here. But like you said, just not quite the strongest front line with only 2 Bruiser, 3 Bilgewater, nothing too crazy here. Finds the Heimerdinger here with the self-repair. But overall, like the fact that we're still playing an Ashe, things like that, this just doesn't quite feel like the capped out version of the board that you're looking for, which normally plays around the 6 Bruiser and the Neela.
Kubikson and Stylet, a huge gap between them and the rest of the lobby. We'll see if both of these players can stay alive. It'll be Og versus Stylet. Both EUNE players, Greece versus Hungary here in what could be the final fight for Stylet if this Nyla can't do enough. On the left side, we see Lelouch versus Kubikson. Both Polish players facing off in what could be the final fight for Kubikson as well. The Mordekaiser still staying safe for now with the RFC, slowly trying to chip away onto this board. And it seems like he is strong enough for now. Lelouch is taken down a notch. And Stylet and his Nyla not able to do it. Stylet taken down in 5th.
Wow, we do have the top 4 here, Mortdog.
Yeah, it's with the Kale, just did some big work. And there, we finally see the Vel'Koz 3 come in, by the way. So Vel'Koz 3, that's going to be a big boost here. Lelouch has been losing the last few fights. Level, has 36 health. So can he get to 9? Can he switch to that 9 Ionia? But you look at this board. By the way, a big thing that's happened here is we have this Talia with 2 death caps, which really might not matter, except that this is long distance pals, which means that AP is being shared with the Vel'Koz. So this Vel'Koz essentially has 4 items. That is incredibly scary.
Not just that, but Snubble was the one to pick up the Demacia emblem on the last carousel. Not something that's considered as an option with his multicaster board, but it allows him to slot in 5 Demacia when he goes level 8, which could be very interesting with that extra Radiant item to maybe win out these last few fights. We're seeing Kubikson here still able to stay alive, chomps down on the Vel'Koz. The feast from Cho'Gath is there. The scaling HP is definitely helping him in all of these late game fights.
I feel like one thing that's missing from other boards is the Giant Slayer. There's so much HP in that front line of Cubicson's composition that unless you have a Giant Slayer on your main carry, it's so difficult to just rip through these HP bars. So Kubicson right now might have 9 HP, but he hasn't necessarily faced anyone that will possibly challenge that, unless that Radiant Giant Slayer pops up again in the next fight when Og fights him.
And we see Og. He's sitting on 6 Jarvans, hoping that SnubleTFT dies in this next round as we get into stage 7 on 7 Jarvans, right? So maybe gonna wait to roll down fully. He's still sitting on so much HP. There's no rush right now to cap out this board.
Yeah, I agree. This is definitely, you've got 51 health. You're pretty much guaranteed a top 2 from this position. So you hold here, you wait till you get the optimal position, can roll for that Jarvan 3. That Jarvan 3 would be a massive upgrade. Could also roll for even like an Aatrox here. But overall, I like this play, just holding, let everyone else deal the damage to each other here. The other thing is with the Gifts of the Fallen, this Kayle just ends up so strong by the end of the fights.
It's going to be Og versus Kubicson. Kubicson has been fighting for his life for so many rounds now. We'll see if Og can finally end this run for Kubicson and knock him out in 4th place. Similar story for SnubleTFT, who is on just 1 life. We are in stage 7 after all, and it looks like it will not be enough. We don't see the HP bars here. It might just be actually the Vel'Koz stays alive. Lelouch taken down a notch as well, and Og gets the win.
Slayer.
Kubicson taken down.
Wow. We expected to see that. If Kayle does get that Radiant Giant Slayer, you have another Giant Slayer over on your Quinn. You have the Shred on your Quinn as well. So there is a lot of HP Shred coming through and Armor Shred from your 2 main carries over in the back line. And something else that I wanted to mention, we did have a Twisted Fate player that needed that Demacia crest because all the Jarvans are taken away from Og, so they couldn't find that Jarvan. So having that crest helped them a lot in getting that 3 Demacia line in their composition.
Last minute pivot. We'll see if this will help against this matchup. The Jarvan can come in and have a huge stun, but there is that QSS on the kill at the very least. This is a matchup that SnubleTFT has to win to stay alive, and Og is hoping he wins to get these Jarvans back into the pool, to get that 3-star Jarvan with an 8-second stun online to try and win this lobby. It looks like it won't be the case for now. The Vel'Koz is still healthy and alive. The kill looks like can't quite do it just yet. The Aatrox trying his best to 1v9, but he can't do it. Og taken down to 30 HP.
Yeah, this is one of those situations you got to be really careful with, because if you are the weakest of the 3 boards right now, you know, we haven't seen if the 9 Ionia got hit, but if that's the case, you don't want to accidentally bleed out here and turn this into a 3rd. That's kind of the worst case scenario. Now, the good news is, as soon as Snubble and Lelouch play each other, you're going to be able to get that 2nd place. But yeah, rolls down to 40 gold, doesn't find a Jarvan, and like you said, it's just going to be really hard to hit that. But yeah, we see 9 Ionia here, so this is a very powerful version as well. But just that front line, can it survive the multicaster burst?
And this is the ultimate bravery right here, fighting the guy with the ultimate composition, with 3-star everything, multicasters. This could be it for Lelouch.
The attack speed is through the roof. The QSS onto Nyla, make sure she's not going to get stunned. And Nyla's already into the backline, but she gets bursted down. Vel'Koz wins the fight. Lelouch eliminated in 3rd place. Og versus SnubleTFT to finalize this very first game of the Runeterra Reforged Rising Legends Finals. We're in the Stage 7 carousel. Games rarely make it this far, but these 2 players are still fighting to get this first place.
Absolutely. Let's not forget Og is sitting between 2 to maybe 3 lives, depending on how many units he loses on. Of course, it's stage 7, which means you do lose a lot of HP in general after the fight. But this is not his final form. He has 40 gold. He's rolling it down right now. Finds another 2 Aatroxes. He's not going to hold. He's probably looking for the either 3-star Mordekaiser or a 3-star Fiora or Jarvan, for that matter.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's a ton of options here. Does sell the Jarvan to try to get this Mordekaiser, but even if he hits a Mordekaiser 3 here, it's going to be a 0-item Mordekaiser. Same with the Fiora, so neither of these really feel like amazing options to me. And this might just be a situation where that multicaster board just got too strong.
I don't know. I did see 4 Aatroxes as he was rolling down. But of course,
it's all in hindsight, Trouble.
Exactly, it's hindsight.
Demacia versus Demacia. Multicasters versus the full vertical with Kayle as the star of the show, but the Vel'Koz is pumping out so much damage. The Quinn is the last damager left alive. Just barely takes the loss. Og down to 13. SnubleTFT down to 8. The last fight coming through right before we almost make it to stage 8.
Oh my god, so many Aatroxes. Oh.
This is so wild to see a 7-6 game in our first game. We don't see games normally go this long, so pretty crazy. The Immortal Bastion definitely doing some work here. Is there some positioning that can break this apart, right? Because it feels like the Kale and the Quinn really need to avoid these Vel'Koz bolts here. You've got a lot of armor and MR, but otherwise this is really going to come down to watching those Vel'Koz bolts.
The greedy position with Twisted Fate getting the buff from Sona as well, but at the mercy of the potential Jarvan coming in from Og on that left side of the board for Snuble. Huge return Jarvan from Snuble himself onto the Quinn, onto the Sona. Second cast comes through. The Vel'Koz is still so healthy, as is the Sona. Can the Vel'Koz close it up by herself? She's so low, and that's going to be it. Og, the Greek player, takes it for game one. So close for Snuble. Could not do it in the end.
Now, I don't mean to say that it was because of me that he won and the Greek energy that I sent over, but holy, that was so close. And you mentioned it, the greed, sticking that Twisted Fate in the backline, getting that Jarvan all the way back, stunning as many champions as he could, except for the Vel'Koz. It just was enough from the side of Og to win this particular fight.
And what a treat for this game one. A vertical chase rate was hit by Lelouch, 9 Ionia. We almost made it to stage 8, as you mentioned, Mortog. That is so rare in TFT. And again, I hope the rest of this day looks like this game. It's going to be so exciting to see how these players navigate the rest of this day. We're going to go to a very short break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back in 5 minutes with the analyst decks to break down this game one.
He's going for that Vanquisher line. He has found a few tanks for his front line, the 2-star Aurelia with the Set and the Darius. Now, of course, I call them a little bit of fakes. I don't think Darius has ever the greatest stack no matter the set that he's been in.
He's able to make it 9. If he's able to get this 3-star Ashe and the Set, he could be a player who has the potential to win this lobby entirely. Taking down 1, 2, 3. All the rogues have been taken down, but Kepler survived at 4 HP. For game one, so close for
Hello, my name is Mohamed Canbizz. I'm 19 and I am player for Carmine Corp. I'm from France and that's it. Before the tournament, I sent a message at Omni and I ask if he can just check in for me before the tournament, and I wake up and just play my gameplay. It's my ritual before the tournament. If Omni didn't check me for me and I check for myself, I'm down. I just lose the tournament, you know. The best strategy to climb in ladder, just slam your item. Maybe not for this set. Yeah, just force multicast. No, I'm joking. Seriously, just focus on all the play and don't look another stream on your right or your left. Yeah, just just focus on your gameplay and you will top 4 and climb for sure. Firstly, thank you my family for supporting me every tournament. They ask me if we win a tournament or not. They all time support us. Thank you my supporter, the supporter of Carmine Corp, the Blue Hole. Thank you all of you. Thank you very much.
About how much time do I have?
Welcome back to the analyst desk of the Rising Legends Finals. Now, we kind of were talking about the meta and the legends going into this game, and we did see it come back up. 5 players on the Earth, only 3 going for that Twisted Fate, Peter. Talk to me about the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I think we knew it was definitely a possibility coming into this one. I think ultimately to end up with the Demacia board, moving towards more of that kind of vertical space, I think speaks well of what we're going to be seeing for the rest of the game. But I know certainly on Dasic's side of things, being locked into Piltover from the beginning didn't necessarily work out.
It's a rough one for sure, right? Because we think it's Orc he lost to 3-1. We didn't get the full check on that, but because of how the power level is off that KL on his reroll down, sometimes it does grief a Piltover player, right? It's not like Dasic wasn't trying to kick around. And in an Immortal Bastion game, the Piltover player getting their streak grief that early on has massive implications on the cap in the lobby.
It has, and it was so sad to see. Just revisiting the highlights of that game here on the side. You said it already, Immortal Bastion, bringing everyone a little bit more HP, and we know that there are some players who are really comfortable with using that extra HP. Notably, Snubble didn't seem to be one of those, Wida. For those multicasters, he was streaking for what seemed like forever.
Yeah, that's because the comp has a pretty high floor as well. So if you just 2-star something like the Vel'Koz, start turn that into a carry before you find a TF, for example, as we saw this game around, you are just gonna go and kind of just play for the big tempo, which is kind of against the greedy line that we normally see from him, right? Because then he kind of started greeding towards the back end of the game, got baited into getting clumped by a J4 and lost.
Well, speaking of greedy, we see on our screen right now, we had our 3 players who are all trying to make the Pandora's bench work. As you mentioned, with the extra health in this lobby, it seems to make sense on paper. You can get exactly the perfect units you're looking for, but all 3 of them going out in the bottom 3, I think does send a message that even if you've got a lot of HP to play with, it's not necessarily a safe way to go.
It's not, and particularly for Ketsa, right? You kind of have to call it out. The fact that he was looking for this Azir, he sold off all of the 2-stars he had been holding on to for so long, not able to find this Azir 3 that he needed, not even able to find the Mordekaiser 2. It hurt me, that roll down.
To be honest, it was Lokogo, because he picked it.
Lokogo.
But that's again, as we're talking about the thing with not being locked into 2-1, right? Something we saw Ging talk about as well on various social media. It's the fact that you don't want to get locked in and can kind of put you in a bad position. Again, and also we saw it kind of with Ketzer as well, because he was on the rogues, right? And he was kind of in there trying to do the tempo thing, but as I alluded to on the cast as well, he was unable to find that significant free star, because Katarina is not the best free star in that composition. It's Kiana, it's Graves, it's Echo even normally.
Sorry, I'm laughing. That was our lovely stage manager just visiting us on the camera.
We love him so much. We want to see as much of him as possible. And then want to shout out as well, from Lucius' side of things, we're talking about the Earth and things, he had an absolutely crack setup there with the reroll setup, getting Vanquisher and Ionia Emblem as well. I'm also kind of surprised to see that only came in 3rd.
I mean, a lot of the things come down to itemization here, right? Because as we were kind of talking about backstage, after Wolves, he had double Rod open for no apparent reason, right? The Ionia Emblem there really helping out, because he was slamming, he slammed and even tried to play for tempo, right? To play with a set 1, and then he loses the streak. Then he finds set 2 on Crocs, which meant was he able to keep that streak up, that would have been perfect. Even then, still, top 4 placement, still very, very good for Lelouch, right? Good start to the day and good start to the tournament overall.
Yeah, I agree with that. Again, I think the Ionia Vanquishers we're going to see a whole lot more of, and having those extra emblems just so transformative. Now, as you were saying, a lot of AP items that don't really work the best in this composition, so unfortunately it didn't work out all the way there, but of course there were more lobbies going on, and we do want to check out the standings as soon as we can, because this game already ended with Og taking the title. Now, I know Trouble is going to be very happy about this one, but I do want to find out what has been going on in the other lobbies, and we will be seeing it in a little bit, but I know for a fact that Catalyst actually won one of them, and I was really excited to see that.
No, I mean, Catalyst, we didn't get a chance to talk about him too much coming into the show, but a very long-term TFT player who's had some very, very low lows in his TFT career, but he's kept plugging away. And like several of our players, this very well could be the event when we see some of these long-term players finally taking the spotlight.
Yeah, because again, Catalyst, it's not necessarily a name where you go yes, he's going to win every single lobby he's going to play in so far, right? And again, that's the nature of the format here coming in now, and with the seeding as well all throughout the day, this will be changing up. And again, I'm super excited to see a player like Catalyst, what you're talking about, is a name that I remember going all the way back. So I'm just super excited to see him come in here and have a great start to the day.
Yeah, I think he's a very similar storyline to Auk, who also obviously won on the on-stream lobby. Kind of those players that have been there for so long. Now seeing them pop up, it's truly so nice to see. It makes me really, really happy, and I hope we can get more of those moments, but we will be looking at that in a little bit. Before we go into game 2, we did see kind of a slice of everything into this one. Is that something we can expect going forward?
Yeah, and one thing I actually kind of want to point back to in this game actually was the use of the Quicksilver on the Kale coming through from Auk, because I think it's an item that a lot of people are currently sleeping on a little bit. It's an item that is super powerful right now because Jarvan, you know, he's kind of everywhere, and even then you have Talia knockoffs if that's not a job, and like there's so much small CC here, so like sure, like you don't get the full uncap with a double H plate, but you don't also get the interruption in the uptime for a lot of the carries that are coming through. So that's something we've got to keep in mind. I think we'll be seeing a lot more of.
And I think people are kind of sort of taking it as given now. It's just a tax you have on your board. You will be spending a couple of seconds not DPSing. So I think you're absolutely right. I think taking that choice, sacrificing maybe the long-term DPS for the short term can very well be the right move.
All right, we will be figuring out how everything else went afterwards because our casters are ready to take us straight into game 2. So here they are, Impetuous Panda, Trouble Inc., and Mortdog. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Makes. And how are we going to top what happened in game 1? That's the question I have as we go into this game 2.
Wait, a second Greek win?
Second Greek win, but there are, I think, no Greek players in this second lobby. We are changing lobbies for this next game. We'll see 8 new players today. We want to try and focus on seeing all the different players on stage, on broadcast, see their play style, see how they fare in these first 2 games, which can be the decider for how the momentum goes for the rest of this day 1 and 2.
And if I'm not wrong, there is a particular player that Mortdog gave as his winner. I think Voltarex is going to be in this particular lobby that we're seeing. Anything about him that catches your attention, Mort, as you put him as your winner?
Like I said, I've been a big fan of, watching the players who have been around the scene for a while, and he's been a player that has consistently been around set after set. We always see him do really well in these tournaments. I also had Solo Gasong as my dark horse.
Mine too.
He's somebody I met all the way back in set 2 and has been around for a long time as well. So kind of seeing both my picks here in this lobby up against double the set 3 champion. So this is a pretty high profile lobby for me.
We're just proving how much we value Mortdog. We're making sure to spoil you in this game 2. Double 61, Sologasang, and Volta, 3 historic names in EMEA, joined by players that are making a big splash in this set as well, like Stegzor from Sweden, like Zyko, who's a beast on ladder, trying to make it happen in tournaments as well, and Chinar, a player who has been around for so long, kind of second fiddle to Ging when it comes to Turkish representation, but he's so strong as a player, and so many players respect him so much in this tournament.
Also worth to mention that Stegzor won game 1, so he is coming in with that momentum of having that 1W behind his back, especially when he's playing in such a stacked lobby. I feel like being the underdog in everyone's eyes and winning, there's like absolutely no pressure behind it.
Uh-oh. Volta and Opal trying to be the villains of the story here, trying to vote for Shifting Sands. It's a very divisive portal. I'm not sure your opinion, Mortdog, on Shifting Sands and how it warps the game around these one-cost rerolls.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun
portal.
Oh,
Volta,
you did him goodness. Oh my goodness. So, yeah, like I said, it's definitely a fun portal, but in a competitive scene, it definitely wouldn't be the thing I vote for. Like you said, the variance is just so high here. So we'll have to see. And like you said, you can use it for these 1-cost rerolls. You can use it for those 3-star 4 costs. But again, you're at the mercy of it rolling every turn, and that can get really wild here. So we'll have to see how it goes.
I'll give the upside to that. In the previous lobby, we had 3 players choosing Pandora's Bench. They went bottom 3. Now we have 8. It's not possible to go bottom anymore because someone has to win with this thing.
Trouble, this is our second time casting, but we're so synced already. That's the exact point I was going to make if you didn't call for the word first. And that's the case here. It's going to be a wild ride. 1-cost rerolls means we might be seeing a chance for some players to go into some very fringe compositions like the Orianna reroll, maybe something like a Milio reroll, trying to find those uncontested 1-cost reroll lines to get those 3 stars very, very early.
I thought you literally said cringe. Maybe, sometimes.
Pretty interesting start here. Had the 2-star Samira could have played some more 1-cost. Choosing to hold the 2 Tarics of all things, I'm not sure I agree with this play. If it pays off early and you hit an early 2-star Taric, maybe. But like we said, you have to play around the fact that this portal is going to give people a lot of strength early. And if you just hold the 6 gold for a long time, this feels like a very risky play from this situation.
even in a normal lobby, I think that would definitely be the case with how much gold you're investing into a single unit that sometimes can't just do it all in stage 2. But even more so in this lobby where gold is worth so much more potentially with a shifting sands, being able to reroll and trying to hold these upgraded 1 cost to reroll into the one you want exactly. Immediate reroll on
It's going to be
Magic Wand there.
Archives, isn't it?
Shinshire's not on TF, so no multicaster angle for him. We'll see if he's going to stick to his Earth Legend pickup and go for the gold Ancient Archives for this game too.
He's thinking about it. Yeah, sometime.
One of the interesting things, by the way, is if you look at his trait reb, he made sure to have 6 traits in to get ready for that Ancient Archive, so he was definitely playing around that. Pops it early, does find the Sorcerer emblem, so I think very clearly we know where we're going here. We've got the Sorcerer line, has the Malzahar on the bench as well, the Orianna, so at least some interesting plays here, but we haven't seen Sorcerer be that necessarily S tier or even high A tier comp. It's a really difficult comp to pilot that requires a lot of things to go right now.
I agree, and especially since he's going to be pushed very early into the game with a lot of reroll happening due to the bench and due to the region that we've landed in. We might even see that Orianna that the desk was talking about come through. You've already got the Soraka for the heals. You're 1 off of Taric too as well, which that early into the game could be extremely important for how his comp pans out, but you need that Orianna to start snowballing through.
We did see the legends for these players on the right side just a few seconds ago. It will be 4 Twisted Fates, 3 Earths, and a singular Ezreal for Stazor. So Ezreal, he made it work in game 1. He won the lobby on one of the least picked legends in this tournament. We'll see if he can do it again. And as we're talking about this Sork board, as we're talking about Orianna potentially being the carry maybe in this comp, I think the biggest thing is you have to get this Orianna upgrade early, both this 2-star version in stage 2 and the 3-star in stage 3. Otherwise, you're going to be so far behind in tempo, and I think investing into a 1-cost reroll like Orianna might not pan out.
And he hasn't necessarily been very lucky so far. He's got the Cho'Gath pair right there, hasn't hit. He's got Malzahar, hasn't hit. We see on the side of double 61, he is possibly going to be going towards that multicaster line. We do have the Vel'Koz. He does have the Pandora's items as well as bench right now from the region. Another Cho'Gath from the other side with a Demacian crest on him.
Yeah, I think the Demacia crest gives a lot of options here. I do want to call out, as much as we joke about the Orianna, realistically, I do not think anybody should be playing Orianna in this tournament.
You heard it here first.
If you happen to get a free anonymized 3-star Orianna, great, fine. But do not put items on that Orianna in this competition. It is just way too risky. Any versions that succeed usually involve a 3-star Swain, which is really just a 3-star Swain comp, not a Sorcerer comp. But yeah, it's right now everyone rolling for these bruisers that we talked about. Bruisers are such a good front line, and so as you don't hit these bruisers, you're kind of at the mercy of the bench here. So a lot of people just really hoping that bench gives them what they need.
Okay, I heard all I needed to hear. Orianna's a paid actor. So for anyone out there who's looking to climb, who likes reroll, step away from that Orianna.
We're going to see for Double if he decides to stay on that Bruiser board or wants to switch to that Galio and TF and just play multicasters. We've seen Chinar was already on multicasters. Double is trying to angle both the Bruiser line and the multicaster line with Vel'Koz as a carry. We're seeing the same for Volt on that last fight between Double and Volta, that French standoff. So already quite a few players trying to angle towards Vel'Koz as the main carry in their comp.
It's very interesting because you have double bench right here. From one side, you can roll all your multicasters from Pandora's bench through the portal that they chose, and on the other hand side, you do have the items that are curated from the augment of TF. So you've got win-win scenario. Now, something that we talked about a little over in game 1 is the fact that it becomes a little bit difficult to win when there is too much contest on the multicaster line.
Yeah, I agree. Multicaster, we saw, even when it was fully capped last game with the 3-star Vel'Koz and things like that, it still lost. It requires a lot to go right, and a lot of its strength right now is in its tempo. It's very strong in stage 3 in particular, if you can get that 4 multicaster early with something like a TF2 or a Vel'Koz 2, but it actually doesn't have as big a cap as some of the other options, so you really have to hit it early. And in a portal like this, where everything has to get capped right, you really need a lot of things to go right. There's, as I say, that almost looked like the 3-star Cassiopeia for a second.
And one player that you're mentioning, Mortog, with playing multicast for Tempo that has been terrorizing Scrim lobbies throughout this week in EMEA is Double61. He's a player that I've heard rumors that he's just going fast 8, fast 9 with what look like the weakest boards, which is a Poppy 2 and a Vel'Koz 2, but somehow he makes it work. So we'll see if he tries to go down that same game plan in this game too.
I love that Stakes also listened to Mortog. He was like, okay, I'm going to take that Orianna off of my board. He's going for that Cassiopeia. We've heard that a Cassiopeia 2 is more than strong enough to carry you to potentially that level 8 where you're rolling down for your 4 costs and your legendaries. He has a pretty healthy board right now, 2 only off of that Renekton. He also has a 2-star Poppy re-rolling on that Pandora's bench from the portal that they're in. So he's in a pretty good shape, has that AP onto the Cassiopeia as well, has that HP region with the Soraka. So the board looks very, very healthy for Stigzer so far.
Yeah, I agree. The Cassiopeia doing a lot of work here. We have that 2 Bruiser frontline, both upgraded. Getting close to this Renekton 3, which Renekton 3 can do a lot of work in Stage 3 and Stage 4. It does fall off later, but again, if you're getting it for free from this Pandora's bench, then that's going to be pretty nice here. And we can see some re-rolling going here for a multicaster comp as well. So again, a lot of people making it very clear their directions. But this is why this portal can be so wild. It's just, again, you're really praying for these things to come at you.
And one thing, of course, to point out when it comes to having that portal, you will notice that a lot of these people that are in this lobby, a lot of our players, are stuck on about the 10 gold mark economy. Of course, you have to sacrifice here your economy to try and roll a better unit or try to roll for your reroll composition right here, which means that we will not be seeing too high, fast leveling from a lot of these players. On the other hand, Solo Gesang has even gone for the full reroll composition through his augment as well.
We don't see any items on the kill just yet, so could be trying to make it a Quinn reroll comp instead, trying to push level 7 quickly, have Quinn and Mordekaiser be the stars of the show and not play it like Og did in that game 1. We'll see what he decides. Of course, with Shifting Sands, there is the value of trying to get kill reroll, or the kill 3-star anyway, even if you don't itemize her, so we'll see how he ends up deciding his game plan in this Stage 3.
Yeah, it's always tricky to full loss streak in this portal because, again, if anybody gets their Pandora's bench to go the right way, it's going to cause, you know, some really big power spikes. And so trying to loss streak all the way down to 65 health here, just so risky, unfortunately. And again, these Bruiser Shurima front lines just so popular right now.
One off of Renekton for Stigzor has a chance to maybe roll this Orianna, this Poppy, into some more Cassiopeias as well to have both the front line and the back line upgraded and ready to fight all this Stage 3 and get some wins.
Let's see what he gets dropped here as well. He's on the 20 gold economy, the +2 from the interest. He's going to get another punch right there for that TG. He's going to be selling these units. He needs 2 more gold. I don't know if he's going to be selling here the Rek'Sai, but more gold coming through, which means he's going to make it past that 3 interest in his economy.
Yeah, it's interesting. Looking at these items, got a lot of gloves here, but not really something he was looking for. Really wanted that armor to give something to the Cho'Gath here, or something to go with the glove. Some blue buff for Cassiopeia. So the item situation definitely not ideal here for what you want for this comp. And again, we still haven't seen the Pandora's hit, so I wonder if we're going to see much roll down here. Do we try to lock in at least the Renekton 3 here?
There it is.
So finds that. And I feel like now you level up and just play around this for now and let the Pandora's bench do the work until you hit the late game. But we'll have to see if that ends up being the play here.
Do we see a TG on Renekton? It's going to have a surprise upgrade to a 3-star. You could get a lot of value from this TG on this unit for all of this Stage 3 if you're trying to win streak. It looks like for now, deciding not to. Doesn't have, of course, Pandora's items. Maybe going to wait to the net for the next augment, decide if he has any way to make these TGs into something else, or these gloves rather, and then maybe commit to the TG onto the Renekton.
Yeah, I think that's the right play for sure. Wait and see what the augment is, right? It is possible you even get your own Pandora's bench, or you find something else that can go really well, some extra components, and then make that decision. So I think waiting to 3-2 here, knowing he was strong enough with that Renekton 3 spike is definitely the right play here. Interesting enough here, look at this bench, by the way. We already have 3-4 costs that we're re-rolling here on 3-1. That is a great spot to be in. Go to 6 and find those, so pretty cool to see.
Wow, and all 3 of these augments are extremely insane, especially when they give you so much combat value. Of course, talking about both that were rerolled, so I'll just wait and see what's picked.
He has Demacia Emblem. He's trying to hit the Jarvan, the Fiora early on to really get that vertical Demacia, which is so strong in stage 3 with all the resistances, and trying to get shoplifting to get even more gold, even more economy to reach those huge breakpoints. Maybe can find a second Demacia Emblem and try and play for 9 Demacia as a win condition, which is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, vertical chase trait in the game right now.
Ooh, Signar continuing the repetition right there. Clicking one of the most overpowered organs when it comes to playing these multicaster lines. Does have the 2 items onto the Vel'Koz. Unluckily for now, he does have a 2-star Echo, a 2-star, 3-star reroll on the bench, as well as a 1-star Jace, potentially trying to get these multicasters early on in his comp.
Yeah, I think the big thing to call out here is he's at 0 gold, right? Like, he spent it all trying to get this board online. And we talk about tempo. Even if he wins this round, that's fine for now, but you are going to have a long way back to claw back on that economy. And, you know, if you don't get that Vel'Koz 2 anytime soon, you don't find that Sona. So yeah, level 6, 0 gold and losing a fight here, this is not what you want to see. This is a very scary situation to be here. And if we don't see some of these pairs hit, this could be a really bad bleed out. At least finds the Vel'Koz here, so that's going to help. But still no Sona, you know, so right now just doesn't feel that strong in this position.
Yeah, the Echo 2 was sold as well to try and make that economy to pick up some other units that were useful to Signar's comp. Luckily, he does it, as we mentioned, that Vel'Koz right here. But 7 gold is going to have to sell potentially something from his Pandora's bench, either the 3 cost or the 4 cost. Here for Solo Gazang, we see another Demacia line, I think the 3rd one that we're seeing so far in this particular lobby. And he does have almost a 3-star Irelia on his Pandora's bench re-rolling.
Irelia getting the wrong signals. You don't have to, you don't fit in this comp, Irelia, sorry. We're gonna roll you into something else. Shift you out and hopefully find some kills. 3 off now. Has hit the Poppy 3 at the very least.
Irelia's getting the full Tinder experience.
Swipe out of the way.
Did want to call out on the other side there, we just saw a Shen 2 on the other board here, so there's already a 2-star 4 cost on the board at 3-3, so that's pretty powerful. Still ends up losing the fight up against this Kale comp. Solo Gazang trying to claw his way back here. 20 gold, level 5. So again, just feels like the Pandora's bench has caused everyone's economy to be in shambles right now.
Sejuani could be a big upgrade for anyone trying to go into the Nyla line, anyone trying to just get some beefy front line, or some extra rolls into different 4 costs. Going to be so much more valuable in the stage 3 carousels. An early way to access these 4 costs and roll them into exactly what you need for your comp to come online.
There are a bunch of Demacia comps as well, so getting these Rage Blades in for your Kayle as well could be extremely important. A lot of really strong items in general towards the latter part of the carousel. The Needless Lads rods, the bows as well are super important for a lot of these lines. And we are back onto Shinshire board. He was win streaking through stage 2.
Kill 3 was found for Solo. That's huge.
And he did actually swap back to Sorcerers.
Yeah, this was an interesting spot because, again, we saw that early Taric investment here. And the Taric items are okay. But again, if we look at our carry right now, our carry is a static Shiv Orianna. Pretty rough situation. You do have 6 Sorcerer, so if you're able to get a kill on anything, those shocks are going to do a lot of damage. But right now, just not really a strong carry here. And so again, a fight like this, where you're up against this Vel'Koz, I worry if you can't get any kills, you're not going to snowball here, because Sorcerer really needs those kills. Is managing to find them here. The Vel'Koz can't quite get through. And I think we talked about this last game, where Vel'Koz, people have been moving away from the blue buff and more to full damage items. And so the fact that we have a blue buff here, Opale might just be a little bit behind the meta right now.
Yeah, Snubble is a fiend when it comes to stats and really getting ahead of all the different trends in TFT at the very highest level. Some players in EMEA may be still going for that blue buff as a preferred option. Maybe they've prepped going down that line with people still having these mana items for Vel'Koz and have had success with it. One thing to mention about multicasters, despite some players like Chinar, like Zyko, like Opal going fully into this line, they're also kind of auto-balanced by some players like Volta just holding Vel'Koz as a damage carry in stage 3 and 4, taking some of these units out of the pool as well and making it harder for these already 3-way contested players to hit.
Absolutely, and this is where we said that it's difficult when you're going in with a Twisted Fate and you're setting your mind to only playing this multicaster line. Yes, it's very possible that they're all going to hit their 2-star units, but do you get that sweet W? Because right now, Stegzor is sitting at the top of the lobby, 82 HP, the highest, and he's already won the previous one, so he's in a very, very comfortable position.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot to look at, by the way. We have the 2 duplicators, so if we can get that Galio 3, maybe that TF 3, that can be good. But again, the story so far has been that, TF has not really been how you cap out this board. Finds, one more TF here, finds a Swain. Just so at the mercy of this portal. And I feel like right now, a lot of people are just not very comfortable playing on this portal. Finds another Galio here, which is pretty big. Is going to roll the Swains here, and I want to see where these duplicators get used, right? Are we going to hit that TF3 early? Are we going to see the Galio early? Because Galio 3 in particular really is the backbone of this comp. As long as he stays alive, you can pump out that damage. But, again, TF we just haven't seen be the cap to this board.
Holding onto the bow for the Shiv. Doesn't find a tier, unfortunately, with the Pandora's items rolls for this 4-1 fight that's coming up. We saw Stegzor hit that Cho'Gath 3 that has enabled him to level up to 6, start pushing for tempo, trying to find all the different bruisers for his board. And Solo is now level 7. He's hit his Poppy 3, he's hit his Kale 3 as well. He's trying to now equally tempo up in levels and find, hopefully, to get to that level 9 that Kale really wants, like we saw in the game 1.
It's actually absolutely crazy what this particular region, this particular portal has done to the economy for a lot of these players, because you see Solo is level 7, sure, but he's rolled it all the way down to 0. In 4-1, you usually have players that are trying to reach level 8, or in 4-2, they actually go level 8 and then start rolling down. But in this particular lobby, because so much economy has been invested into finding these units, into making your board strong from the get-go, we see that we're a little bit behind on the leveling side. For Solo Gesang, though, having these 3-star units, as you mentioned, the Poppy and the Kale, this can carry him through to that level 9 potentially.
Yeah, I totally agree. The fact that even he bought a Heimerdinger and put it on his board with 0 gold, we've talked about this before, right? All it's going to do is take up a shop slot. You're not really going to be able to afford that. Hopefully the augment can give him some of that economy back. I wonder if we just see a final grab bag just for the 12 gold alone. But at least has the Kale 3 and the Poppy 3, which should allow him to get through stage 4. It's just that Poppy's not going to hold up in the late game against things like a Mordekaiser 2, Nyla, things like that.
Heimer and Kale sitting on a tree, Kissing, long distance pulse right here for the Kale, of course, making it even stronger, right? And of course, Poppy does have AP ratios in her kit as well, so she does benefit from all the goodies that Kale has to give to that frontline as well. I feel like Solo Gesang is in a pretty good line to actually try and contest and win this game. Saying that though, I think Zyko also hit a 3-star from what I saw. It was the Galio, no?
Hit the Galio 3, we'll see if he wants to push levels and just try, as Mort said, focus on just that front line being upgraded and now pump up levels knowing he's so contested. We see a Shen 2 and a Kaisa 2 being rolled on Volta's board. If there's any player in EMEA that knows how to cap out his board and really push for those wins, it is Volta. He's been around for so long. He's done it so many times in so many tournaments. I wouldn't be surprised for him to find a way to win this lobby with a huge upgrade in this stage 4.
Yeah, that's a lot of power here. And again, we went through this last game, right? We saw the floor, we saw nobody hit. This game, will it be the opposite? Will we see, those become Mordekaiser, and will we see that get really strong? Interesting augment choice here, by the way, this Titanic Strength here, which can, if you can get the Rek'Sai 3 with some items, can be really insane. But without that Rek'Sai, isn't that insane? And so I think right now, rolling for the Sejuani, if we can find a Sejuani here that'll allow us to hit the 6 Bruiser, it's going to put Void in for now. But overall, really interesting choice. This board could cap out pretty high.
One of the biggest trait spikes in stage 4, having that 6 Bruiser online, just barely not able to find it, but has those rolls from Shifting Sands to help him out potentially. Chinar versus Zyko, both on multicasters. Jarvan 2 upgraded. You see Galio is so contested, you pivot instead into the Radiant item being held by the Jarvan instead. Radiant Warmogs is the better item for this stage 4 and stage 5, and we're going to see why. So many casts coming through off of this Jarvan. 2 and almost a third coming out. A third does come out in the end, and it's just Galio 3 left alive. I don't think he can do it alone.
Yeah, I think Sinar is the guy who tells you not to worry about, because you have the TF2 with items, but he has the Vel'Koz 2 with items. And the most important part is not the Galio. No one cares about the Galio that's 3-star, because that Vel'Koz snipes behind that front line. That's what's so important at having that Vel'Koz over the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate got stuck in the front line, while Vel'Koz got that access into the backline and eliminated any threats.
One of the things I love, by the way, so far is that everyone has their cams on. And so you can see here, like Zyko really looking a bit disparaged there. Unfortunately losing that fight despite hitting his Galio 3, knowing he's still 3 TFs away, that's a really rough situation to be in. And you can kind of see that everyone's, how they're feeling about this game, and it's really cool to see.
Not just that, but Zyko went 8th in game 1, so he really needs to find a way to bounce back in this game 2. More than from points, because there are still so many games left in day 2 as well. It's more of a mental bounce back, not quite able to do it just yet. Has to fight through these next few fights and hopefully survives to see stage 5 at least.
They did find the TF3 here, though.
That's huge.
So we just talked about they were 3 off, was able to get the Pandora's bench going his way. And so now at least we have a solid board here. But like we've been talking about, this is the board that feels like it was meta about a week ago, and people have figured out how to build better boards than this one. So I wonder how long this will last, right? Can we at least squeeze out a top 4 with the Galio 3 or the TF3? Or are matchups like this, where you're up against that Cho'Gath, just not going to be enough damage?
He allows the Rek'Sai to warp back in. Cho'Gath thankfully walked towards the middle instead. Could have been just absolute doom if the Cho'Gath walked right up to the TF. For now, that will be the multi-catcher surviving. The Rek'Sai was taken down very quickly, and it will be a fight win for Zykos, who, again, is trying to fight for his life at only 17 HP.
Yeah, there is so much HP on these bruisers, but luckily for the side of Zyko, he does not need that Giant Slayer to try and burst through these HP bars, at least at this stage. Again, we mentioned it, it's not a 6 bruiser frontline, which would make them much beefier, and he doesn't have that Rek'Sai with items to try and dip through that frontline and sort of execute them. Now, oh my god, that is 2 Mordekaisers for Volta off of a 3-star Mordekaiser with full items and a Demacia crest.
Yeah, if he can find, again, we're talking about the mercy of Pandora's bench here, but if 1 or 2 more of these roll right, we could have a Mordekaiser 3 as early as 5-1, which would be pretty unstoppable at that point and would seal the deal for probably a first place. So pretty cool to see, and has plenty of 4 cost to roll here. So, I believe he was one of the people who also voted for this portal. So definitely playing around that win condition, trying to come back from his 7th place last game.
He wasn't just the person who voted for, he was the one that it landed on as well. So he was that one guy that was sitting on the portal. And so far, he seems to be doing pretty well. Even if the bench doesn't go his way, he still has a 30, 40, 50 gold potentially after the PvE in his bank. He can try and roll it down. He can try and go level 8 first and then roll down. So he does have a little bit of HP to burn through before he absolutely has to roll it down to find that Mordekaiser 3 potential victory.
And crazy the level of competition in this game too. The HP totals are so close. There isn't a single player that is jumping way ahead of the pack in that 1st or 2nd place. It's only really Zyko and Sinar who are getting close to being on 1 life as we move into stage 5. The rest of the players are all in that 30 to 50 HP bracket. So really anything can happen if these players don't hit the right upgrades off of their shifting sands as we move along through the next few fights.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting to see. Finds a Zaya here, so that's going to be another 2-star. Nothing crazy here. It's going to level up. The thing is, though, now we're at the point where every loss can be, 15 all the way up to 20 damage. So even though we're looking solid with 35 health, like you said, it's so close. This might only be 1 or 2 more fights you're alive for. So a lot of pressure right now in these next few fights.
And he had 2 options right there, either to go for the Armor Shred or go for the Giant Slayer. But because there are so many bruisers in this particular lobby and so many high HP bars, such as this Jarvan with a double Warmox and one of them being Radiant, having that Giant Slayer in your backline could be completely instrumental to winning these key fights.
Up against Stygzor here, no Giant Slayer to be seen on any of these multicasters. Will there be enough damage to take down this Cho'Gath 3? Will there be enough damage to take down any of these bruisers? We're seeing Renekton's already onto the backline. Cho'Gath is as well. The feast is coming through. The stacks are stacking. And Chinar takes a huge loss. Not quite big enough to take him out just yet. But 2 HP and a dream is all the Turkish player can ask for.
No economy as well. Just 7 gold. What do you even roll for at this point? You're nowhere near Vel'Koz 3. You're nowhere near Sona 2. You don't even have a pair. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is a pretty rough situation here. This feels like desperation rolling, kind of accepting your fate here. You're just not strong enough here with a Vel'Koz 2, Sona 1. We see the much stronger version of the board here with Zyko. So, yeah, just a really bad situation here. And unfortunately, this might be an 8th place.
Did Volta hit?
He's at 19 HP. I hope he has, or else he might be going down. He hasn't yet. We saw this already from Lekoko. He was so close to hitting, got eliminated in the end in that bottom 4 position, and Volta might be on that same path as his French compatriot in that game 1. We'll see if Chinar can stay alive as well. The Turkish player is doing his best, but Jarvan is all up in these multicasters' business. One more Cataclysm barely doesn't come through. Mordekaiser onto the backline. Vel'Koz taken down. Chinar taken down. And that's 8th place already decided for this game 2.
Absolutely. And if you look at the rest of the lobby, Zyko, who is the 2nd lowest HP in the lobby, he's currently win streaking.
Volta?
So he's not necessarily an easy target. The roll is not going to go his way. But also notice something else on his bench. Double Fiora. This is the ultimate greed right here. Trying not only to go for the Mordekaiser 3, but also the Fiora 3. Rats are falling onto his board, pinging that Mordekaiser and the Fiora. Hold the Mordekaiser and the Fioras on the bench, or Volta will be super close to just pretty much freely winning this lobby with 2 3-star 4-cross.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this is the kind of position where he might be the weakest player in the lobby. His board does not seem that strong here, and so he might only have one more roll to try to hit these. And so we're going to see how he does against this Bruiser board. Mordekaiser can do pretty well as long as he doesn't start on the Cho'Gath. So the positioning is decent here to at least get some kills and not take full damage. But you can see the Cho'Gath now on the Mordekaiser here. Gets through the Renekton. That's going to be big, but not quite enough here. Going to take some damage, and I think that's going to put him down to 1 life, unfortunately.
One more kill on the Rek'Sai, thankfully. And as you mentioned, Mort, now it's going to be a 2-sided game plan here after this refresh happens. You either hit right now after the carousel, or you sell all these 4 guys and try and hit naturally. No Mordekaiser on the carousel as well to try and help him and get 1 unit closer to hitting that 3-star.
There is, however, a Slayer spot that could potentially be useful if you want to slam another Slayer in, get the Mordekaiser to be a little bit stronger.
Solo gets Demacia.
Ooh. Yeah, Solo also took a big loss there. He was at 34 and dropped all the way to 16. So again, we're just seeing a really close lobby here. 31-7 for first through 7.
My goodness.
Any of these fights can swing anything. So this is going to be a pretty wild.
Here it goes.
No, time to sell, time to roll. Volta, you have to find this upgrade now. You're at 7 HP. You have to find it naturally. And there's probably a few different players that are trying to hold both Fioras and Morta to deny this from happening and guarantee Volta, one of their opponents, goes 7th.
You have to sell your bench right now. You're on your last HP. You have to sell that 2-star Kai'Sa, that 2-star Nila. Even that 2-star Fiora has to be gone. You have really strong players in your pool right now, so you cannot afford to just lose and go out like this.
He's facing Solo Gasang, who just hit Demacia Emblem, who has the Alawi now as well. It's going to be Demacia versus Demacia, and this guy with Morte as the star of the show. Kale, the star for Solo's board. Jarvan has been taken down. His Cataclysm was huge, but was it big enough? I don't think it's the case. Poppy is still so healthy, and it's just the backline left for Volta. Mordekaiser going to be taken down. It's only Quinn left alive. And that's the end of the road for Volta in this game 2. He was 7th in game 1. He's 7th in game 2. He has a huge hill to climb for the rest of this day 1.
And you could see the desperation in his face, holding his head. Wishes he would have rolled for the Mordekaiser or the Fiora. Solo Gazan was ratting one of the Mordekaiser as well, of course, having one on the bench. You do not want to let all that hard work that went through the early game to just be completely erased by 3-star 4-costs winning the lobby. So good job right there from Solo to hold that Mordekaiser. And I think for Volta, he just wishes he had 10 more seconds just to roll down everything that was on his bench to hit that 3-star.
Yeah, on the other side of the spectrum, by the way, Zyko has been win streaking ever since he hit that TF3, so it definitely made a big difference here. Goes up against that now in this fight here, and so we see multicaster versus multicaster, but 3-star Galio and 3-star TF just seem like they're going to be so much stronger. Vel'Koz is on the TF here, but the Gunblade heals back up, and that is going to do it for Opale. And sure enough, it turns out 3-stars are better than 2-stars.
So many units coming back into the pool. Stags are taken down as well, despite a very strong start in stages 3 and 4. And stage 5, he's finally taken down in the bottom 4 position. 4 players remaining. Zyko has come back swinging. He was 8th in game 1. He had to have a comeback. He was 8th place in the HP standings all of stage 4, but he stabilized off of those multicasters upgrades to 3-star.
Also, Shinshire right here. is having a fantastic game with something that's not necessarily expected, especially when you're going for a vertical line. The Sorcerer crest is the one that you see almost the least out of most crests, but not only he has one, he's got two from his third augment as well, his third golden augment. He's got that Ari onto the bench, so getting some pretty good items right here. Even a TG through the vault, you can put in that Ari over that Orianna, get a little bit more damaging.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation because you look at those items on Silco, and those would be very good items if you could get them on this Ari. So if Pandora's Bench could give you an RE2, that would be a massive upgrade. 8 Sorcerer RE2 can definitely be one of those high rolls we talked about. But right now it feels like everyone's playing the I want to avoid the Zyko matchup. And if you look for Shinshire here, thankfully Zyko not in his pool here, so hopefully around he can win as he tries to hit this RE2.
So Lucas saying up against Shinshire, up against the 8 Sword Core, which has a ton of burst potential, but can it deal with all the resistance that Demacia brings to the table? The Kayle has still been untouched on that top left corner, and she's still taking down the Taric, but Taric is coming in, the Sunfire damage coming through as well, and the backline has been deleted, as has Solo, taken down in 4th place. Zyko taken down a notch as well, down to 4 HP, double on 9, and Shinshire now leading the lobby with 10 HP and the chance to maybe find this RE2.
Ooh, you're only down now. You're level 8, you've got 4% chances, you have 2, 3 legendaries rolling on your bench, you have already the pair. You need to roll it down because you're literally on your last HP. Here, you even sell the legendaries that are sitting on your Pandora's bench in hopes that you do find that 2-star Ari that you're looking for.
Yeah, this is going to be close here. The Silco is pumping out a lot of damage. Unfortunately, we know we're up against Zyko here. It's a multicaster matchup. And so you just need that front line to survive. And I think the challenge here is going to be getting through this Galio. The Galio is just not going to be able to get through here.
Good spacing on the backline carries as well, making sure Jarvan cannot stun everything with his Cataclysm, but Jarvan already taken down. Only one cast comes through. Galio is the last line of defense for these multicasters. He's been taken down as well. Can the multicaster burst do it? It's going to be a close fight here with Malzahar and Silco trying to do it, but it's too much burst damage. Shinshire taken down. Casey double taken down, and Zyko from 8th to 1st. He stood his ground with his multicaster combo, and he's able to win this game too.
Absolutely fantastic turn of events right here, because you were not the only one rolling for these multicasters, but it feels like what Mort said, a 3-star better than any 2-star. He was able to hit that 2-star Twisted Fate super early on, and he snowballed through, I think, the entire stage 3 with it.
Yeah, it was definitely close at the end there. We saw him go from 17 to 4 health, so there was one bit of a worry, but I think the matchups went in his favor, and we saw even that final fight with the Sorcerer was really close. If one Malzahar had cast just a little bit different, had got a different chain, it could have gone either way, and so definitely saw some really close fights there. But yeah, that 3-star TF with the Gunblade just carried him to that 1st place.
And Zyko got an 8th place in that game 1. He needed a comeback in this game 2. He got it, so the French player is back in business for the rest of this day 1. We're going to go to a very quick break. We'll have the analyst stats breaking down all of the action that unfolded in this game 2. And then we'll have a caster switch and a whole different set of just crazy things happening in the rest of this day 1. So stay tuned.
Oh, look, we see another Demacia line, I think the third one that we're seeing so far in this particular lobby, and he does have 3-star Aurelia on his Pandora's bench rolling.
So contested, you pivot instead into the Radiant item being held by the Jarvan and backline left for Volta. Mordecai's going to be taken down. It's only Quinn left alive, and that's the end of the road for Volta in this game 2. First, he stood his ground with his multicaster combo, and he's able to win this game.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and we've been doing some thinking about some shifty sands, Wida. Now, this is not a region we see a whole lot of, and we were, well, not necessarily surprised, but maybe a little bit sad to see this one. Talk to me about it. We did see the impact of it in this game.
Yeah, we did. I mean, as Modox talked about, it's very high variance, right? And also, I will say something, right? It serves Opal and Volta right for going 6 and 7 for voting in this poll. We had two perfectly good options elsewhere. I'm just going to say it.
Comic retribution.
That's no slight to them at all, right? But that's just kind of the variety coming through on the poll.
It absolutely is. And with the shifting sands and Volta being somebody that wanted to go there, he did pick up the shoplifting as well. But it didn't work out for him, at least.
Because on paper, right, shoplifting makes a lot of sense. You want to hold higher costs from your shops without having to sacrifice your econ and reroll them on your bench. So the synergy is kind of there, but he just kind of was a little bit too greedy there. I was trying to roll for 2 3-star forecasts at the same time. Couldn't really make a decision on which one he wanted to go for. And then, like, was set on 20 gold. So, you know what? There was a lot of matchups I win. He hit one of them, he didn't win. And then, well, he lost and was out of the game.
I think a lot of it has to come down to the context we were seeing that game in. You know, Volta came into that game with a 7th place already. He set himself up really well to have the possibility of just a win button. Hit the Mordekaiser 3, you were done immediately. So he decided not to roll down when he could have just sold off for the rest of his board to do it. I think it was the right choice because he was either going first or he was going 7th. Unfortunately, it was the latter.
You could really see it in his face when he lost to that board thinking, oh, I thought I was stronger than that. I thought I was able to hold on to these 4 costs, and that's just the nature of the thing. However, with the format that we're running, just a quick reminder, we will be having 12 games in total, 6 today, 6 tomorrow, before there will be any cutoffs. So having 2 rather bad games at the start is not the end of the world, so long as you can keep your mental, right?
Yeah, I mean, one thing to watch out for as well, and we keep an eye on where Volta ends up, is with a snake seeding for this. It means that going forward from this point in the tournament, you know, if you do poorly in your first couple of games, you'll be going up against players who've done really well. So it's a, you know, as much as it's normally a high mountain to climb, it's going to be an even higher mountain to climb here in the EMEA Finals.
Yeah, and like, again, speaking of big mountains to climb, Cho'Gath, I mean, he's a pretty
large lad,
above average boy. But again, as we kind of talking about, kind of hit way too late. And then I think the biggest thing you've got to keep in mind, you have a sword player, you have multicasters, all these things. No decal.
Yeah.
Right, it was really limited the opportunities there, and some unfortunate fight situations also, like with the way that the Cho'Gath decided to wrap, didn't go to the back line, and one of the fights was stuck on a Shen 2, for example, right? So a lot of big things there, but we kind of got to see the power level of the comp, even when it wasn't fully capped out.
We did, and we are going to see something else because our standings are ready, and we're so eager to check them out. Now, I just said it, there is going to be more games, so being at the bottom right now is not the end of the world. Shout out to Zaza for going last and then first. That's a turnaround. I'm seeing that one. I'm happy. But, of course, the interesting stuff is who is at the very top, and Ox seems to have the trouble buff going here.
And this is like what we saw from August, well, like last set, right? Came in, had one of his days was very strong. Day 1 very strong from him. Day 2 not so much. Ended up not making the cut. Right? He has the experience now, and it seems like he's taking some of that, applying it into the day, and kind of knowing that like he knows he can do this. He has the confidence. He can play in these fields and do well. And if he keeps this up, well, he's locked in for final lobby pretty much by the end of the day already.
And one of the players, of course, just below their gym rate with a first and a second. We talked about players coming in today, and you know, this is their moment to come forward and really take the limelight for themselves. That's an incredible performance from a player who's put so much of his time into helping other people get better to show that he's got what it takes as well.
It absolutely does, and I couldn't be happier with my dark horse pick in our predictions. But with that, we do have a break already. After that, Game 3 is going to commence, so don't go anywhere. We're back here this time around, though. We're at the caster desk, and of course, we are still being joined by the one and only Mortdog. Now, hi, first of all. So happy to have you here.
Yeah, it's been fun so far. It's cool to be here. Wish I could be there in person, but, you know, still work to be done on things like the next set. But just getting to be a participant in this has been pretty fun so far.
Awesome. I'm so happy to have you here, right? Again, unique insight into the game as always, so always super excited to have you around here. And again, pretty unique lobby as well coming through here when we start looking at the players that are on the screen.
We do. It is going to come on our screen in just a second. We're getting ahead of ourselves, but we do have a lobby, and it is going to be lobby that Og is in, notably the person that has won 2 games back-to-back with the first place. That's definitely a great start to your day.
Absolutely, right. As we're talking about here, Og is a ladder grinder. He always has been, all the way back when ladder was the only qualification measure for our tournaments. Og was in there really doing his best, right? And I think this is someone that we got to keep an eye out for here. Someone that, like, a lot of old school players will tell you they had a lot of respect for as a player. Almost had that like breakout performance last set. Now he's back with a vengeance, but here is the lobby makes.
It is here, and Mort, you've been casting Game 1 and Game 2 already. We kind of checked in with you top of the day on the meta, you know, some players are always very opinionated about it, but how are you feeling about seeing those games thus far? Anything that stuck out to you?
I think nothing too surprising so far. I would say this meta has been what a lot of people expected, right? Multicasters have definitely done well, but because they are often double or triple contested, there's a lot of other lines that can do well. You know, we've seen Demacia be something that's played around as well. People trying to hope for that 9 Demacia, playing around that Kale. It seems like, if anything, Noxus has been struggling a little bit, at least in the 2 games we've watched so far. I haven't seen the rest of the lobbies, but Noxus, I think, is something that has generally done better, but today not so much.
I think also with Nox, right, I feel like all of like the DSC and Friends comps have kind of taken like those type of openers, just moved into that line instead because of like the item flexibility between Mordekaiser and Asir, with them both really wanting that Nash's Soup. I think one of the more successful item adaptations from the Caesar portal. Even though I still miss Caesar, okay? Like slamming a tempo Caesar, slamming a tempo Shroud always feels so good, but that's why we have the augments now, right? More doctors, we can just like pick up the good old-fashioned Zephyrs from that and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, being able to slam something like a Nashor's early definitely gives some value, and so it ends up in a situation where your endgame carries feel a lot more itemized more often. And so you can see that. So a lot of the good comps right now are playing around 2 or 3 carries, and so that's the thing. Like, if you have just a Mordekaiser or just a Neela, it's usually not enough. You need one more, and we saw things like that Ionia comp do pretty well with that.
And I think for me as well, like when you're talking about the multiple carry compositions, like I'm thinking like a lot of the vibes I'm getting from some of the compositions, and also due to the set mechanic, right? Like Irelia Kill dual carry setups coming back from Galaxies, for example, is something like, well, I feel like a lot of these comps are kind of there, right? Because you're looking at the double 4-star, the double 4-cost carry, something we don't see a whole lot of in previous sets really making a return.
Yeah, in particular right now, I think one of the things that's hurting that is like the Challenger line has kind of fallen out of favor. Yeah. So you don't really see a ton of Kaisas. Fiora really only existing in the Demacia comp. There she can be a good secondary carry, but a lot of those like 4-cost lines, Silco in particular, requires a really specific setup to do well. So the 4-cost struggling a little bit right now.
Yeah, we have, and good choices.
So the big thing to call out here is if it had been Godwillow's Grove, I think thankfully for the non-Earth players it wasn't, but Godwillow's Grove in particular really would have helped the Earth players. It would have allowed them to do things like hit 9 Demacia at level 8. So because it's not that, though, I think the TF players are a little happier here. We get Glask Industries, which is a pretty standard style game. So
yeah, like the few Ezreal players that are in like the entire tournament would have loved something like this, but I don't think any of them are in this lobby in particular here. But Solgasang, well, I mean, just picks a TF up from the opening orb here. That's always kind of the direction, right? The thing is, though, he is not on that TF. He is an Earth player, which means that he won't have access to those Pandora's items, most likely.
Yeah, we will be looking at what he picks up. Like you're saying, not a TF. But of course, there is augments that are coming through, and there could always be a little surprise as well. For now, it's going to be good to have that Twisted Fate on board. I do kind of want to check in with you guys, because in an off-stream lobby, the Nico Bastion comp won. And I really, really like that comp, and I'm wondering where you see it at the moment.
So I think that's the kind of comp that if everything goes right, can do really well. If you hit the Nico, or another big thing can be which Ishtal portal is it, right? Like, is it Ice, for example, that does really well there? But if you're up against something like a capped multicaster board, that's one of the few comps that can really burn through. Xayah Vanquisher can also get through that Nico pretty quickly. So if you can get through those, that's pretty rough here. And ooh, we have a Piltover board for our 16-point player.
And this is already before any augments have come into play as well, right? That's a strong signal to the rest of the lobby that when they are going to start tailing for these terms of trades that are going to come through in a second, okay, it's going to be Silver's opening instead. So branching out is a lot more like RNG, right? There's not a lot of control here, but all could go for the Tiny Titans and just go for the Omega cash out.
The Tiny Titans is also kind of really the one you would go for here because inconsistency with Piltover, kind of disagreeing.
Yeah, no, I agree here, and this is going to be big here. Now, last time we saw this in Game 1 on the stream, and unfortunately what that resulted in was Dasik ended up accidentally winning on 3-1. But now that you have 130 health, that's a lot of room to work with here. So my expectation here is, again, Og should really be trying to go to that 4-1, maybe even 4-2, try to get a really big cash out, and then play around something like Aphelios. And that's the thing with Aphelios right now, because he's so interconnected into that Piltover line. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is how we're playing, and that's kind of just like when you have Pandora's items in the mix as well. You're trying to pull the full open here, trying to get that goal going while also griefing that Piltover player. It's kind of what we saw in the DSG trials happen to Bossos, I believe it was just a couple of days ago, right? So everyone trying to kind of limit the impact of that Piltover while also trying to get their own loss streak going, because compositions like TF really want to have that massive roll down.
And you probably guessed that they also kind of saw that there was a Piltover player. They want to get that loose streak going. Many of them kind of already angling for those reroll comps like you're saying. And it's just a smart thing to do. Is it greedy? Absolutely. Do we love it? Yes.
Yeah, this is wild here. And you look at Zaza's health, by the way. He's at 99. He only took 1 damage for that loss. Kind of best case scenario for him. And I feel like, unfortunately for Og, this is really bad to see 2 people in the lobby willing to do this to you. And yeah, sure enough, here we're going to see that's going to be a win, unfortunately. And so, you know, we still have Tiny Titans. So the good news is we have a lot of time. We still could see something like a 9-10 cash out from here. But that definitely lowers the peak, right? That puts him in a really rough situation here. And Zaza so far on a 2-loss streak here, only taking 7 damage.
Yeah, that's just like what can happen in specific moments here. But on the opposite side of the field, you have like Coco trying to play for a win streak here, really getting a lot of use out of that young, wild, and free once the carousels comes around. Because, well, they might be sacking for carousel priority, but what does it matter if someone can just kind of walk in and take what they want?
Speaking of taking what you want, in this lobby, we have 4 players on TF, 4 players on Earth, and every single player that is on Twisted Fate also picked up that Pandora's box. Now, notably, it's a very good silver augment, right?
Yeah, I mean, the silver in particular is the best one to get because it's like you're not really trading a lot of power here. You're getting that extra component. You're getting that full Pandora's effect. Usually the gold and the prismatic are much riskier. They're kind of going to put you down in power comparatively. So the TF players so far pretty happy with this start. The fact we ended up in Glass Industries, the fact it was a silver start, that's really what they're looking for.
Yeah, and kind of just to come back on my point with like Coco going to level 5 here, really wanted to manifest that win streak, right? This is so important for him, and he has a super strong ball to kind of go down that route.
Just glancing across, though, I'm wondering on how this is going to go out for Og. Because now that he's kind of winning, losing, maybe he should have taken that inconsistency instead. Just joking, of course, but it's not ideal, the situation for him.
Oh, the fact that... Go ahead.
We kind of want to talk about the same thing, Moldog, right? Because spats right now, there are so many good craftable ones, especially when I go for a tempo AD line as well, right? Ionias, while a lot of people think it's a kind of a BTO line, there's so much power in either making the Ionia emblem, the Vanquish emblem, trying to play for some different caps, obviously without mentioning Noxus as well as Shurima.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he was able to young, wild, and free and get a 3-cost spatula, no less, that's a really good use of that augment. Full win streaking. And it's also nice because he's trying to full win streak, but we saw at least 1 or 2 open fort players, as well as the Piltover player. So there are a lot of really easy matchups to continue that win streak. So that's going to be a really good spot here. I kind of doubt it, but there is a chance we see a Shurima line here. We have the spatula. We've got a decent Shurima start. We have that Talia too. You know, and Shurima has been something that's kind of fallen out of favor. But if you get it early enough, if you get 6 Shurima on like 3-1, you can use that to snowball pretty hard.
Yeah, and the adaptation with kind of implementing the Sona into that now with the permanent attack speed coming in, really benefiting the Asira in massive ways here. But also another thing I want to point out here, you are talking about the fact that there are multiple open falls in the lobby still, but another like side effect of him taking the spatula is that there wasn't additional tempo slam, right? So again, if someone else in the lobby went 5 here in his matchup pool, had a stronger board and kind of matched it, he would be down in item in terms of combat power.
And that's exactly not what happens. He keeps on streaking. He's on fire now. As we are moving closer to Krugs, we can see some upgrades popping through for one of the other players, but we will be keeping an eye on them. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Zaza by now has probably assembled a board. He's not at the very bottom of the leaderboard, but we're going to check in with Og for just a second.
Og has won again, right? Is that what we saw happen to Dasig as well in the first game of the day? These lines are so risky right now, especially when you're the player with everyone on their back.
Yeah, this is a really rough situation. Now, the good news is he is, 40 gold, so the gold situation's not bad here. Has built that last Whisper, but this is the kind of situation where you're like, okay, I took Tiny Titans, it's fine. I'm only down a Silver Augment, it's not that crazy. But, like, I would probably be pivoting out of Piltover at this point, maybe playing something like the Zon Gunner. You've got plenty of health to work with to reroll. You've got the last Whisper, which is good itemization. But at this point, it seems like Piltover is just going to be a little extra gold for now, and you're not going to get that big T-Hex.
Yeah, I think the big decision maker here, is it going to be Jinx? Is it going to be Jace? Like, which of these units are you going to play for? Are we going to be seeing some of the potential Aphelios Bastion lines we've seen also come into play here, right? Depending on how deep you want to go.
Yeah, I think both of them work. It kind of depends on what rolls around. We're going to be keeping an eye on Og for now as we are moving through Krugs. It is Likoko who is dominating the lobby as of right now, putting a little bit of pressure down on players, and we can see that there is a pretty big spread, but notably the player that's at the very bottom, SnubleTFT, he was the one that lost to Og, so he is maybe in a position where we need to start worrying about him just for now.
Yeah, this is interesting. We see a full loss streak, but we also see level 5 with this Kale board. Normally you would be level 4, about to hit level 5 and you do your big roll down here.
Yeah.
But the fact that you're already level 5, 74 health, that's a little scary here, so I'm wondering what the play is.
The play here is to go level 6 next turn, absolutely send it down for a TF2. He has a Galio already with a Stone Plate in play. He has a JG there that's going to be transferred over to a TF or a Vel'Koz, I assume, right? Because we have so many players here, if they are on that TF line, the multicasters is the only thing they're kind of going for here, right? Like, throwback to someone like Milk at the championships before and years past, Mismatch sucks as well. Like, again, these players that are just willing to one-trick, right? We saw this as well. Solo Gesang has also done this in the past. It's such a popular strategy when there are such a narrow line you can play on a patch like this.
I agree. I'd like to see it, but we are going to be keeping an eye on him. First, though, augments are going to roll around, and that could be transformative for this lobby. For now, it is SnubleTFT going up against Likoko, and I think I know the outcome of this one. Likoko just stomping over another player yet again, which is good in this case because you want to keep that loss streak going just for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I want to see this roll down, because I think you might be right that that's the play here. Play around the Galio, play around the Twisted Fate. But again, we've talked about this before, that you really need everything to go right for that to really pay off here. And we're going to get silver here, so not a lot of big spikes from that board here. We do see on a roll, which could help as you're trying to roll for that Twisted Fate. The item grab bag could give you something to re-roll here. But overall, nothing crazy. And the fact that we're taking our time on this augment choice means you're losing that time to do that 3-2 roll down like you said. So pretty interesting to see here.
Yeah, like I might have read the situation wrong here. I kind of was thinking about like what I would like to do again, like putting myself here with 20 seconds to go now, trying to find these couple few upgrades coming in here. I think at this point in time, you are just gonna try to hit any upgrade you can, try to like kind of just like plug the hole that's currently like okay. He skips TF. Was that on purpose?
Yeah, the skipping TF was an interesting play here. Seems like we're going for the Vel'Koz Sona line here, but still kind of a rough board here for Demacia. Didn't roll down that crazy. Is going to hold this pair, trying to get the star for maybe the free honor roll next turn, although I don't think you lock shot for that here. But overall, no really big upgrades here. This is looking a little scary right now.
It is, and there might be a chance that we skipped it on purpose, but we are going to be finding out what Seoul's plan is. On the other side is SnubleTFT, though, with 3 items, still holding on to his Twisted Fate, which he got at the very beginning of this game, and he also seems to have his direction for him.
Well, picks this one up here. So it's just one of those like high-pressure oversight situations that kind of somewhat can occur, right? It's an unfortunate one for sure, but at the end of the day, you got to look at it and say, you know what, there's only one copy we are rolling with on a roll. Sometimes you're going to get it, sometimes you're not. But getting that free, potentially even 4 multicasts in here is going to be absolutely massive.
Picks it up now.
Yeah, still needs the Talia, which is a little scary. And so it's one of those situations, 50 health at 3-3, really scary right now.
Hopping over to Zaza, though. We saw him at the beginning going for a really aggressive open forward. Has, of course, found this Rogue Emblem, and I think the most popular slam for it is going to be the Jinx in every Rogue Emblem lobby that you see. It's always going to go to her and allow her to proc into that backline, which is really, really fun to watch, and a cool variation since you're already running those gunners.
Yeah, it's interesting because we haven't. I agree with that situation, right? We're going to play around the Jinx, find a good Zon mod. We haven't seen it do well pretty much all day here, but is at 80 health, so not that bad. It's just going to come down to how can you get these 3 stars going. Although I just realized that's 80 health with a Tiny Titans pick, so actually has been bleeding out pretty hard. That'd be down to 50 as well. We see a lot of people just holding some items right now, really trying to get in a better situation.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at it, like, I think Solo is like one of the ones that have like pretty clear direction, right? Nash just 2 of Giant Slayer and a Death Cap. Is definitely a lot of slams for tempo, especially the Death Cap is something that you normally don't see slammed a lot. A lot of people kind of prefer going for other uses of those rods. So whether or not that's going to be a big bonus for him, time will tell.
Yeah, we're going to be... Go ahead.
All right, I was going to say I agree, because like, I feel like the Azir line is definitely what we're seeing here. We see a champion duplicator right now playing around this Quinn. And again, Quinn's one of those champions we've seen do okay, but the problem is the way Quinn's spell works is the more target it hits, the less damage it does. And against the multicaster matchup in particular, oftentimes everyone's grouped up, so you don't necessarily able to burst something down like you could if it was a more single solo backline comp. Does have 7 Demacia early, though, and so this is when 7 Demacia is at its strongest. Those Jarvan items are really good, so I imagine this Jarvan's going to cast a few times. On the other side, we do see SnubleTFT has found that Azir, so that's going to be the spike he was looking for as well.
Yeah, it's just an Azir 1, and he is under attack. The J4 has found him, and the rest of the board has already crumbled, so SnubleTFT is going to take a loss here. I do feel decently confident about his board thus far, though. Just having that and being able to build on it is going to do him well.
Yeah, and one thing that's going to be interesting to see here is which way does he want to round out his composition, because a mistake that a lot of people make when they are on this Azir line is that they decide to absolutely avoid Kai'Sa at all costs here. If you want to roll down a 4-1, you hold the Kai'Sa pair, because the Kai'Sa 2 is a very strong secondary carry. That's a lot of great overlaps depending on which line you're going down. You can play in a Fury, you can play Warwick to get that challenger in alongside that Juggernaut front line.
And looking at this, we're coming back to Og. Our Piltover player has found a cash out again and again and is still holding on to it. Notably, we're on 8+2 stacks, so not as far in as we really would like to be to make some big moves here, but we're already on level 7, so what is kind of the game plan here? I'm a little bit puzzled.
Yeah, there aren't really a ton of great options here. What you're kind of hoping for is that the extra economy and the fact you still have 91 health, you've got a lot of time here, is that you're probably going to go to level 8, and then from there, whether it be something like the Aphelios or the Nila, although chooses not to buy the Nila, so maybe just fixated on this Aphelios, and then try to find like the Sejuani, and really just play really strong frontline plus Aphelios might be your play here. You've got good frontline items, you've got that time, but without that Piltover to really back it up, that comp caps out pretty low. And so if anything, you're just trying to maybe turn this into a top 4. The fact that you took that Tiny Titans, you've got that high health pool, maybe you can out-survive everybody else and go for that 4th place, which, again, if you've got 16 points already, a 4th place is going to be pretty great.
Yeah, and I think that's something as well that the Aphelios line is very good at if that's one you want to go down, is like just solidifying a top 4. It's not necessarily the best comp in the game to kind of play for first places, but it's very good at like securing top 4.
Looking at Seoul and Nak, though, we are rolling down. We're trying to get these multicasters online, but there are multiple players on the multicasters, so it's not going to be the easiest pickup. Seolanak already has bled a lot on getting here. 31 HP and 4-1 is something you kind of have to be scared about. Of course, he's also on a roll, which is always going to impact your econ in a way. I am a little bit worried about this spot, but maybe he can turn this one around, and on the back of that, Vel'Koz to start winning is going to go up against Yaroy, who's currently in the middle of the pack here, streaking, and it would be really, really good if Seolanak could end that streak, but the J4 is just so tanky, goes into that backline, serves so much CC here, and in the end, Cyril will lose another round.
You know, I'm kind of wondering about something, Mother, right? Because I don't know how much that you can kind of share with us, right? But like, is there like a key outline in terms of the data when you're looking at Blue Buff versus Spear of Shojin on like these multicast lines?
Yeah, I was actually going to bring that up exactly. Right now, Blue Buff is far superior to Shojin. In particular, just the fact that you get that first cast is very important, and the fact that you get the mana refund on kill. It allows it to snowball a lot harder. And so it seems like with Vel'Koz, we've seen 3 lines, right? There's the blue buff line, which was popular about a week ago. There's the full damage line, which has become more popular recently. And then there's the Shojin line, which I think is definitely the worst of the 3. It just doesn't output the damage you need it to unless the Sona ramps up. Like, it can cap out a little better, but overall it just is not what I would recommend. And so I'm not a big fan of the Shojin slam here.
Taking it back to a little bit more of an overall point, we are seeing prismatics coming through. Silver prismatic is always something you have to be ready for. It can always happen to you as well. And with that, many players actually opting for more generic augments. Often with the prismatics, we see like very strong statement augments that lock you into a comp, that help you buff a certain comp, but lots of harm assist coming through here for this one.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that too, and I agree. For lack of a better term, this felt like the most dull prismatic grouping I've seen. It's like 3 harm assists, a cybernetic blessing, 2 grab bags.
Stationary support.
Yeah, I mean, like, the bruiser emblem's the most interesting pick we saw. So that's pretty wild here. I'd be curious what all the other offerings were that got us to this situation. I think the bruiser emblem in particular, you can get that 6 bruiser, can be really good here. We've got that Nyla with really good items. I really like this itemization. Oftentimes people prefer the Giant Slayer, but I think with sometimes how slow these fights are, the Ginsu's ends up really good.
Kind of looking at the setup now here, looking at like Coco has made a move for that Shurima Mordecai, which is going to be the use case of that early spat pickup here. But you can also see like he has put out a lot of HP here, right? Like he is in around the same bracket as Shinar is right now. So that's something we've got to keep in mind as we are going to go forward here, because he's still on a CR1 and that CR isn't even properly itemized right now.
It's not, but something that is properly itemized is Anila on the other side. Just swiping through this board here for Shinar is going to be good. We are seeing it on the right-hand side again, what you just said, with 2 Shurima emblems for Lakoko, which can be really, really strong in the long game.
One of the adaptations there I thought was really clever was using the Bruiser Nautilus. Nautilus has been a champion that hasn't been favored as much because he's not quite as survivable. But the extra health from that Bruiser emblem is going to really solve that problem. And that CC made a massive difference last fight, right? Every time Nautilus stunned that Mordekaiser, that just bought some time, made the Mordekaiser have to recast, and allowed the Ginsus to ramp up. Plus, it gives you that 3 bilge water. So overall, I really like that adaptation here. But now we look at this board. This is a 10 loss streak here. We are out of gold. We could make a Katarina 3, but it'd be a 0 item Katarina 3. We're 1 echo away. This is not a good situation to be in.
Yeah, if you're looking at this board, you're like, okay, at least we have the Kiana 3, but she has 0 items, and then everybody that you would like to be level up is not, and that's bad news for Zaza, but maybe it's enough to just hang on a little while longer. 28 HP should allow you to live this fight no matter how it ends up, but maybe the Rogues can get into that backline and do some damage. Doesn't look to be the case. Another devastating loss coming Zaza's way, and that is now bad news. One more round is coming up before you save yourself into the Raptors, at least try to get some components, some gold, and he needs to survive that.
Yeah, another thing is also we're kind of starting to be a little bit alarming here is the pattern in Zaza's placements today already, right? Like 8-1 into another 8th is not necessarily where you want to be, right? And that's something that it kind of have a lot of upside when you kind of start moving into the later stage of the tournament. But right now, we saw a solo Gazang last set actually in the same format Like I think he went like 8 3 times, first 3 times, and was like 2 points off the cutoff. So like that big of a variety in your placements here is something you gotta keep in mind here when you are trying to play this risky playstyle.
Absolutely
Yeah.
is, but there are players right on the brink, and we are going to be watching Zaza going up on the other side against Og. Now, Og has transformed his Piltover. There's good news in this round, at least. You're going to be able to have that Piltover upgrade, but if you're in the corner of Zaza, that is bad news. The laser is here, you're taking a massive hit, and Zaza is actually able to hang on and get to Raptor somehow.
1 health despite having tiny titans. That means you have been losing a lot all game. And I think the big mistake here was we took branching out early and we got a rogue emblem. And we sort of said, okay, that means we're playing rogue. When in reality, we could have done something like play Noxus and use that rogue emblem with the Katarina and play 2 rogue and things like that. Being down a silver augment is not the end of the world versus playing a less optimal comp right now that you haven't hit. So feels like a bit of a rough situation here, and unless something goes really, really right, 12 loss streak is not where you want to be. On the other side, though, there's an 11 win streak here, so somebody definitely playing a really strong board right now.
Yeah, Royal player that none of us really knew what to expect from coming into this event, because like he's kind of in that pool of players that have like they come in, win 1 GSC, and then we don't really see them for the rest of the season. And so far today, he's been in an absolutely amazing position right here now. Zaza trying to roll it down, trying to find that final upgrade. The Katarina with a Sunfire is not going to be enough here. Keep in mind there is going to be that lesser champion duplicator on the bench here. Jinx 3 would be massive, but right now it's looking very far away.
Yeah, the Echo 3, however, is going to be possible here for Zaza. Question is that enough? Who's in your lobby pool? Is Yaroi in there? Because then you're going to be scared looking at these matchups here. And the same thing is true for Zeulanak. 1 copy away on that Vel'Koz 3, and it is going to be Yaroi on the other side. Bottom right, that is going to be a heavy matchup for him to try and survive somehow. I don't have much hope, I'll be honest with you. The CC for the multicasters is like poison, and Zeulanak will lose this one. On the other side, we are seeing Zaza take a win against Sonardo. The 1 HP comfy spot coming in clutch.
Yeah, and again, avoiding that 8 here, doubling the amount of points in minimum is going to get this game here is going to be absolutely massive here. And kind of go back to your point about the Rogue Emblem mod, Doc. This competition actually really much wants a Gun Emblem over the Rogue Emblem because the cap is much higher. You can play for 4, 6 Gunner even when you get the Jinx free online, stuff like that. You have multiple carries, you have a split between frontline and backline damage. So yeah, not ideal here, but this comp should be able to potentially get into a 7th place here, depending on how deep Lakoko is going to falter.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the fact that we turned a 12 loss into at least not an 8th, that's already a win here. But with 1 health left, it just seems pretty doomed.
He will try. It is Germany against Germany with Sologazang and Zaza here trying to fight it out. On the other board side, we are seeing that Azir already to level 2, but the multicasters, the rogues are onto it. The Echo coming through clutch, taking out that Azir, and it will be Zaza holding on 1 more round. How many more times can he do that, though?
That's the big thing here, right? Lakoko again taking a loss. It is early Young Wild and free tempo, not really coming into play, right? The Shurima line as contested by Solo as well, so trying to play down a contested tree is not necessarily always the most consistent outcome.
Yeah, if Coco goes 7th here, that's going to be really disappointing. We talked about how he had that start, right, where he had 100 health on Krugs, so to be in this position feels really rough. Does hit 9 Shurima, though, here just now. So played to that win condition, 9 Shurima. The one thing that worries me is if you look at this front line, it is very weak. He's playing around the Mordekaiser, has the 2 Darkened, but again, 9 Shurima, still very powerful. We'll see how it does against this Vel'Koz 3.
The good thing here for the Mordekaiser board, to me, is at least that the Mordekaiser is going to get some protection. We have the QSS slam, we have the Edge of Night slam. That's not necessarily the biggest Mordekaiser damage items, but it is going to allow him to just take a little bit longer to actually serve out his damage and protect him. However, the rest of the board has fallen, which is bad news for Lakoko. K'Sante not here anymore to save you, and it is going to be another elimination here, side by side. Zaza taking a 7th and Lakoko taking a 6th.
And this is also going to be one of the issues with Bard, we're playing Earth, sorry, is the fact you are going to be on these grab packs. I think, yes, they provide you some itemization, but you don't have some of those combat augments that really is going to be able to really elevate a lot of the competition, right? You talk about additional healing, all these things you would get from that instead here. So faltering into a 6th place here, at least didn't bleed out to a 7th.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a rough situation there. Pretty disappointing to hit the 9 Shurima and then just lose to that Vel'Koz 3. But you saw the Azir just does a consistent amount of damage, which just kept feeding the mana to the Vel'Koz, who would then cast again, do a bunch of damage, heal up with that Gunblade, and it kind of created a pattern where, unfortunately, the Azir just could not pump out the damage. So ending up in 6th place there really has to be a disappointing finish for that start. And now we're getting a look at our board of the Piltover board here. Again, this was the Piltover that just kept getting messed up and messed up and messed up. Has the 4 Gunner, probably did as good as he could here. No Ginsu's on the Aphelios is a little rough here. But overall, at least, you know, again, this feels like a 5th, not bad for what you ended up with.
It depends. Maybe he can turn it around. He's sitting on 50 gold. He's really looking at that level 9 saying, I want to make it there. But it doesn't seem all too possible. The Sejuani tanking as much as she can, allowing that Aphelios to get some of his damage out, but it's just not gonna be enough. And Og will take a big bonking here. Does survive though with 2 HP, and that might just be enough to go 9 is exactly what he does, and get in that gangplank, get the 4 Gunners, which is gonna be helpful at least.
It's a 2nd GP actually, right? So you're gonna get that double layered set of ships coming in here. Whether or not that's going to buy enough time in these fights for this Aphelios. I was going to say ramp up, right? He's not going to get attack speed, just that AD coming in. That's going to be a big one here as well. Because he would have liked to have won one of these fights here, being able to hold some gold, start rolling on the neutrals. But right now, he got to play this is enough.
I'm really worried for that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, this board just does not seem strong enough. Goes up against the Vel'Koz 3, which is clearly the strong thing in the lobby right now. So Vel'Koz 3 with a Gunblade and Harmesis 3. Harmesis 3 just giving it so much healing. Every time it takes a little bit of damage, it's just going to heal up. And you can see it just deletes the back line.
No!
Here comes, yep, there's the deletion. And I don't think Sejuani can win this one. And that is going to do it for Og. 5th place here. Vel'Koz 3 just too strong in this situation.
That hurts. I was really hoping that maybe somehow the Aphelios would survive this one, but not possible. We have our top 4 though, and Zologozang is one that makes it in here. We checked in with this board very early on. We kind of figured out that the direction was going to be Shurima of some sorts. I really love the slam of the Juggernaut emblem.
Yeah, but a lot of other things to keep in mind here as well. I compare this to the board that was presented by Likoko. Here we actually have like what you could consider two combinations. You have the stationary support. You also do have that unified resistance, right? So you have additional power coming through. You're not on that massive Shurima vertical because all of your units right now are just upgraded. This is a super strong board. He is going to lose to some of the multicast supports most likely, but it is definitely the optimal way to play this board right now.
Yeah, I think if you get a good matchup and the Jarvan ult can stun some things, you can do okay. Again, the problem is just you don't have the burst. Oh, that Galio 3 might seal the deal there. So, Zyko, we saw.
Okay, Zyko!
Yeah, those are some big hits. If this is a TF item, could even just play Morello here. Probably Giant Slayer, though. Giant Slayer is going to be good. So now we're starting to see this board hit its really, really strong cap here. And so, yeah, it was Zyko. We saw him win last lobby with that TF3. So seems to be favoring this multicaster comp and doing very well.
Now, we are seeing a matchup that's not multicasters. On one side, the Nila Bruiser. On the other side, the Juggernaut with the 4 Shurima meshed together. Can this J4 actually take down the Nila? But it doesn't want to hit her. It's just evading her. Is going to get swiped down by the windshield wiper that she is. However, the Azir will decimate the rest of the board. And Zologozang able to hang on here for just a little while longer.
Yeah, another thing you kind of see about the fact that now you're going to be playing the Sona line, like, again, like just the amount of CC that Taliyah provides, right? Like, it's absolutely amazing. It really disrupts compositions like the one from Neil here, because ideally, you would like to have a Quicksilver on her, but you just cannot fit it if you want to have like the maximum damage output.
Yeah, the good news is we do get the 6 Bruiser in, we do have the Sejuani, and one of the secrets of this comp is how much true damage that Nila can provide hitting through that Sejuani. So now we definitely got it to be a lot stronger here. On the other side, we do see the Quinn 3 here, the Fiora, but it's only a 5 Demacia, not a 7 Demacia. So the real question is, can the Nila burn through this front line to get to that Quinn 3, or will the Quinn 3 ult just delete the Nila from the back line?
So far, she is not going to be in the target of that, with the Quinn going for the most targets that she can hit. The Nila is positioned in a way where she is rather safe, but eventually it finds her and just completely annihilates her on this board here. There are still some more units the Quinn needs to get through, but I think a Sejuani will be possible for her.
Yeah, and regardless, it's going to be a good position, a good placement here for Shinar, who's had a pretty rough start to the day so far here. Gonna start off with a 4th, very close to a 3rd even, but we have our top 2. It's Psycho, it's Roy, 2 of the biggest French question marks coming into this tournament. Again, massive statement from these 2 already.
It absolutely is, and it's so good to see, right? We were kind of hitting on that top of the day, saying there's so many players here, you kind of want to make all of them your favorite, and Yaroy and Psycho both showing just why that is. There is so much cool play coming out of them, and I personally love the Yaroy board, not just because the other side is multicasters, but that might play a part in this.
Yeah, it's an interesting setup here. If the Quinn can get a lucky burst, it might be okay. The Jarvan ults positions are going to matter as well. You really want to track the Jarvan and see where those ults go. Goes the wrong way. Definitely not what you were looking for there. Because again, every time you just light... Oh, there you go. That's a better ult. This next Quinn ult could be big.
Yeah, does need to cast it though, and there it will come through. Yaroy able to hang on with this one. Gonna go into Carousel. Any interesting pickups?
I mean, he's going to be looking at some of the defensive items. Shurima Emblem, again, not necessarily that enticing here. Psycho, again, getting out first here, trying to look for something, but it is going to be that Protector's Vow. A little bit more survivability in the front line here is going to be massive. Again, trying to avoid that multi-caster burn coming through here is going to be super critical. But again, if Psycho had been able to get another item on his TF, maybe, for example, you're talking about getting into a freeway carry situation almost, right? That would have been absolutely massive.
I think one of the scary things here, and this is a hard decision for players to make, is you've got to not greed and put the TF near the Sona. I know you want that attack speed, but the Jarvan ult, every time that Jarvan hits all 3 of your damage output, it's really putting you in a bad situation here. Okay, does that, which is good. I like this positioning a lot better. Now it's just a question of, can you get through that front line quick enough before the Quinn deletes the back line? But again, much better positioning this time.
Yeah, Jarvan, however, finds the 2 main carries here first, and Quinn follows up on that. Healing coming back from that Gunblade is going to allow them to survive for just a second, but it's not enough. Yaroy just shreds through the multicaster board.
Yeah, again, like the resistance is coming through from the 5 Demacia alongside that full-on backline burst coming through from the Quinn here. You got to consider, is it even worth kind of like pulling up like either of the side units, like just removing, you just have fully 2 rows? Like you just separate completely between that. It's going to be something that you could look in for, as we are trying to toy with our positioning.
I like this, by the way. He sells the Sona, trying to get it to the point where he can get the TF as a secondary carry. Again, the positioning is going to matter here, but this Jarvan just has so much power through the Demacia and that Quinn. Every time that Quinn ults, a few units get deleted.
Okay, and the positioning this time around, we're going back in a cluster, and if that J4 finds the left-hand side, it is going to be so big. Is denied by the enemy J4. However, it does come through one time at least. Is taken down right after that. Is that enough for the Quinn to get her cast off? She misses the rows that she should have been targeting, and Yaroy will take a loss here.
And as you're pointing out, right, that DPS increased by changing all those items over to that TF here, really coming through. While this J42 was able to tank so much previously when it was the Sona was the secondary carry in the setup here, it's a lot harder for it now to buy time. And with the gold in your Roy's bank here, it's not like you can go for an Aatrox 2 consistently at least.
Yeah, the big thing there was when the Jarvan got interrupted by the other Jarvan. That made a massive difference. That caused, to lose a CC. And again, it's only a 1.5 second stun, but that can make such a big difference here. Didn't buy enough time to slow things down. So now everyone's going to get one more item. And unfortunately for our Demacia player here, there isn't really a major item other than like maybe a blue buff for the Sona would be really big. Does find it.
Oh, wow.
I really think the blue buff on the Sona here, getting that early cast, that extra attack speed is going to be massive. Needs to make sure to move the Demacia back. Does that correctly, so everything's good. On the other side, we do get a Protector's Vow for the Jarvan. That also might make a big difference here. So both of them getting items they really wanted here. Let's see which one swings the fight.
It's really, really interesting that he gets exactly what you said. I might be inclined to call that a direct connection to Mordok, but right now it is a matchup between Zyko and Yaoroi, and the J4 finds that backline, finds it once. Is that enough for the Quinn to do any damage here? But it's not. The Twisted Fate and the Vel'Koz, they stay alive, and Zyko is actually able to take home round number 3, and you can see that this was not an easy feat between the two French players.
And it's also very obvious that Zyko is coming into this weekend with one game plan in mind. We saw it in the previous game, we see it again. He is going to beat 20 out of 20 multicasters. He's going to step in the chat and just go for it. He doesn't care, he doesn't play contested. He's just going to take it and navigate it to perfection.
Well, sometimes, you know, that's just how it is. We're going to be hopping over to another lobby here. That is lobby 2 that we're going to be going in. And there is Scapeus actually leading the charge. Fight off here between Lalana, and it looks like it's a ghost copy, so we're not sure who's on the other side, but Lalana seems to be able to hang on.
Yeah, this is an interesting board here. We have 4 Gunnar, 4 Zon, but not Piltover. So we've talked about how Gunnar is often tied to Piltover here, but with the Jinx 3, the Jace 3, and the Warwick 3, as well as some good Zon mods, this can actually do really, really well here. It's going to move those Zon mods around, find a good spot here, but kind of holding off for bare life here. Unfortunately, only has 4 health. Now, the other thing is he's got the augment that powers up people standing next to a Zon mod, but you can see not really taking advantage of that as much because it kind of griefs the positioning a bit, right? If you put the Jace and the Jinx next to each other, you're more likely to get Jarvan ulted or bursted by like a TF explosion. So the positioning does kind of make the augment not get taken fully advantage here.
He also has one of the best augments in the game, in my opinion. That mana, like that red buff, is so big, especially in matchups like this one, where continuous healing coming through by multiple Gunblades here is going to be an absolute treat for him.
I absolutely love the board that we're seeing on the other side from Lires, kind of going for that Ionia Vanquisher line with the Karma as carry, but you can see that it's not enough. Is going to get knocked out in 3rd tier, and Lalana actually able to make his way into the top 2 on 4 HP. It's only him and Scapeus that are fighting for this last point in lobby 2.
And I kind of want to highlight something here as well, right? Because Lalana and Scapeus are 2 of the players that are thinking a little bit outside the bucket. At least they're kind of willing to do that, right? Like they want to kind of create some creative lines. They know how to play. Like especially Lalana's stage 2 play is always very creative to look at. So, and we know Scapeus, right? His mind just works in different ways when it comes to figuring out board states.
It's absolutely true. Skip plays differently to the rest of them, but not in this patch. That is some multicaster gaming that I'm spying on the other side. You can see why this one is so strong. The Zonias coming through together with that Shroud of Stillness as support item, and then there will be nothing that Lalana can do in this matchup. Here, Scapeus taking lobby 2 home as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw their fully capped multicaster board, clearly the S++ tier right now. If you can get it going, get it uncontested, it certainly seems like the way to go. And it's going to be what can you do to beat that. You know, and Gunnar clearly not nearly on the same echelon, so wasn't able to take that down. That last fight was not particularly close.
No, but it's also, every time, like, this is kind of like what the Gunnar reroll comps can do. Like, we haven't seen them like in our like main lobbies really do that well, but taking a 2nd place here is no mean feat.
I mean, it is game 3, okay, Wida? With the judging, we're going to slow down a little bit. There's not been that many games just yet, but we have a break ready, and right after that, our analyst desk is going to show you what has been going on in the game that we just watched, and then we'll continue with game number 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is how we're playing. That's kind of just like when you have more items in the mix as well. You're trying to pull the full open here, trying to get that goal going while
His damage out, but it's just not gonna be enough. And Ock will take a big bonking here. Does survive though with 2 HP and alive. And Zyko is actually able to take home round number 3. And you can see that this was not an easy feat between the 2 French players.
And it also
Back to Rising Legends EMEA Finals. This is your new desk for now. We're still keeping Counterfeit because he did such a fantastic job last time. Myself and Panda are gonna be joining him, and what a freaking lobby we just watched. First of all, I just want to ask, did we expect the winner?
Well, I mean, I just want to, before we even get to that, I just want to bring in the idea that we had a lobby where it was so completely off the charts. So we were seeing Shurima 9 boards going out in the bottom 4. So, I think, from Zyko's side of things, absolutely getting the win in there. It was such a contested, as we see here, the whole lobby was so contested with the multicasters and things as well. We saw the multicaster also going out in 8th place. That could well have been Zyko's fate as well.
Absolutely, and Mordok also mentioned that it was a very generic, prismatic lobby as well. No one chose anything too spicy.
And for Zaza, he's a player that we've seen in the last 2 games playing a similar tree of comps with Zon, with Rogue, trying to maybe get into that same line with the 2 and 3 cost as multicasters and benefit off of rerolling that with Earth instead of going for the verticals. Didn't quite work out in this game. The items were not ideal. Had 1 glove going to stage 5 on the Echo, nothing else, and hit those upgrades so late as well.
I did love seeing the Rogue emblem in there. Being able to apply the Rogue bleed effect from range is incredibly powerful, but I think he just got too hammered too early on, just didn't have enough good matchups to keep him going.
We got a little bit hyped about Zaza, obviously coming from this year being a champion in a Golden Spatula Cup, but so far his results have not necessarily been great. He went from an 8th place to a 1st place. We were like, okay, maybe it was a fluke, maybe just something happened in this game, but now back to a 7th. Do we have our hopes up for previous champion?
I mean, he's a 2-time GSC winner. He's the only 2-time GSC winner. I think if there's any person who deserves, just a little bit of extra leeway.
The benefit of the doubt?
Yeah, a little benefit of the doubt. I mean, yeah, you're right. It's a very hard task to come back from this, but I think Sasa is up to it.
And he has a candle diff as well coming into the tournament, so that is a buff that cannot be understated. I have full trust in Sasa making a huge comeback today and hopefully tomorrow as well.
Okay, something that I would like to mention, not biased at all by the way, is Og, of course. He came in as... I only had him as a favorite, but I might have been a little bit biased because I'm Greek. But he's done fantastically well so far. Double 1st places into a 5th. Do we see that he's sort of like on his trajectory of maybe winning it?
I would actually say that this 5th is part of that trajectory. He was the one who flew so close to the sun by saying, I'm unbeatable. And put so much...
that fits also in Greek mythology, so that's great reference.
He's the Icarus here. Everyone else in the lobby saw the spot on him and say, you playing a comp where we can grief you? You're absolutely hubris beyond compare to go for the Piltover, and he paid for it this time.
It was a mixed streak, so I think in the end he was happy to get a top 4, and then it was a 5th place. I think with how that early game went, that was enough to really at least just get a few points on the board, think about game 4, think about the rest of this day.
Absolutely. We have the standings ready as well. We can have a look at what the other lobbies have been doing and how our players have been shaping up to this point. Gentlemen, one particular player as this swaps through that I would love to chat with you about is Yaroi. Because when I first joined you in Golden Spatula Cup 2, he was the one player that caught my attention and also the winner of that particular Golden Spatula Cup. But after that, we had question marks. We're like, okay, maybe it was a fluke, maybe it was a one-time thing.
No, absolutely. I mean, there's so many players with so much history behind them. Lana up there in 3rd place, of course, for an example, one of those players. But absolutely, it does seem to be that we're heading towards at least the first half of our first day. We're getting a lot of these newer names coming through and dominating.
I have to mention, Stegzor and Lana, 2nd and 3rd in the standings, prep partners. There is something they have figured out this week that is coming fully into fruition in this day 1.
Okay, and I'm seeing Og is
still number 1.
Still number 1 in that 1st place. Now, are we expecting from the particular lobby that we just watched right now a little bit of a mishap when it comes to going into that 2nd lobby that remains the same? Are we expecting the same? We saw some people did not do particularly well. Are you expecting someone to bounce back?
I think from Org's side of things as well, I hope, he's in prime position. He's in pole position right now. I think he doesn't need to be taking the kind of risk, giving the opponents the opportunity to take him down to that. All he needs to do is play safe for the rest today, and he gets into day 2 with a really great position to make that top 8.
You tell me there's 2 games left, I get it. Play for Piltover, play for those high risks. There are still 9 games left until cutoff. This is not a race, this is absolutely a marathon. There's still a whole day 2 and 3 more games today, so I think just play it like you know, like he's proven already throughout the last 2 sets, and I think the Greek player will definitely perform.
Well, let's see if the Greek player will perform, because we have our lovely casters ready. Makes Wita, joined by Mordok, who are going to take us through lobby number 4.
Thank you so much, guys, for that lovely analyst desk. And what's going on over there? I'm going to put on my binoculars and watch what's happening on the analyst desk. No, game number 4 is going to start in just a second. And of course, Mortdog is still here. We're making you cast all of the games. I hope you're still holding on. I know you've been getting up at crazy times for NA, but we're so happy to have you here.
Yeah, it definitely was a little early, you know, but it's fine. It's good, and it's always fun to cast games. I love talking about TFT and, you know, seeing how the meta evolves and getting different regions. So, like I said, I'm having a great time. One more game for me, I think, today for cast. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and I think that as well. Like, I'm looking forward to seeing like where this will be going in the future, because I know we were talking about like how Noxus wasn't doing like super well across the board, Mortdog, right? But he's not in this lobby. But Stakesor did take a second place with it in one of our alternate lobbies before.
We are watching Lalana, though, and if we can trust David's words, and I usually do, Lalana and Stakesor have been prepping together, and so we might see the Stakesor tech coming from Lalana in this lobby here. Just to give you a little bit of orientation, this is lobby 2. We are in snake seeding, so it is always going to be a little bit different, but we did watch the end of this lobby. In the previous game, it was Capellas who reigned on top. Now we're going to be having interesting options here, Mr. Ging.
These are great portal choices here. Honestly, any of these portals would have made for an entertaining game, so that went really well. We end up with University, which means our first augment will be Prismatic. And the fact that we're going to get Prismatic here definitely leads to a lot of options, right? You could see, especially for the Earth players, if they can get their tome set up and get 2 of the same emblem, that can be really big. There's also some crazy options like Birthday Present, which can do some big tempo. So we'll have to see how it goes. I think the TF players are actually the most sad here.
Yeah, because like that Prismatic Pandora's, right? Because like I think like we were talking about this previously, right? But the fact that you have to sit and re-roll like a Radiant item can be such a huge tempo loss.
It can be, but first we're going to be seeing what else is there to offer, because like you were saying, sometimes you just don't want to go for that Pandora's. There's many players here that if they don't have the option to go for an easy multicaster route, they're more than happy to play something else, so long as everyone else is also playing something else. And maybe we'll get just that. Also, quick shout out, Canbizz in this lobby is our reigning EMEA champion, and we're looking whether or not he's able to take it back.
I see a Jin 2 and I'm like, but that's because like I'm so Ezreal brain, so like I just know like if I get a Jin 2 early on, I already just like know what I'm playing here, but that is not going to be the option. He's going to make it, but I'm not sure where he's going to be leaning right. He's also on a Cho'Gath pair, a Renekton pair, and a Cassiopeia.
Just quickly, Legends are coming in on the right-hand side of the screen, and it's not as binary as we've been seeing in the previous lobbies. I spy a Poro on Scapellas, I spy an Ezreal coming out of Jimray, and there's 3-3 on the Earth and Twisted Fate. How are you feeling about these choices?
I think these are the solid choices. I think there's a lot of good options here. I think we're going to see the Ancient Archives here, but these feel like the popular... so possibly Bruiser here. I think the only other legend that's really been taking off is Bard, but those feel like the main 5 right now that have been popular, so we'll have to see here. Is maybe considering Ionia, but it feels like Ionia or Bruiser here. I want to see which one he goes with. He set up his board properly, goes with the Ionia, so now he's going to try to get in a situation where he can find even more Ionia. Is going to play that well. We've seen Ionia do okay. We haven't seen it win any lobbies yet. Has that Ashe. This gives 6 traits again, so he could pop it next turn. Possibly get Vanquisher, Freljord, or another Ionia. So really good start for this Prismatic Augment.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing it. We're going to be 2 acres here because Esther Hakami, well, look at that. That's the Vanquish emblem and an Ionia emblem as well coming through here from our Turkish player. So this is already going to bring down the average a little bit, but it is aligned with plenty of options, Mortar, right? One can be going for the reroll line, one can be playing the tempo line. They might not necessarily directly correlate with each other.
I love that they also met right at the start, so it's very clear that these guys are going to be holding hands for just a little bit. But speaking about these prismatics, this is University. You know you're going to be going into the prismatics first because that's what the region does. And there are some very strong ones being picked up. Scapeus, who we were talking about going into this game, has one. The previous one is on Tiniest Titan and Lalana.
Yes.
I want to talk about this, Modok. I'm so sorry, but as
He's
someone
so excited. He's wiggling around.
I've been talking about Lalana's understanding of like early game play so much, and this guy, like even in Rising Legends, like in Normal Legends Finals last week, and this guy also plays a ton of like build different, right? This guy is just built different in that way, and he's one of the few players that I kind of know that like likes to pick this augment, because a lot of the players I talk to are like, this augment is like automatically a 6, but Lalana has so much of an understanding of how to navigate this that I could very well see this land safe in the top 4.
Yeah, that's, I think, going to be the big story of this lobby, right? Because, like you said, built different right now. The perception is it's fallen off. It's not as good as it used to be, especially with a lot of the 4 costs being weaker, right? Because usually this used to be play around 4 cost soup with this augment. But, like you said, someone with a real mastery of playing strongest board, right? Playing this 2-star Orianna, playing these strong champions, hitting some 2-stars, can do some really strong things with it, right? Like, are we going to see a level up to 5 here? Are we going to see the econ? But as long as you can hit some solid pairs, the extra attack speed and health you get is really strong in the early game. It would not surprise me to see someone hit like 100 health with this on like 3-2, 3-3 before it starts to fall off.
Speaking of those 100 health, that is something to be watching, because there is multiple players like Jimray, who's on the other side, who are still on those 100 HP. Can see why Malzahar 2 with that Nashor's Tooth is going to be a strong early game unit, but is the build different board actually strong enough to take them down has to be the bigger question here. Rek'Sai getting some good resets out of those frontline units, and Jinx will do the rest.
Yeah, and a very important thing to note here with the way that Lalana is positioning here is that Illaoi will always be going on the same target as Jinx, making the best use of that Soul Link mechanic here, ensuring that Illaoi, yeah, that's kind of...
Illaoi?
I'm mixing up Illaoi and Lalana up here, right? But Lalana is also a big fan of Illaoi in general. I think he's like one trick offer on the Summon's Rift as well.
I'm oohing because Lires is actually on 2 Noxus emblems, and Fifek was able to find 2 Ionia. So we might be looking at 2 boards who have the chance to go into the full verticals of like 9 Ionia, 9 Noxus. Now, there is a little bit of conversation around that, around which 9s are the strongest, notably the Demacia being up there, but I'd love to see how far they can go with these verticals.
Yeah, one of the interesting things, though, is we saw a lot of the vertical opportunities, but the spatulas were not taken, which was a bit of a shocker here, because it could, getting 3 could be really powerful. The other thing worth calling out here is we did see the double Noxus, which is very good in the early game, but at 88 health, not win streaking with it. And we've seen that if you can't get that early Noxus power, it can fall off really hard. And that's going to allow, by the way, golden ticket multicasters. It feels like this might be the strongest version of the multicaster board that we can get, because it's going to allow you to find those champions pretty easily.
Yeah, it does mean that your econ, like your item economy, is going to take a hit, right? You're not going to be able to guarantee blue buff, but if he's able to sacrifice enough HP here in and around stage 2, that should be fine for someone like Ging here. Gets that early Gunblade online, has a glove as well as a JG. The tiers are going to be the real big issue.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes open for tiers, not my own, but the ones in game, as we are moving through the lobbies here. Lalana on the back of that built different. We saw him on the other side, is still on 100 HP and streaking. I don't expect that to change, but if it does, of course, we're going to be checking in. And for Ging, it is going to be a similar conversation. Ooh. But Lalana just naturals a Kaisa on 2-6, huh?
Yeah, Kaisa's a champion that's fallen off a bit, but overall doing pretty good, so, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that, as we're talking about here, at this point in the game, Nasus and Kaisa coming online, again, these units make use of the stat bonuses ever so well. You don't get the Ascension, the continuous healing on something like that Nasus, but the tempo gain here should be massive enough for it to take him through at least this stage, and potentially also early stage 3.
Yeah, let's let's just look at the damage that the Kai'Sa is serving there, particularly because of how the unit works. She's always going to be very untouched in the early stages. Not enough units on the board yet to find and eliminate a Kai'Sa that's jumping around. And I'm really curious on Scapeus and how he is going to pilot this Tiniest Titan, actually.
Yeah, from a tournament perspective, I really like this built different play, by the way. You have 19 points, you're doing really well. Even if it does turn into a 4th place, that's kind of all you're looking for right now. And so, again, really heads-up play from Lolana. So far, very impressed with that.
Another thing, Rob, we like have a bit of a lull in the action here. Kind of just like talking about like the grandiosity of this lobby, right? You're looking at Lolana, 4th place at the championship. You're looking at Canbizz, made it to a championship, reigning regional champion. You have Lires, also at a championship, right back in face. Scapeus, also at a championship, and then you have Ging with 3 championship appearances. These are all players that knows exactly what it takes to get to the absolute biggest stage we have in TFT.
Absolutely right, and we will be watching as they maybe do again. After all, this is the EMEA Finals. Players are fighting not only for a very nice prize pool, but also for the qualification to the World Championship. And some of them have been there before, like you said. Some of them, it would be the first time. I'm pretty sure it's every TFT Pros player's goal to at least play there, and if not, take it home. And we all want that for EMEA, let's be honest.
Yeah, this is an interesting
More
situation.
doctors are here with us now. I'm sorry. You're part of the gang.
This is such an interesting board, by the way, because you've got that Tiniest Titans, which is going to buy you the health. You've got a really good economic position, but not a lot of clear direction right now. You've locked a Crown Guard. Your items are not really pushing you in a particular direction. We've talked about how before with multicasters, if you don't have those best-in-slot items, they end up performing a lot worse. So it's going to be really interesting to see where he goes from here on 3-2. Hopefully the Augment can give him some direction and figure that out, because right now he's just taking a ton of damage. But again, thankfully Tiniest Titan's doing a lot of work here.
And you're going to get something like Jibray that has all the direction in the world. Noxus and Shurima Emblem already online.
Oh.
White Crown could be the direction he needs, but it's not exactly a Sinadine scenario right now. So Freaky Friday, always an entitling choice. It is going to be those lucky gloves, however. And keep in mind, he has a glove open on the bench already.
Yes.
This could be a massive tempo here. Let that Tiny Titans do all the work.
I love that. So with knowing that he had an extra glove, he is now able to slam 2 of those lucky gloves, like you're saying, which is going to allow him to have that big tempo. But of course, everyone's getting prismatics, not just Scapeus, and there is more coming around. Canbizz now also picking up some spatulas here. Do you turn those to emblems, or do you want the tack round?
Yeah,
tack round it is?
Yeah, tack round I think makes the most sense from this position. This is another board right now that doesn't look like it has a ton of clear direction. I think with the RFC and the Hand of Justice, we're looking at something like a Nila board. So that's definitely a direction that we can go here. But overall, yeah, playing off this Jhin right now up against Lolana, who's been full win streaking here, but not a lot of major upgrades right now. So we're starting to get to that point where I think Lolana's going to fall off a bit.
Yeah, it might just happen here. Ooh.
Kai'Sa doing her best. 1 Jinx ult here, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think.
Oh,
my goodness.
A little bit too close for comfort here as well. He's on that grab, right? He's on TF here. No combat augment or anything down that route, but it's worth noting one of the reasons why grab bag isn't very highly thought of right now is the fact that when you're playing TF, you're playing very narrow lines that don't make great use of different items here. But when you are on that build different, you can pretty much use every single item in the game to keep up your tempo.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. You know, it's again, right now, I want to see a lot of these directions get locked in because we know who the emblems are playing. We know what they're doing here. Looking at some of the other augments, we did see a Shurima emblem come through, so Shurima should be in a good spot. But overall, right now, we're waiting to see as everybody starts to hit their 6-piece verticals, how strong they become. We get a look at our lucky Gov player here, and again, it's like a weird sorcerer build with double Crown Guard frontline, so really interesting boards being put together right now.
Everything in me is screaming that's such a skip board, right? This player is known for playing weird boards that then somehow work out for him, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was just yet another of his creations. He is going to be moving through here and take a loss, unfortunately, but on the back of that Tiniest Titan, are you really mad about a perfect loss? I think no.
But down at the bottom here, that's a Sire with a glove on the carousel right now. Look at Esther Akami absolutely beelining it for it. He has been losing out heavily. But with the double Ionian emblem, with one Vanquish emblem, if he can put this together in his head, executed on the board, this could be an absolutely incredibly capped out board with that Sire and the rest of the Vanquish board.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at these items. Double Shurima, double Ionia, double Noxus, another double Ionia. Again, are we going to see one of these big 9 pieces do really, really well here? And then for everybody else, what do they lean into, right? Are we going to see more multicasters from there? What's going to happen?
Looking over to Edge there's been a little bit of remaking, all of the items flying to the bench, and I think now the direction is very clear. Finds the Ash 2. This is going to be an upgrade in power, but he also finds the Ionias. Now, he has 6 online, but there is another emblem on the bench. There's another Vanquisher emblem on the bench, so the 9 seems more than doable in the long run.
A lot of paper in that front line right now. That's not fully reinforced just yet. Right? He's also floating a bunch of these trades right now. Extra Vank, extra Ionia on the bench already, but that Sire 2 will be a saving grace. I'm still not sure. Okay, the Guardbreaker comes in a little bit late into the fight here. Should have been the first time for just optimal play here.
Oh, yeah, and Lalana losing his win streak.
Yeah, I was going to say, Xayah 2 with 6 Ionia, 4 Vanquisher at this point does seem very strong here. Has the Guardbreaker, the Gunblade, has another glove. Could make that into a Last Whisper. So at this point, this feels like a pretty stable board. Like you mentioned, pretty weak front line. Hopefully we can find a Shen to replace this Karma. But otherwise, the Xayah 2 should crank through a lot of the front lines at this point in the game.
Yeah, and we're at the point in the game right now where Last Whisper isn't fully required. Would be a nice addition, obviously, to the board, but it should be coming in very shortly, one would assume, at least, if the Wolves are good to him here. But it's also worth noting, Esther Akami, he's 8 points after 3 games. He is one of our players that really need a strong performance in this game to keep himself in the running for a strong performance before Stay Free.
Yeah, he absolutely is, and he might just do that on the back of the emblems that he accumulated. On the other side, though, is Lyris, and we were talking about the Freaky Friday being not about pickup. It's here on the side of Lyris, but it's not doing too hot right now.
Yeah, again, so now that we have the Xayah 2, feels like we'll be able to win streak. And again, on the other side, Lalana, we talked about with the Built Different, now starting to fall off a little bit. And this is why people are not as fond of Built Different. So we'll have to see if Lalana can turn this into a really strong board that's a top 4, like we talked about, or if this ends up being cursed and what happens from there. But overall, looking at the gold, there is an 87 gold player right now, holding on to a lot of money.
Yeah, Tiniest Titan really coming into effect. That double booster instead of being able to ensure you're always above the economy breakdowns as well. And we can kind of see like where he's kind of leaning in towards. It is looking like this could be a Nico Soraka composition, holding Nikos, holding the Terex here. It would be an absolutely massive roll down if he decides to go for it. 96 gold right now, waiting for that because the triple prismatic could be a level up, could be an absolutely crazy setup with when we start thinking about it a little bit more.
Okay, I just heard someone find a 3-star. The sound came through. We're going to be figuring out who that was. But, oh, there we are. Ging on the multicasters, able to get that Galio 3 online is going to be massive as a frontline tank against basically any of these comps here.
I think the nice thing is we talked about how before he was going to play multicaster without that Pandora's items, but has managed to put together some really solid items here. Has the blue buff, has the Gunblade. Guardbreaker not perfect. You'd rather have a jeweled gauntlet. But is also only 1 TF away here. With Golden Ticket, that's a bit disappointing. I think by now you'd really want that TF3 with Golden Ticket, but is going to come online here and should be able to be powerful, at least through the back end of Stage 4. And it is a Prismatic here, so you know, level up on Ging's board, but I think especially for Skip, who we see level 7, I'm wondering if Skip got level up here. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it might be that that's the case. We're going to be checking it out, but
oh,
it's the opposite instead. And I love this. I love the Infernal Contract with the Bastion board. I think it's really, really good.
Is this the highest gold roll down we've seen in the TFT competitive ever? Like, we're rolling at 140 gold right now here.
We're going down right now. We need the Nico 3. That's one of the big ones. We want Soraka 3. We want Taric 3. Basically, anything that we play in this comp, we're happy to find more multiples off, and he is going down very precisely. You know, sometimes we are seeing out of those players like very heavy APM kind of fast roll downs. Skip is like, nah, I have so much health. I'm stuck on level 7 anyway. I'm above 50, no worries, slamming my items now, and we'll continue whenever it makes sense.
Yeah, also worth noting, he can continue just to roll while his turn is going on. That's what he wants to do, to kind of save that APM blood, as you're pointing out here. But that early Cassante can save him a ton of HP. And you gotta keep in mind, if he just finds a single point of stability all throughout this stage here, that Tiniest Titan will provide him that extra HP to make sure he gonna be stable in the game.
Honestly, for what he had, that felt like a pretty disappointing roll down. We're only on 3 Nikos right now, and Nico 3 is definitely the key to this comp.
Without the Nico 3,
yeah, I mean, you find the Kassadin 3 here, but it's not really that powerful here. And again, we're still only at 3 Nikos. That's the big concern right now.
Well, there's one. You just need to say it a couple more times. Maybe that'll work out, but he definitely needs more copies. 2 are here. That's a 3rd.
Okay.
And now we need 3 more, and Skip will have the main win condition for the Nico Bastions online, and I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we got 6 there, at least we're in a fine spot here. We've still got Tiniest Titans, so we're going to be able to get a lot of health back up. We've got that Kassadin now for extra frontline, should buy some time. And it feels like right now our win conditions are Nico 3 and Karma 3. Karma 3 in particular will give some extra damage. You know, Karma has kind of fallen out of favor here, but if you can get a Karma 3 with that strong of a frontline, should be okay. And the fact that we have lucky gloves means the items are going to be pretty good. And we just got another spatula carousel, by the way.
Wow.
This is the 2nd spatula carousel we've seen.
Look at Jimray!
Look at Jimray. You've got double Noxus, double Shurima. And are they going to grab another spatula? This is starting to get a little wacky.
He's also starting to
spatulas open. He can if he wants to, and he does. Beelining for that. Silco Jimray is just building his own TFT game here.
And he's like kind of just starting to run out of bad units to remove, right? That's also something that we gotta keep in mind. Look at this board here. Like, there are not a lot of bad units left for him to kind of go for right now, but his Mordekaiser is fully itemized. Same thing goes for the Asir. The biggest contention point here for him right now is that lack of a Mordekaiser 2 before he's going to be fully stable. Even also the Nasus 2, right? He's level 7, and if his streak gets broken at any point, he's going to struggle to build that economy back up.
Skipeas has sent it all the way down. There's one more Nico, but he leaves one last copy to have the Nico 3 online. And just to remind you, that was 160 gold. You can see there's multiple copies that we're sitting on here, 2 for the Tarek, 1 for the Nico. Notably, I believe, unless we sold the second one off, no, she's there. So, yeah, I mean, eventually it's going to come around, right?
It definitely will be. Go ahead.
We're in that cursed bench state, right? We've got 8 Nikos, 8 Karmas, 7 Tarek, 6 Sorakas, and now what's going to happen if you've ever played TFT is you're going to start seeing Sorakas and Tareks in your bench, and you're going to be like, what do I do here? And it's going to feel really bad to sell them, but yeah, unfortunately, rolling down here really needs the bench space just to hit one of these to give that bench space back. Doesn't, and this is just really painful situation to be in.
It definitely is a rough one for sure here. Meanwhile, Esther Canbizz rolling down, but I kind of want to talk about the fact that we saw FIFA beyond that binary, right? I feel like an augment that kind of has found new life in this set in general. Like, it's super strong, especially when you have this many emblems, right? Because you're not sacrificing actual items, you're just sacrificing the emblems on a unit like the Neela here.
Looking at Edged, though, 6 Vanquishers, 6 Ionia. I mean, most of these boards right now feel like they're incredibly crazy with how many emblems we've gotten in this prismatic lobby. On the other side is Lires. He picked up that level up that we were referencing earlier, and there is a Mordekaiser too. There is an Azir, and Edger has taken yet another loss. He is on his last life going into Raptors.
And another thing that's also worth noting here, depending on whether or not Lalana wins or loses this fight, he is going to lose it, but I was going to say that there are a lot of players who does like somewhat like not fully find their compositions, but like when one of the players is Capeas and he wins that fight against Alana, it's not looking too good for the bread.
Yeah, this is a rough test situation. Lalana at 40, we're seeing boards come together here. But yeah, being at 4 health heading in here means one bad matchup is rough. We get a look at our multicaster board here. It's now fully golden. And the items overall not bad here. We have the Zeeks, which worked out pretty well. We've got decent items on TF. Vel'Koz 3 with no items feels a bit wasteful,
Static?
but at least we can go a Static Shiv here, which will help. Static Shiv plus armor here, I imagine, so that we can get the Bramble Vest on the Galio. On the other side, we do finally hit the Karma. That's big. Still needs the Nico, though. Really hoping we can roll down and find the Nico here. Goes with an Ionia emblem. That's a nice boost up. So again, just find that Nico here, and we should be pretty strong.
Yeah, finds one Soraka, but it's not necessarily what was needed here, and is back at 0 gold again. Unfortunate for Skip, but again, he is on Tiniest Titan, so he will heal back just a little bit. Question is, how long can you keep this up for until you actually find the upgrade set you're looking for? I imagine it's not much longer, as we are now in stage 5.
Yeah, at least with the Karma 3, the Karma 3 should be able to pump out some decent damage. The Kassadin 3 should be able to live a decent amount here. And so even without the Nico 3, we are still feeling pretty strong here. Should be all right, able to win this fight. And, you know, unfortunately for our level up player, that's going to be a big chunk of damage coming their way. And we lose our 8th place player, unfortunately.
Soraka free here is another point of stability, right? It's going to help keeping that Nico topped up, whereas Esther Akami is going to go out here. Part of that, like 2 to 3-way contest for those Ionia lines, something that we haven't seen a lot of this weekend so far, but Lires finds that a Seer 2 here, right? Should be a little bit of a stopgap before he's able to go level 9 with that level up.
I'm actually so worried about Lalana. We're hopping over here to a 4-loss streak, and this is kind of the fate that I feared for as we went into this line. Great for the early stages, and he did amazing with it, had really good win streaks, was doing really well and healthy, but now he's in a position where he's relying on these forecasts to actually carry him through the game, and with how intense this lobby is, with how many verticals people are actually running, I'm not sure a BD board can actually keep up here.
I mean, you can kind of see it here. If he had an Aphelios 2 in this fight in particular, for example, like this would have been a win for Lalana. Like the Aphelios 1 just not producing enough damage right now, and it's just kind of the name of this game here. Javan 2 comes through, but at this point, it's not even an upgrade. Just again, it's a stronger unit overall, but he's trading that second Javan for an Aphelios. He has to make it, but not necessarily a unilateral upgrade.
Yeah, I agree. And I think you called it out correctly, right? Which is that in a triple prismatic lobby, when everybody's hitting a ton of big, powerful verticals, and your trait bonus is essentially the built different, it just can't quite keep up. Because overall, I like the itemization, I like the positioning and things like that. It's just you're going up against so many stronger boards here. You know, a fully capped multicaster board, whether you get these like 7 Noxus Chick Shurima boards, but overall just pretty insane stuff.
Yeah, and this time we're looking over Canbizz's shoulder, going up against King's Golden Multicasters, and one stepping stone to take Canbizz down in 7th is going to be really, really painful. Lalana just short of following him down that path. It's Fifek and him who are on their last life, and once again, there is an emblem waiting for us here, and a Vanquisher emblem nonetheless.
A lot of the last problems kind of stem from the fact that, again, a lot of these specters that come into play, not necessarily something that's good for him. And as you're pointing out, Norga, as well here, like when you pick the prismatic build different, you're picking it because you expect there to not be more prismatic augments in the game. Because, sure, like the tempo loss is too big at that point, but you can't pick some of the more powerful augments in the prismatic tier, which very often revolve around emblems.
Every time we go into the carousel, I stare at Jim Ray's board. Oof.
That's a rough situation to be in. Sells the Kaisa. That's an interesting choice here. I get it because Aphelios is one of his main carries here, but we just don't have a real front line now. Plays 2 Kassadins. I think that's the best he can get. But unfortunately, I think this is looking like a 6th place because the other boards in the lobby right now just feel so much stronger. You know, goes up against this board. We still haven't seen the Nico 3, but now we have the Taric, the Soraka, the Karma. I just don't think that's going to be enough power.
We are also getting a glimpse of Jim Ray's board, bottom left on the opposite side. This is a board where I think by now we're running 6 emblems, if I counted correctly. He just keeps adding to it, and Fifek will be going out on the back of that. Both of these players following suit side by side. The minus HP totals are going to matter, and it will be built different, actually going out in 6th tier. Fifek taking a 5th.
So we get our first prismatic trait here. We've got 9 Noxus 9 Noxus, you know, it's no 9 Demacia, but it is very strong. It's a ton of HP, AD, and AP. So this Azir will be able to pump out the damage, the Mordekaiser as well. The one weakness is the front line's a little weak. If we can find that Scion 2, that would definitely go a long way. But overall, 9 Noxus here should be a pretty substantial upgrade here. And hopefully they can just pump through.
Is 9 Noxus good against 9 Noxus with 6 Shurima and Vanquishers? Though has to be the question. Jimray on the other side is like, I see your cards and I trade you the same board but stronger. Let's see how Jimray actually does here, and it seems like he might be on the losing end. Lires's board has taken the cake.
It's also worth noting here, Jimray still stock level 8. As we were alluding to it, towards the back end of stage 4, he was very low in economy, did not have that goal to kind of pivot off the back off.
All right.
Yeah.
Jimray is also only on 7, but he is at 6 Shurima, 7 Noxus. I don't think that's a board that anyone had in their bingo card for today.
No, certainly not. But again, that Prismatic just so much more powerful. The 9 Noxus doing a ton of work here. I do like the fact that you have that Shurima mix. That's going to give you that health regen. Works really well, that extra attack speed. So a pretty cool variation nonetheless. But unfortunately, it just doesn't stand up to the power of that Prismatic. And so now it feels like trying to, you know, maybe squeeze out a second or a third from this position here. We see the Nico 3 come in, so that's going to be a pretty big upgrade finally. But again, just the boards you're up against, it's that capped multicaster board, that 9 Noxus board that just got an Aatrox 2. So pretty tough situation here. 4 very strong boards right now.
Yeah, again, Scapeus really bled out way too much in the process of trying to hit this board after that 160 gold roll down here. So even after all those struggles here, his max cap here might even be a fourth.
It might be or it might not be. We're going to be watching. 9 Noxus meets us once again, this time on the other side. This is Lires's board. And another big point here is that he's 2 levels above Scapeus. But is that enough? Can the Karma with the AoE actually dish out enough damage to get the units where they belong? But it doesn't seem like it. The front line has crumbled and the rest will follow. Skip taking a massive hit here, but gets to the 1 HP.
Even then, there's not a lot of other upgrades to really add to this board, Moddog.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing here. We took, you know, this augment that keeps you capped at level 7. What else could you possibly get, right? Everything's 3-starred, except for Milio. Milio 3 is not going to make a big difference. At this point, I feel like we're frustration rolling. There's literally nothing you could hit. Maybe something like a Rise would be your only other option, and get rid of the electric, because it's not really doing that much. But otherwise, yeah, this feels like a pretty doomed 4th place, which is fine. Again, for the state you are in the tournament here, a 4th is not something to sneeze at.
Scapeus on the other side, meeting the Jimray board. It is basically near to none emblems against all of them, and the Azir might just lock the fate of Scapeus in. But this time around, the Nico at least got 1 cast off. There's 3 units left for Jimray that Scapeus is trying to chew through, and he will succeed at that and hang on one more time. Lires knocked down to 8. If Scapeus can do this one more time, then he might be able to climb to a 3rd place, which I think would be fantastic with this.
But you can see the matchups on your screen, Max.
Unfortunately.
Jimray has Lires, that means Scapeus has Ging. So these massive reroll boards will be going head to head, and right now, there's none that's threatened King's streak so far, so I don't see how that will change if I'm being completely honest right now.
I was trying to frame it interestingly, Rita, but okay, yes. I also think the multicasters will take this. We're going to be watching Lires against Jimray on the right-hand side and Scapeus against the golden board of Ging on the left-hand side. All of our top 4 boards, but who is going to come out? Could be side-by-side elimination depending on how this one goes down. And Scapeus will definitely falter here to a pretty big loss, but so will Lires, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that especially the multicaster board was able to get the Greater Jeweled Lotus, allowing all those spells to crit as well, is just so much damage. And so we did see a double kill there, and so it's going to be 9 Noxus versus that capped multicaster board. And at this point, you basically need anything that can get your board to live long enough for this Azir to ramp up. That seems like really your only option here. Has the Scion too, so has a pretty solid board here. But again, you just have to survive that initial burst And the problem is you've got that Sona, you've got that TF, and now we're starting to see items on that Vel'Koz, so it's just so much power at this point.
And even just Ging going level 9 as well, right? Like, there's just no stopping this man here. And it is ever so needed, these top 2 players, when you look at the points for both Ging as well as Lires, right? Both of these players need a strong game here now to kind of have a better chances going on in the tournament.
Okay, keep in mind, a second place is still strong. We take those if we're up against the board like the one that Ging has built very early on. Finds the golden ticket, finds the Lotus, is just on a completely strong board with all of those multicasters, but it looks like it's actually not as decided as we might have thought here, and Lires is able to knock Ging down just a smidge.
Yeah, 9 Noxus able to stand up just a bit. It really feels like it's going to come down to where do those spells go, right? If we are able to burst down the Mordekaiser, we can win as the multicaster comp, but if not, also now has a Bel'Veth 2 here, and so if Bel'Veth 2 can get some big true damage hits on some of the front line like the Galio, that's going to allow you to get through pretty quick here. So the 9 Noxus board just looking so strong here, but again, fully capped multicaster, Jeweled Lotus, as we head into what could be the final fight.
Yes, about to say, like, that adaptation here, moving into that Bel'Veth is such a big thing, right? Because you're talking about this survivability here, and 9 Noxus is such a big stat check that it is going to be a difficult one for even 4-6, even for the multicasters in this position.
Yeah, but the Mordekaiser once again survives, and he makes his way through. He finds the Vel'Koz instantly, and again, takes a win here, knocks Ging down to 17 HP. Now, both of these players are level 9, but Lires technically could go higher if, the level up would be level upping, is not any close to that for now. And maybe there's like an item upgrade we can find here that helps.
You can see one of them coming through already, by you're kind of alluding to, right? Items being moved over to this Scion 2, making it even more difficult to push through this front line.
Yeah, I think that might actually be the difference here. The items on a Scion 2 just wasn't really cutting it, so moving them over to the Scion is going to be a lot for the enemy to take down. We have a chance for an even stronger item here, something like a Bramble Vest to block all these crits. Not sure what we're rolling for exactly, but hopefully we're going to pop our items here. We get an offensive item, unfortunately, so I imagine that's Ionic Spark on Scion. Maybe put this on Cassiopeia, something like the Static Shiv. Could be an option here. Edge of Night to maybe block some of the burst is also an option. So we'll have to see, but this is probably the final fight we're heading into.
It probably is. Last second choice coming out of Lires here, and we will be going into it. Can the multicasters find that Mordekaiser first? And they can, but at the cost of that Vel'Koz. And the Bel'Veth is getting her reshots. The crown will go through Aatrox against Sona, and it will be a win for Lires on a 1-unit difference with the Aatrox. That was so close!
And again, like, this is kind of why we've been talking so, like, big about Lires' like technical gameplay, like why we think he's one of the more slept-on players in the scene in general. Like, again, he made it into the championship already once here. Just a great understanding on how to really fully cap out that 9 Noxus board, and that's one of the most important skills to have in TFT, understanding how you convert those second places into a first.
Yeah, I think a big thing there is we saw some really key swaps at the end there, right? Even with 9 Noxus, he was losing some of those fights, but the ability to swap it in and get that Scion in, just really made a massive difference.
We're hopping over to Lobby A just to see Sonar taking a win here. He looks pretty happy with that one against Lakoko. Good to see Lakoko find a second place as well. I love that for him. And we're going to be checking in with those lobbies, of course, over the course of the day. There will be a reseat right after this round as the 4th game has now commenced. But 2 more games are coming your way, and so is our analyst desk. So stay tuned for a quick break, and then they'll be back.
Welcome back to Rising Legends EMEA Finals. Troublelink, Counterfeit, and Panda with you for yet another analyst desk. I stopped a little bit there because I'm like, there is no desk anymore. We're standing, but hey.
What do you call it?
It's kind of the same deal. So, crazy lobby, first triple prismatic we ever had, and surprise, surprise, a vertical line winning.
Lyris with 9 Noxus, just absolutely out of control. Not just 9 Noxus, but 9 Noxus with perfect item carriers as well. Belveth too. She is a kind of a fake unclickable unit unless the stars align. Spoiler, the stars align here. Infinity Force, the Noxus emblem on Belveth. She was tearing through that Galio, just unstoppable.
It was notable, of course, that, you know, not the player with the most emblems in the game necessarily, but I think you're absolutely right. You know, I think it was mentioned on the cast as well, there is a sort of a limit to how useful more and more emblems are until eventually you run out of space.
And I was told that usually Belveth is unclickable again until the stars align, but could the Belveth be that one key champion that you can potentially get to get that Galio out of the picture?
We saw it every single fight. It happened once again. I was trying to say maybe Ging has to change positioning, try and have someone else take the aggro of the Belveth for the first few seconds of the fight to try and have that survive a little bit longer. Not the case. Every single fight, Galio was melted in just 5 seconds.
Now, of course, the triple prismatic is not what made the lobby absolutely crazy. It was the players that were in this particular lobby, and you guys were a huge fan of what a wild card of a player Scipeus is. Please run me through what you think he was thinking about when he benched his entire board and went for the Nico line.
Well, that's the thing. You know, Scipeus, as you know, David, as you noted in the game, had an incredible economy during that game. Honestly, you know, as a mad scientist of the Rising Legends circuit, it felt a little bit like he got robbed in that last game because he felt like he did a lot of things right to then end up where he did. It felt very unjustified.
He started off with AP items, was kind of forced to build 2 crown guards, really only fits nicely on Nico. Unfortunately, it was the electric Ixtal, not one of the better ones like Ice, for example. That was the big deal breaker, I think. And also just the pace at which he hit the 3 stars. He had at one point 170 gold to roll with at the start of stage 4, and he rolled and rolled and rolled and didn't find Nico until maybe 1.5 stages later. So overall, just a little bit too slow, ended up 4th.
And a little bit unfortunate. Completely found an uncontested build but didn't end up hitting. Now, of course, I know there was a player in this particular lobby that you're a huge fan of, Counterfeit, and that was Lalana. Please explain to me, why is he built diff?
Oh boy. Oh boy. We're talking about unjustified finishes in this one. Lalana, he went out into the woods and found a different way to approach the game. I do think that, unfortunately, you know, with the game being fully prismatic as it was, that you know that Built Different is not designed to be a lobby winning composition, and when people are pushing far beyond the horizon, you're always going to be a little bit left behind.
That's exactly it. And I think it makes sense for Lalana to play Built Different. He's one of the best early game players in the entirety of EMEA. I think, as you mentioned, second augment being prismatic, that was already a big blow to him. Third augment as well. It couldn't let him really play more than a 6 there in the end. So unfortunate for this game. Still 2 games left today and 6 more tomorrow, so he can definitely bounce back.
And of course, even for Jimray, we can't say that it was a bad finisher, but it looked much better. It looked like he could take that first spot. He had like 5 spats at some point. He had like 3 knockers and 2 Shurima, I think.
And he's a player that loves playing Noxus and Azir, Mord and Azir as a carry, so he had kind of his comfortable game. He's a player that started getting competitive this set, has been popping off every single GSC that has happened. He's coached Abby's in NA, so he's a player that has a huge pedigree just in one set, and he's showing it here. A huge 3rd place in the lobby that was really crazy, to be honest.
Absolutely. Also, he played in Emily Wang's tournament. That was in your notes.
That was the instigator for his competitive career, actually. So thank you, Emily Wang, for bringing Jimray to these high highs.
Thank you so much for training him for this moment. Now, of course, we can go forward and look at the rankings as well, just to see how our players have been doing so far. A lot of no names towards the lower end. I'm seeing Zaza right there. I'm a little bit surprised to see him towards the lower end.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is the thing. You know, coming into this as only 2-time GSC winner, there is always a question mark. You know, you can perform at the 1 step below the Golden Spatula Cups, but this is a whole new level of intensity here at the EMEA Finals. You know you're going from this event onto the global stage, so nothing but the best is good enough.
4 games in, Likoko, Canbizz, and Dasik in the bottom 8 out of the 32. That is a big, big surprise. Some of these players were favorites to maybe win it all for some of our viewers on this weekend. Still, a few games to bounce back, 8 in total, so there is a chance to come back into it. But these are the top 16 right now.
Now, a few of your guys' favorites, Lalana in number 6. We have Jimray in number 3. Og was dethroned after game number 4, and what jungler has actually gotten onto that number 1? I'm pretty sure Makes would be very happy to see a German player over in that number 1, but he says he's not going to vote for them. Doesn't jinx.
Doesn't need to.
I'll do it then instead of her. What jungler's my pick'ems? He's number 1 for me. He's a winner of the tournament. Good start for him in 4 games.
All right, real quickly, right before we go into break, why?
He just be so consistent. He's so underrated. He's so quiet as a personality, but this is maybe his chance to make some noise and show the viewers at home how good he is at TFT.
Well, he does have another 2 games today to prove that he has what it takes to make that noise and keep that number 1 spot. We're going to go into a very quick break, but stay tuned because we have 2 whole games to go through after this.
Welcome back, one and all, to Rising Legends. We are moving close to the end of our first day of the competition here at the EMEA Regional Finals. We will have one more day after this is done, but once these 2 games are finished, we will have a pretty good idea of our front runners heading into day 2, and then, of course, let's cut to top 8 in day 3.
Not just the players, but the meta as well. It's going to be a day of reflection tonight, especially. All these players will look through all of the VODs, look through what comps have been having success, what comps have been maybe a bit of a bait coming into this day 1, and maybe adapt for that day 2 as well.
And also, I mean, Ezreal has been doing pretty well, I would say, right? Like, you have some of the Ezreal players in and around that top 8 mark as we are speaking as right now. So Jim Ray in there, Stakesor in there, in the top end of the standings, right? So maybe some people didn't have a full understanding of like what is actually possible in the meta right now, like getting a bit of a surprise coming that way.
So from our previous game, of course, we saw that game be flooded with emblems. You could not have asked for more emblems ever. Where do you guys feel like Earth is at the moment based on the games we've seen so far?
I think it's been a clear, idea of if I have that vertical 9 chase trade, if I make it to that level, if the lobby tempo isn't so high that I can actually go level 9, great. You might win the game like Lyrus did in that last game. TF on the opposite side, if I'm uncontested multi-caster with perfect items and I 3-star everything like Ging did, you're also in contention to win that game outright. So I think it's still a very clear-cut battle between TF and Earth, and it comes down to the lobby composition. If there's multiple TFs all attacking each other, they might be in trouble. Same for Earth. If there's only one Noxus vertical player, one Demacia vertical player, he might have that sole success as well.
Yeah, and that's a thing for me is big, right? Because we have seen what you're talking about here, and you being, I would say you're an expert on TF.
I would say so. It's been a hard week for me, sacrificing myself on ladder, playing multicasters every game. But I've learned a lot, Wida. That's what I'm here for on this day one.
Yeah, that's why we're kind of, because like I'm an expert on Ezreal, so we kind of we're trading our expertises here. But again, like the contested thing here is the thing I'm going to be looking most forward to, especially because you have some players in this lobby that prohibitively will just not go for those lines. Like, I'm not playing Earth, I'm not playing TF, I'm not playing multicasters. Right? You have those people existing in the tournament, so. Well, and now, in fact, you know who you have in your final 2 lobbies. Will that change your legend selection as well?
No, that's exactly the kind of question I wanted to float here, because we've got people in very different circumstances here. I believe in the next lobby here, we're going to have some of our top scoring players, and then we'll have some players who need to make up an awful lot of ground. You can see there the difference between Wet Jungler, our current leader on 24 points, all the way down to 9 at the other end. This is a really very circumstance to go into for Game 5.
Wet Jungler's a very interesting player, especially. He's been prepping solo for this event. You might think that's a huge weakness with how much you have to research and get underway with a new B patch, but still he's performing so well.
Important thing here as well, right? Stakesor is an Ezreal. He wants this Jace's workshop ever so much here, and he gets it. He's going to be able to pick his Augment out, cherry-picking that prismatic buried treasures here, getting 3 extra items as we were talking about with Mordok earlier on. That is an entire secondary carry you're going to be able to itemize. Whereas the TF players we've been talking about, they're going to be a little bit behind. The Earth players going to have a lot more randomness also in the mix here. Ezreal's a lot more consistent with prismatic first than a lot of the other legends in the game right now.
So looking back over the games we've seen so far, where do you guys feel on the balance of, being as flexible as possible versus playing whatever the game gives you? Where do you feel like the tournament meta is right now?
I mean, I think we don't have to mention multicasters at all. I think there's a clear idea of I'm playing multicasters every single game, hoping I'm not contested and hoping I can do well. We've seen other players that are not adapting well enough to, hey, I'm contested, I should not be rerolling, I should be playing multicasters for tempo, pivoting to Azir, playing multicasters and just going fast 7, fast 8, and just playing around a 2-cost board, which we've seen can do very well as well. We've seen some builds that are maybe suboptimal, with still building mana items on Vel'Koz instead of just full damage, like China has been doing the last few days. So overall, I think there's still a lot that has not been fully settled in multicasters line, especially in this day one.
Here's a position here for Shinshia, right? Because it is going to be a triple prismatic, so like sure Kale is going to take a lot of damage in the early game, but he has an early rage blade, he has that Galio in the shop already, and he has the Kale. It's a line that he needs to keep open, but I also wouldn't be surprised to see him go down a different route.
And taking a quick look across at the Legends being deployed here, we are seeing a pretty good mix. We've got Travis and of course Stakesor on the Ezreal from before. We've got the Earths creeping in as well, so as much as, coming into the tournament we're expecting things to be maybe a little 1 or even just 2-note, we are getting decent diversity.
Is that the first player in this entire tournament to sell Vel'Koz coming from Orb while coming into stage 2? It looks like Shinshar does not want to play contested. There are some players who really, they value just playing uncontested lines, and we're seeing the options here for Shinshar. Double trouble. It's going to be going into Rogues or Nico. Birthday present to play a flexible tempo game plan. And Juggernaut Crown, maybe not the most appetizing, appealing of options currently in the meta.
Smith going for that double trouble route here. We don't have a full idea about what our Ixtal is going to be. Could be have massive impact in terms of it. It's going to be the Nico line, or if it's going to be that Rogue line here. Stakesor instantly going to level 4 as well. Signals he has a strong tempo opener.
All right, we'll keep a close eye out for that, but it will be, as I said, the double trouble coming in. So Shinshar definitely going to take the path less traveled in this game. We did see in our previous game that didn't necessarily always work out, but this does seem like a pretty good board to start the game off with.
The quick level does not make the Melio 2, instead prefers to play 2 copies of Melio with this prismatic double trouble especially. I think that would be just better in terms of the combat strength on the board, and 2 copies of Alawi as well. In my opinion, one of the most underrated 1-cost in the current meta in terms of stability if you kind of build your comp around her in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of talked about this with Lalana's board in the previous game, where if you position her same side as your carry, she's going to get that Soul Link healing continuously all throughout the fight.
All right, so we'll see Xinxiao continue to build the board up. We did get a little glimpse of what's going on across the rest of the lobby. We do know that we've got a Bruiser player live in the mix as well. Of course, as multiple different players bring out that Pandora's items at the prismatic level, I mean, we've got a lot of power ready and raring to build up and go.
Xinxiao's considering maybe just making 10 here, playing these 2 Malzahars over that upgraded Melio instead. It looks like that's going to be the final option here. We did see Kiana 2 come in for Ezreal's board, so maybe he's playing Rogues. We'll have to check out what his board looks like. That might be the case, but with a Bruiser emblem for now, so just going to be a temporary Rogue board. Still leaves the option open for Xinxiao to go down that route in Stage 3 if he chooses to, but without a single Graves right now, maybe not the most appealing of options.
Yeah, because Graves is kind of the continuously playing. Unless you have a lot of early Kianas, you will be looking towards that Graves, rolling down aggressively on free 1 to find that as a stabilization point. Then you start itemizing the Graves, and then you figure out which is going to be your secondary rogue carry after that.
All right, taking a quick glance across what we've picked up so far. Of course, we have got a couple of players who've taken a little bit of a hit in the early going. Of course, our current tournament leader, Wet Jungler, is one of those. Volta as well, taking some early hits. We check in with Kubixon, who is re-rolling that Prismatic. Going to bring it out of play for a while to make sure he gets exactly what he needs.
Looks like he is going to be playing for this Noxus. Vertical line has the upgraded Samira, hoping that'll be enough to try and turn this lose streak into a win streak to get some early Noxus stacks, potentially in favor of that Mordekaiser carry in the late game. Wants to try and then enroll for the Radiant RFC or the Baron's Gift as well, the Radiant version of Nashor's Tooth.
Yeah, look at this as well here. Looking at a pretty clear lean already coming through from Stakesor. Double defensive items time here as well, right? That's one of the biggest strengths about playing Ezreal is you're able to slam those early frontline items without it even like costing you anything in terms of your base on your carries.
Yes, Stakesor is definitely slamming down the damage along with Travis. And we've got the 3 win-streaking players, Sammy as well, managing to keep things up nice and toasty as we head onto our first carousel of Game 5.
3 spatulas in the mix in this very first carousel. For those Earth players chasing those verticals, especially the craftable emblems, this could be a very interesting option. The Noxus players, for example, might be interested. Kubixon seems like he is going to pick up both a Swain and a spatula, so perfect carousel for him in this stage too.
No, that's absolutely fantastic. Again, hopefully, well, I'd say hopefully, I don't know what we're going to end up with one way or the other, but certainly with the amount of Pandoras in the field, we expect to see our players get the emblem they want.
Yeah, and that's the thing here. And Xinxiao's double trouble line here, it keeps changing all the time until you find the pieces he actually needs to kind of start building his board. But as you're talking about, David, it's looking more and more, it is going to be that Invoker line.
It's like it's the case, but he's lost so much gold holding this early Melio 2 despite not playing it, for example. I'm curious as to maybe just deciding to lose Shigal Stage 2, make Econ instead, and look fish later for those Invoker units and those Bastion units. If he is trying to play Nico, we still don't know what the Ixchel is just yet, but if it is Ice especially, it could be very, very appealing for that Nico reroll.
Just want to bring in Volta to the conversation here. Currently on the lowest HP with a double Slayer emblem in the mix. We certainly see this be very effective before. Already up to Slayer 4. We can certainly see some terrifying looking Slayers later on. We know Mordekaiser has been a big impact across the board.
Yeah, and again now with the fact we're moving to 2-6 here, the biggest question here is going to be, we have 3 players on 100 streaks here, but who's going to keep it? Sexor here, set 2 is going to be a massive bonus for him in the bid for keeping that streak up.
Yeah, the 3 streaks is pretty eye-opening. We can see the consequence of that. Kubixon, Jungler, and Volta all dropping down to low HP, so they'll be contesting for their lost streak as well. We know this is going to be a lobby full of power. You need the gold to back it up. The Augment's Prismatic.
Volta trying to make his board as weak as possible, trapping the poor Poppy in the corner jail on that right side of his board. And the same could be said for the kill here in the front line for his opposition. Will it be enough? The battle of the worst boards possible coming into this Crux fight. You're trying to lose to get your Econ on its way for stage 3 onwards, trying to make as much gold as possible. This is one of the most pathetic fights I've ever seen in TFT history. The Warwick is scratching at, no, not the speed of light, the complete opposite of that, really. And this Milio might just do it by himself, but Swain, I think, is too good of a unit to lose this fight. And that looks like it's going to be the case. The last cast will come in for the Swain, the kill slowly chipping away, and Volta gets the loss.
And it is going to be the 2 Ezreal players full streaking the stage out here again. That's what we're talking about. The big bonus here for them being in this galaxy is that they are going to be fully able to almost guarantee a 100 streak with the way so many of these players are going to be going for lower tempo augments and going for different caps in different ways here. And Travis took out Ezra Streak. This is a big thing here. Stixxor beat someone else.
So talk to me about, give us some more context about how the Ezreal's going to play in here. As you said, for Travis and Stixxor, it's given the early strength. How does it compare to the other players in terms of long-term potential?
So you don't have like the emblems, for example, right? That's the biggest upside of playing Earth, but you do have just the extra items to go for a more flexible game plan here. For example, you're going to have a much more stronger front line, as you can kind of see with Stixxor being able to slam all those defensive items this early on here, but another emblem coming through here. Free gold augment for Volterix, David.
And he gets another sword as well if he wants to itemize Quinn, if he wants to go just fully into this Demacia Slayer line, which will be the case. Depending on the tome, you might have a very interesting mix of both Demacia emblems and Slayer emblems to have some kind of crazy capped board in stages 4 and 5 with 7 Demacia and as many Slayers as you can fit onto the board. Quinn, the IE has been slammed. You have half of a Last Whisper. Could build a Giant Slayer here as well if you're expecting some very upgraded units in that later stage of the game and just playing for tempo right now as well.
And Giant Slayer goes so well as well with the 4 Slayer, right? So that additional bonus damage coming on top of that is so huge.
It's really interesting to see Volta putting a little bit more power into the board after being so careful to lose before. Xinsha in a similar position. They're all around 70 HP or so. But it seems like a Volta, the time has come to start stepping up in power and putting these Slayers to good use.
IE, David, right? It's not an item we see a lot of right now. I feel like this is only really this conversation that really makes great use of it, right? Because you don't even necessarily want it on something like the Affiliates because of the amount of Bramble Vests that are in that front line, but Quinn kind of forgoes the front line most of the time.
I think the Giant Slayer especially is a great indicator of how good this Quinn board is into multicasters. Just the backline access, the burstiness of IE critting, and taking down those multicasters before they can do anything about it. The Monster Crown is an option. The Tome is still not popped. Don't do it to him. Okay. The lobby is saved. We don't have a Slayer emblem. We don't have a Demacia emblem either. What is going to be the best choice? Because this is honestly not ideal. You are going to have the Mordekaiser mixed in, so Noctis emblem does make some amount of sense here.
Yes, the full-on Demacia cap won't be coming into play here. Mortdog will still be longing for that line Demacia has been talking about so much all throughout the day, but Stixxor and Travis are still yet to play each other. They're continuing their win streaks out here, and that's the big thing now, because around this second augment point is sometimes where Ezreal players can struggle a little bit here, but look at this. Freaky Friday coming through from Stixxor. This Jhin 2 is going to provide a ton of damage.
Surely, sooner or later, you're going to come across your opponent there. I don't believe it's going to be in this particular round, though. So yes, those Infinity Forces going to be coming in and making great use. Only one in play so far. The Rogues do go onto the back line, though, and that's a massive amount of damage gone. So Stixxor is going to drop the win streak in this round, but Travis keeps hold of his.
Such a terrible loss for Stixxor. Had just immediate backline access on both of his carries on the left and right sides. And look at how many units are left alive with so little HP. These are the kind of losses that feel so bad in TFT in Stage 3.
It's also just it's also just kind of like the average position of a Jhin into a Rogue board, right? One big burst, it triggers it. It's not going to kill the Rogues because of that passive in the trade here, David. But Travis, he's on the multicaster line with these Ezreal items instead here, right? So not going to have Bizz most of the time, but does have the Lucky Gloves to work with.
Has potentially the third Lucky Gloves on its way as well. And overall, a fully upgraded board, sitting on 6 TFs, just missing the Vel'Koz too, really, to be an absolute powerhouse. Found a Jarvan on level 6 as well, which is huge for this board. Maybe even for this fight, if that Jarvan manages to go into that left side clump without dying. He does. Vel'Koz is stunned. And with a duplicator on the bench as well, if you want an early TF3, you might get it in just a few rolls. Can he win this fight, though, to continue the 7-win streak? Looks like the answer is yes. The roll down, so relevant here.
And I kind of want to talk to you about this, David, right? Because we're going to be seeing this a lot all throughout the week. We've seen a lot already today here. Because some people will be like, it goes against every single concept in my mind playing reroll competition, sending it to absolutely 0 on 3-2. But the stabilization this comp provides a 2-star is just so big.
Not just that, but the win streak as well, right? If you continue the 7-win streak, even if you're on 0 gold, it's as if you are on 30 because of the extra gold from the win streak. So you stay healthy, you continue maintaining gold, you take all these contested units out of the pool before other players do. It's a win-win-win situation for Travis here.
I do like the combination with the lucky gloves, as you mentioned from before. You know, you mentioned in previous games seeing some of those multicasters kind of being there just as something of a trait bot, so we're getting good value out of all of them. Do get a quick glimpse back in on some of the boards we got going here. Kubikson down at the bottom, our lowest HP player, putting the Noxus to good work, but not quite getting the wins he would have hoped for.
Yeah, something we kind of talked about, David, about what's going to be this needle line, like where it's going to land here. And it's going to be like the average needle spot according to you. Or it could be a Mordekaiser spot, right, with that Crown Guard, with the QSS, and with that Rage Rapid Fire Cannon coming in.
Oh, Kubikson is in big trouble. This is his board at 3-5 with 0 gold. Golden Ticket is very good when you have a lot of gold. Gold is worth so much more. He has 0 of it. He's sitting on 4 copies of Samira. He's sitting on Cassiopeia 1. I don't know where his gold went or what kind of shops he's seen the last few minutes, but this is not looking good.
Yeah, having to send it before, and it's going to be, I think, pretty tough to come back from. But while the chaff units get cleared away quite quickly, we have got, of course, the Rogues onto the backline. I do think that the Radiant Crown should at least keep this round from going too far right. But yeah, I mean, Kubikson at least gets the win there to get a little bit more action from the Noxus, but there's, as you said, no money in the bank, there's no streak. Kubikson is in major trouble.
And it's also the fact that this is a play for desperation. Because when we look at the HP divides in the lobby, you have kind of a top 3 with Catalyst, Dixor, and Travis as he hits that Vel'Koz 2 you were talking about, David. And then you kind of have everyone else here. Kubikson at 42, just won a fight. Only player below right now is Shinshiro at just 38.
And no Mordekaiser. This is the big roll down, was to find Mordekaiser to get the huge spike with 7 Noxus. Try to get some stacks really for the Noxus rate, which needs it. Not the case. Everything has gone wrong in this roll down for Kubikson. I don't know how he recovers from this, to be honest. And Shinshire, equally so. We saw a little glimpse of his board. He's been confused throughout most of Stage 2, not knowing exactly what line he's going to start playing. He had 2 Meles on his board when we saw the last flash after the Stage 3 carousel. I'm very worried for both of these players in this Game 5.
Yeah, very patiently waiting with those Mordekaiser items, but as you said, not coming through and no chance to roll for it either. Stakes, of course, our Ezreal player from before, with the second Infinity Force online. He's got a very strong board, so Kubikson looks like he's going to be trading wins and losses. No money coming in, no good news at all, apart from Shinshar also lost in that round.
And, okay, that's a big hit here. Nasus just going to provide some front on here. You can see Shinshire, we're talking about the stop trouble line. He is going to be like in such a desperate position as well. He does have 46 gold here, David, but he's rolling on 6 here. He's still Nico 1, Tarek 1, has the duplicator. It's going to be a full send next turn. It has to be.
A single copy of Nico. There's no damage items on Milio right now, despite him being in the Fire Hex, which you want to kind of doubly amplify the items and that carry potential. Not the case here for Milio. And he's a 1-cost after all. He's a 1-cost that has been ignored most of the set. I think there are maybe some secret Dark Tech boards that can use him to his full potential. I think this is not it.
I think for me, the big difference between Kubikson and Shinshar right now is that Shinshar has some money in the bank and is able to put together a board to get a bit stronger from here. Kubikson is in major trouble. Even the players just above Kubikson have got a much more stable spot.
Yeah, and Stakes' position is actually very interesting to work with here because he did have that open emblem, the open special on the bench for a while. Actually kind of cost him a streak on 3-2 because he didn't have a tempo stand to put in here, but now with the double Freaky Friday coming into play, the second he finds a needle, the second he finds a Saya, this board is going to pop off in Immaculate Ways. So he actually has a Saya already.
And he is level 7, so indicating he is not trying to go for that Ashe reroll board. He is trying to go for the more vertical Ionia with Nyla and the 4-cost as the main carries on the board. For now, not a single copy of Nyla, but again, still so much gold to work with and so much HP to work with especially, so it's a huge buffer for that roll-on to come later into the game.
Yeah, it's worth noting here as well that because he has that Juggernaut emblem as well here, it means that he will be having to angle for level 8 a lot harder than you normally have to do, because when you're playing the Juggernaut line here off the Saya compositions, they tend to spike with an Aatrox.
Okay, so looking at a lot of augments coming in again. Remember, the entire lobby has been a prismatic. The stakes have been very high, coming close to the end of day 1. Shinshire on the chopping block with Kubikson. The real question is who is going out first?
Shades of Scipeus. He's running it back. Nico reroll, Infernal Contract. His gold has already disappeared, though, and we saw the results there. There was Soraka 3, there was Emilio 3, but still far away from the Nico. Infernal Contract for Kubikson as well. We talked about him not having any gold. Perfect synergy with Golden Ticket. He has been saved. Will it be enough, though? Still sitting on that Mordekaiser 1. Finally finds the last free upgrade. Whoa. Finds the Aatrox in the shop as well. Has the Nasus 2 on bench and is 1 away from Swain 3.
This is a big one for sure here for Kubikson. Again, it's worth noting that when you're playing from behind, Infernal Contract is an augment that is very good at making sure you get over the line to get to a Sekfir. When you have 2 of them in the mix, I don't know how that's going to pan out.
I think if you're in Canbizz's spot, you're willing to sign any deal to fight back out of the corner here, because it has been a disaster of the game. Again, keep your eye on Canbizz and Shincha's HP totals. Finally having the Mordekaiser online, but we can see from Wet Jungler's side of things, the boards have gotten stronger as they go. I'm worried this might not even be enough.
And with Golden Ticket especially, there's a very, very strong synergy between Golden Ticket and Infernal Contract, with every little gold you have being worth so much more in terms of actual rolls. So this could be an angle where if he does stabilize on this level 7, if he finds maybe, oh no, it's sold to Swains actually, but if he finds the next few upgrades, he can potentially try and think of a win condition with Golden Ticket into Mordekaiser 3 if he is uncontested on the Noxus vertical line. And already 5 Mordekaisers coming through. If there's ever been a bailout in TFT, this is it.
That's it, but like Shincha down is 2 HP now as well here. These Infernal Contracts, well, you sign a deal with the devil, sometimes you are going to get burned, right? And it is going to be a rough one. Speaking of burning here, Travis still at 100 HP, and Wet Jungler also has found a stabilization point here with that multi-caster line.
Yeah, it's not a good time to be on low HP, as we will witness both of our players in maximum peril in 3D here. Shincha, of course, on the right-hand side, get to see something we've seen a little bit less with those Invokers. The Mordekaiser dancing in the center, being drawn around by the Graves. I have no idea how this one's going to end. As the Graves deletes the whole board. Diane kills himself. Canbizz is still alive. Shincha is still alive. We've still not got an elimination.
Looks like the early game was so unfortunate, poor, not sure what the adjective to describe it is for both Canbizz and Shincha, that even Infernal Contact has not been able to bail them out, both sitting on single digits at 4-4 with a massive gap to 6th place, 41 HP for Edge there. So you're already seeing how poor that early game was. Such low tempo, such weak boards all throughout stages 2 and 3.
Look at the carousel here. Even someone like that Eric could be very interesting for like some of the players. Someone like Stakesor, for example, who has that Ionia emblem in there already in the mix here. But Travis and Catalyst at the top of the standings, but a 35 HP differential between the two. And that flow of the Poros, well, that is very, very scary right now.
I mean, all of our players in the lobby looking to line up to try and take that win streak away. Nobody has managed it in nearly 3 stages for Travis. Canbizz and Shincha are merely the most obvious casualties. I have to think that Shincha and Canbizz, I mean, while they've avoided execution for a while, their time has got to be limited.
Finds the Nico in the end. That could be the upgrade that saves him with double trouble here as well. Of course, there's no Ixtal Hex on the Nico. It'll be just the Soraka getting the benefit. But could this Nico upgrade be enough? Very similar to Scapeus. It was a very late Nico 3. Scapeus, unfortunately, went 4th in that last lobby. In this one, Shincha's in very, very big trouble.
Canbizz on the left-hand side. Do you remember, of course, he is a GSC winner. Certainly high expectations for him coming into the event, representing, or one of the representatives from Poland. You can see the Mordekaiser that was searched for so long, desperately trying to get the damage out, but cannot stand in the face of the multicasters, will get consumed by a tighter Poros, and I think the same will happen for Shincha. Both of our low HP players getting knocked out in the same round.
I talked to quite a few players prepping for this tournament, and everyone, pretty much universal consensus, has said, I'm only playing Nico if it's Ice, Ixtal, and maybe we're seeing why. Electric did not quite work out for Scapeus in Game 4. Fire with Soraka as a carry not quite working out for Shincha in this Game 5. And 2 players now down, 6 players left, trying to fight for just a few more points to finish the standings on the upper half, have that positive mental momentum going into Game 2 tomorrow.
As we were alluding to right there, we had Travis playing this without a mana item on the Vel'Koz, instead opting for that Nash's Tooth here instead on the Vel'Koz. Now Volta has reached level 8 here with those double stem and the Marcia emblem on this Mordekaiser. But remember, a lot of these Mordekaisers were taken out of the pool here, so he has to find the Mordekaiser too.
This will be the chance to take down Travis before he goes 3 stages without a single loss. The stuns are coming in. The Mordekaiser is picking up speed. And finally, 1 stage before it would have been 3 full stages, Travis gets humbled.
Understandably so. He's so close to hitting his next few spikes, so he's been kind of coasting on the inertia of that stage 3, most of his stage 4 board as well. Fine takes a loss. He has so much HP to work with, though. I think he's fine just trying to play for econ and trying to play for the highest cap possible as this game goes into stage 5. Biggest thing is going to have to be maybe changing around his placements with a few more Demacia players. A Jarvan Cataclysm on this entire left side of his backline is going to spell absolute disaster for most of these fights.
Yeah, and Edge Kami's bruiser soup kind of a deal right now, full streaking out the end of the stage here as Stakesor invested all of his gold into going level 8 here and has won the first round after going there, right? So again, as we're talking about, the board really escalates itself in power when it gets to that level 8 point because you become so much more flexible. You're unlocked into relatively suboptimal boards.
Checking out our economy on the right-hand side, we can see that a lot of the players towards the bottom have spent a lot of their gold to stay alive at all.
Gonna go level 7, it looks like here, and try and slot in a Swain to have his Lucky Gloves to get some value. Doesn't have a way to remove the Shiv off of the Sona. Don't think he wants to either. Or could build Night Harvester as well onto the Sona, but I think with Lucky Gloves, I think that would be the better option. And we'll see if it's gonna be a late level here to Swain or just to wait it out, just try and play for Econ, because he is so strong right now.
Yeah, another upside right as well is that he doesn't have to like slam a random TG on the bench and just hold it for Eco because there's no Pandoras.
All right, let's check with Catalyst. We haven't seen him for a little while, but the Rogues are here. Going to try and challenge Volta's absolutely incredible Demacia Slayer board with all the emblems. That Mordekaiser in the corner sweeps aside Catalyst like it was nothing.
In a normal fight, Mordekaiser might be in trouble with so many extra resistances from that Demacia vertical line. He's able to stay alive past that Rogue Burst. Can Stakesor stay alive here as well with this fight?
Nope.
So Johnny coming in, and Stakesor takes another hit here, dropping down. He was leading the pack with a high tempo from Ezreal in the early game, now finally dropping in quite a bit. And Catalyst, huge upgrade, Katarina 3 coming through, and she is one of the itemized rogues in this comp right now.
Yeah, she definitely is, right, but it's a bit of an awkward setup in terms of that, but he also does have that dual Lotus, so essentially every single unit on this board has an extra item.
Yeah, we still need a few more items, but of course we've got the Pandora's Bench to make sure we get everything online. Echo so far unitemized, so we know there will be a pretty hefty challenge. For Volta, of course, has got all the traits he needs, doesn't have the Mordekaiser 2 as of yet.
That's with Kubikson dying quite a few rounds ago. He was holding 5 or 6 of those Mordekaisers, so still at 1 gold right now, has been rolling desperately every fight, knowing that this is probably a difference maker, despite him having a 3-win streak right now, so doesn't even need the Mordekaiser upgrade just yet. Huge Cataclysm.
It's doing really well against the Bruisers, but the front line isn't quite good enough. Mordekaiser, of course, will scale up with his kills, but doesn't quite get enough time to work with.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of the big things here as well, right? Like this 6 Bruiser board from Edge alongside this Neela is putting in so much work. It's so difficult because there aren't a lot of Giant Slayers in the lobbies we've been talking about so continuous. And even with the Giant Slayer on this Quinn here, Quinn's just not producing enough DPS. And it's also really difficult to kind of land any damage onto Neela because she's such a mobile carry for something like Quinn.
Wet Jungler on the chopping block as well. We have to check out what his board is looking like right now, what he's missing to win some of these fights.
Everything?
As we've seen in most of these lobbies, there is one, I'm not going to say high roll, but one, win-streaking multicaster player. In this case, Wet Jungler has a short end of the stick. It's not quite working out with all of these 2-stars. Despite playing the more high-tempo game plan, it looks like the top 4 will not come through for him here.
And it's not looking good at all. We can see exactly how Edge's board has been just ripping it through everything. At least, well, in this case, we've immediately got onto the back line as well with the Vidus walking right in, though. I think she might just be getting the multicasters to cast a little bit faster, but Neela is still safe and warm behind a fantastic front line. Wet Jungler is going to take a big hit. I don't think quite dead, but very close.
Catalyst also bleeding out here. This Rogue board, even with the freestyle Katarina not providing enough power here as Stakesor made quick work off that board, so now on this carousel, no emblem, so it's going to be some of those juicy items here. That Giant Slayer might look very enticing to someone else in the lobby.
Maybe Azure picking it up, making sure no one else can pick it up to battle his Bruiser board instead. If you can't counter me, I'm just going to pick up the Giant Slayer and make sure that you'll have an even harder time chewing through all of those huge HP pools on all those Bruisers that are buying so much time for Nyla to do her thing.
Yeah, well, we've definitely started to move into the place where Edge, of course, coming from Turkey, is starting to move up in power. You can see the only win-streaking player right now, Wet Jungler, trying desperately to try and find something that can deal with the power that's been now injected into the game.
Freestyle Rek'Sai as well. This has now become a massive dual threat composition. Even something like the Vibe with a TG provides so much power in these compositions as well.
With the positioning against multicaster boards especially, if Rek'Sai can sneak in on the sides of the Jarvan or on the sides of the Galio right into the multicaster, that can be an absolute disaster for how these fights pan out.
We'll see if Stakesor can do exactly that. Of course, we haven't talked too much about the Ionia Vanquisher board because it's just been doing exactly what we expect it to do, which is rip through absolutely everything. Does a decent amount of damage onto the backline. Galio can't stop the Xayah from managing to delete everything immediately. We've got the backup of the Ashe as well. It's very close, but Wet Jungler stays alive.
A big thing here as well is that he's still like 2 one-star frontliners and doesn't have a healing item here, right? No Gunblade to kind of keep that healing up here. And against compositions like the multicaster that have so much burst, so much backline action
Finally.
as well, it's such a big thing to not have that healing in there.
Volta has hit Mordekaiser 2. His main carry has been upgraded. He was winning before. He's on a win streak now. He should be winning even more, especially considering that Baron's Grift, the Nashor's Tooth, the Radiant version is on this Mordekaiser as well.
Do you remember, of course, we had our 2 early eliminations. Kubix and Shinshar went out early. Everybody else's HP has been relatively tight together. But yes, Volta has got where he wants to be. He is on the left-hand side of the board, so we'll keep an eye out if the Mordekaiser maybe gets tagged up a little bit too early. He does survive through, though. He's going to start taking aggro now. I think no, the knockups are too good, and the Mordekaiser, even at 2-star, is not enough to keep Volta afloat.
Demacia extra resistance is a lot of Slayer there, but there's no Quicksilver, right? So that's Aaliyah CC, David. Absolutely just ruinating that Mordekaiser.
I think Volta would have loved to be on the opposite sides there with his backline on the left side, maybe taking some of the hits from the Vel'Koz, but still staying relatively healthy. With Jarvan jumping out of the way, essentially Mordekaiser became the frontline, and he doesn't have the tank ability, even with Demacia, to tank as many of those ults from those multicasters, so has to maybe get the right side for that next fight.
Heading into stage 6, we see Volta, Catalyst, and Staxor all on low money and low streaks as well. They're starting to run out of gas, because Edge has moved into pole position, a 9-round win streak, and gold in the bank as well. He's setting himself up very well for this lobby.
Look at this situation here, right? Tier 3 finally arrives. A 6 loss streak here for Travis, but now that's going to be a massive here. Jarvan 2 buying more time in the front line. You're being more tanky, very difficult to kill here, David, as well. But again, like this bench is so full.
And Travis, all stage 5, just rubbing his hands, saying, "What jungler? Are you going to die anytime soon? When I have my units?" What jungler has survived and survived and survived. So Travis says, "All right, I'll roll down. I'll hit everything now." With all the gold he's accumulated, and we saw he's hit pretty much everything except for the Vel'Koz.
Yeah, and What jungler's gone 8 instead, right? Trying to play that tempo line instead here. And this could be the deciding factor in terms of whether or not him or Callus going to take less damage here.
You'll see it in small vision over on the right-hand side of your screen. Yes, said Wet Jungler managing to keep a lid on Travis for a little while. On the left-hand side, Catalyst is putting those rogues to good use, but the multicast is getting ripped apart. The bruisers have made such a massive impact in the lobby. Wet Jungler is gone. I think Catalyst might be following shortly after. We're getting our eliminations finally.
And we saw on the right that the Rek'Sai just tore through the entire multicaster backline. I only mentioned it before because I've been the victim of this throughout this entire week with some of these Rek'Sai boards that have been built. She just slips right into the backline and takes down the multicasters one by one, and you cannot do anything about it.
It's so difficult as well, right? Because the way you want to position, especially when you have double Stoneblade, is that you leave yourself so exposed on the flanks, right? They're going to come in there, they're going to take on those challenges, kind of move in and get easy access to the backline you're pointing out.
Oh boy, so Volta, nothing more to give at this point. Just going to go for the tiny amount of positioning, as you said before, David, trying to make sure that the Mordekaiser does not take the aggro too early. In this case, it looks like he's made it happen.
Huge Jarvan ult. Cataclysm hits the entirety of that right side, but Xayah very smartly positioned on the left by herself, making sure not to bait any of those Jarvan ults. The Rek'Sai can't do enough. The Fiora, the Giant Killer with the build with the Giant Slayer, also cannot do enough. Mordekaiser is left alone, and he cannot finish the fight. Xayah, I think, should be able to get it here, unless the Queen has something to say about it, and she does.
The IE here, right? Again, you can kind of see why something like that Ahri is so important in this composition as well, right? Because the amount of times you buy just by like mana burning, right? Again, that delay is so big.
Yeah, moments matter here. I mean, having the Slayer 6 in play for Volta certainly means this Queen is going to be much more of a damage threat than she would be otherwise. See a little bit of spending of the last goal. Volta knows, really it's up to fate. The 3 remaining players are all around 20 HP or so Volta's going to need to get real fortunate to get any further than 4th.
I think it's more about positioning than fate when it comes to this board especially, and making sure that Mordekaiser stays safe to ramp up that attack speed, to ramp up the God of Death ability, and we'll see how he can do here. Mordekaiser is on the weak side of the board, which is very good. I think he needs this to stay alive, to make sure he's not targeted a little bit too early, but Rek'Sai says, "I'm coming for you, Mordekaiser." She's already onto him. Can Mordekaiser survive? He can't. Rek'Sai gets the furious bite. He's onto Sona now as well. Sona's down. Well, Quinn's down, sorry. Sona's next, though, and she's on the chopping block. Kale is left alive. The poor one cost level 8's not going to be enough. Volta down in 4th place. Stegzor and Travis, both Ezreal players, survive until the very end.
Yeah, and again, they were the two players that wanted to play in the workshop, right? They wanted to go in there, utilize their tools to the best of their ability, and showcasing why in triple prismatic scenarios, something like Ezreal is absolutely incredible.
Thank you for illustrating that for us, production. Yeah, I mean, while we may see the Brawlers win out overall, it's certainly a big vote of confidence of getting your power online as soon as is possible. Stegzor, though, one life left to play with.
Talk about the reflection later tonight about what will happen on day 2. We're seeing Travis and Stegzor doing so well on Ezreal. Jimray as well has been doing so well the entire day. Will there be players switching their legends to Ezreal tomorrow is a big question I have in my head.
The thing is, like, you have to play so many different lines that are a lot harder without getting access to the emblems, right? So it's going to be a big switch if they decide to make it.
All right, well, Edub has been doing a fantastic job. Note, he's on 9 points. Snake City means if you lose your early rounds, you will have very hard lobbies to deal with going forward. So the fact that he's headed for a first place in this lobby is an incredible testament to his skill.
Rek'Sai being targeted, but Sion breaks up. A bit of that damage coming in from the Xayah. Rek'Sai's still alive, but she's going the wrong way. Xayah is alive, but Sejuani's onto her instead. Rek'Sai's taken down, but there's still the Nyla, the secondary, the third carry. There's so many carries on this board for Ezreal. Can anyone stop him?
Absolutely not, right? And I think that this is like, I think you're happy with this third if you are Stakes, right? You had a bit of a lull. Your streak was broken, which meant you had less gold to roll with as well. But now you're looking at this backline here, David. Like, this multi-cast ball looking strong. You can also see Esther trying to figure out here, going for that Neela free. But the question is, when does Travis start holding Neela's compared to trying to push that level 8?
I mean, Travis has got everything he wants at this point. The glittering backline there. The testament to saying, I wasn't contested enough in this lobby. You've let me become the beast I always wanted to be. But these bruisers, the Neela Bruiser composition is doing so much better than I was expecting.
It's all about positioning. Can the Rek'Sai wrap onto that backline? Can Jarvan get out of the way? No, Rek'Sai's stunned for now. The Cataclysm comes in. Jarvan is distracting her for a moment. She's walking into her own backline instead. So for now, the multicasters are completely untouched. Rek'Sai is too late to the party, and the burst of damage is too much to handle, even with the infinitely scaling HP of these bruisers. A massive loss for Ezreal. Not the final one, but very, very close.
I think as you said, David, it did definitely feel like just how that fight played out was absolutely everything. But now we've got the extra confounding factor sneaking in. We're going to get extra items in.
There's no more slots.
No.
On Travis's board.
This is the curse of the lucky glove.
He cannot use these items. He has to go level 8.
I mean, Reacton can take an item. Oh, so you're talking about Travis's board. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Oh, I mean, Jarvan has one, no?
He likes to be a tonky.
Oh, okay. He has one slot. Never mind. Sorry.
Save.
All right, crisis averted.
Everything is saved. You're right. But again, I kind of want to talk about Travis for a second, right? Because yes, he won the most recent season of the Ultra League, right? But outside of that, his tournament performances just have not been that great. He's been absolutely amazing on ladder, right? And we're talking about how this format might benefit some of the more ladder-intensive players here. Someone like Travis, right? Already 18 points here, looking at a minimum of 25.
Looking for Nyla's still 3 away, though. Only 10 gold to work with. Maybe just Sion 2 is a more realistic upgrade to his board right now for what is going to be possibly, or almost thoroughly, the last fight of this Game 5.
The last round was all about having the CC and the damage not go exactly where it needs to. Edge going to be moving everything around, trying to make sure that doesn't happen again. As you noted, Travis on 18 points, Edger on 9 points. What a win it would be here for the Turkish player if you can somehow make it work. We've got the damage coming into the back, but it's not quite enough. A beautiful grenade into the back, stuns up all the damage to this for a few seconds more. Neela onto the backside.
Rek'Sai's through.
All the damage in the world coming from the multicasters, but no, it's still not enough. Travis will get the win. Ezra will have to settle for second place.
And Rek'Sai almost was able to chew through that Galio in time to jump through Galio right into the backline. It took a little bit too long. Rek'Sai's HP was chipped down. The moment she got there, she was taken down, unfortunately, and multicasters popping off yet again.
And that's always been the case with these Rek'Sai boards. Even in set 9, like before the mid set, everything was also kind of just, well, okay, Rek'Sai needs to get initial reset down. And that's also quite why I like the fact that we didn't see the front line this year, because the front line this year here would actually have given like Rek'Sai an easier access to the back line sometimes. That's a funny little dynamic there going into the positioning.
I mean, it's certainly, it does spell that there's still possibilities we might see those multicasters getting taken down. I really hope, again, particularly to have that game coming out from Edger. Travis had such an incredibly dominant early round. To be able to turn that game later on, I think that's going to say great things about his future chances. But we'll have our break. Remember, we've got one more game to go today. Of course, we will not be having any eliminations today. We'll be going into day 2 to play 6 more games and then cutting to our top 8. So stay tuned. We'll be back with our analyst desk in just a few minutes' time. I have no idea how this one's going to end. It's still alive. Shincha is still alive. We've still not got an elimination. Coming in, the Mordekaiser is picking up speed, and finally, one stage before it would have been 3 full stages, Travis gets humbled. It's still not enough. Travis will get the win. Edger will have to settle for second.
Welcome back to the Rising Legends Finals Analyst Disc. Now, it's not only Trouble and me, but we are also joined by Mortdog, who is here with us, not only in spirit, but over an online connection. So, hi, Mortdog!
Hello, how's it going?
It's
going good. We've been watching that game, and since we are not in the same room, we've been kind of chatting about it. And one player that you in particular are very excited to talk about is the run of Travis in this game, right? There was so much that led to him kind of taking this lobby, and for a moment it didn't look like it was going to be possible. Talk to me about those augment choices first of all.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw was, you know, a multicaster comp, and we could overgeneralize it as just a multicaster comp. But what was interesting was he used the Ezreal augment, excuse me, to win streak, and then the Lucky Gloves as well to win streak, all the way to Force 6, where he had 100 health on Force 6, but then took Hedge Fund and used that to guarantee the 3-star of everything to really maximize it. And what was crazy is how much health he was losing in stage 5. He went all the way from 100 to like 31 to 19 by the end of the stage. Stage 5 was looking really scary there. But as soon as Wet Jungler died, he was able to seal the deal and get everything going. And you look at that screenshot there, and that's, you know, all 4 multicasters, all 3-starred, all with full items, and that allowed him to secure that victory. But definitely a roller coaster of, you know, 14 win streak to major loss to sealing it out there. So definitely using health as a resource very literally there.
I feel like what was a really cool pivoting point is the fact that he did use that Ezreal, which provided him with double glove, and then he could go for the Lucky Gloves again, which means that not only did he have the power of items, he had power of base items on his carries to carry him to that win streak. And of course, a lot of players also said that you can use multicasters to sort of snowball all the way to that level 8, level 9 capped board. And that's what I thought he was gonna do when he took that hedge fund. I'm like, I want to see his gold. I want to see if he's above 100. And he was at like 15 because he had rolled it all down. But it was a really cool play. Now, another really cool play, I felt like it was from Volta, where he literally speedrun 7 Demacia 6 Slayer with a bunch of emblems. Unfortunately, it didn't go to his favor because he went level 8 super quickly, but he didn't have the gold necessarily to roll down, which means he lost so much HP on level 4 and he couldn't stabilize enough.
Yeah, he was really missing those upgrades. Running a Mordekaiser 1, running a Fiora 1. You only had that J4 trying to help you. Quinn 3 also not arriving, hurt him really badly. But I do want to shout out one more player in this lobby here, which is Edgedir. He had such a start of the day, was really, really in the lower ends of the lobbies. I believe 1 3rd place and then 3 8th, which is going to put you in a tough position. So if he wants to make it back somehow, he needs more finishes like this one. And I really love the comp, and I think you were excited about that as well, Mort, right?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely saw the Bruisers doing really well here. The Rek'Sai, you know, being able to plow through, and really, other than the multicaster comp, the Bruiser Neela was just providing so much power here, doing really well. The itemization with the extra Infinity Forces being really strong. The Cybernetic Bulk, which gives even more HP scaling with the Bruisers. So a really strong variation of that. It just wasn't quite enough. Unfortunately, the fully capped multicaster, you know, beat it pretty hard. But otherwise, yeah, the Fluff of Poros took the win.
I love it. It makes me so happy every single time. I was saying to Trouble, I love when these Poros come around
we
and
have
it's just
different
a fluff
opinions
of
about
Poros in your
Poros.
face. But here's something we can agree on, which is our standings that are coming through, and they are going to be toppled up a little bit with Wet Jungler actually taking a bottom 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also seeing names like Kubixen, like Coco, Ging and Zaza being on the lower end, the lower spectrum of things. I feel like they have one more game to bounce up, but I am on the desk, and that means that my boy Og bounced back. Round 5, he managed to get that 2nd place and jump back up. This time it's not Wet Jungler that's right behind him. It's Psycho that's actually 2nd, tied up with him in 30 points. So this last lobby that we're going to go to very shortly is going to play a huge role in the standings.
It is going to play a huge role, but is not going to be a cutoff. So there will be all of the players that you are seeing here today. I just have to remind everyone, they will be here tomorrow as well. But of course, the overall standings matter. We're cutting down really harshly after tomorrow to just the top 8. And you need to be in that upper echelon to make it there. Now, Mordok, I believe we've been treated to every comp under the sun, it feels like. Is there anything you'd like to see in that last game of today?
9 Bilgewater. I'd love to see a 9 Bilgewater comp.
Sure.
I haven't seen
We've been
much
getting so
Bilgewater
many
today.
emblems. I think
That's
it's
the NA
doable.
bias coming in. That's the NA bias right there.
All right, so hopefully we'll get a 9 Bilgewater comp going. Any wishes from you, Trouble?
I mean, I know there's a comp in the back of mine and Panda's mind that we've been told about, and it's not. He's actually doing the shh move to me to not say anything. I'm not going to say what it is, but if it does pop up and he's casting, he's going to let you know. It's something that we haven't seen yet. It's a very secret tech. And it has to happen by 2-1 for a particular player to play it. So we'll know very early if it's
We'll
happening.
try to figure out what's going on there. The casters are giving me some knowing views from the side, some eyes, and with that, I believe they're ready. Here are Impetuous Panda, Counterfeit, and Wida. Take it away for Game 6, guys.
Thank you so much, mates. We are on the cusp of the end of day one. What a different tomorrow our players will be facing based on the results of this game. Guys, talk me through. We're going to have some players on top points, we're going to have players on low points. How is that going to affect them coming out of this game?
I think it's not quite like a cutoff day where those lower point players have to take this massive risk in Game 6 to try and get some points. I think it's just all about playing consistent results, maybe reflecting on what has happened in the 5 games prior and say, do I have to adapt my own game plan to try and emulate some of these more successful players? Maybe this game, maybe just going into tomorrow especially.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well, right? We're kind of talking about it with the previous game with Travis going to 25 points, right? I think that we're looking at the top 8 here. We kind of want to be when we end the day here, but a bunch of people here that's a pretty good day so far.
Double's yawning. He has to wake up. There's still a game left to play. Double, you're on 24 points. I know you're relaxed, but get your mind in the game, buddy.
The wildest thing I'm seeing on the screen right now is Canbizz is on the lowest points in this lobby. Our reigning EMEA champion is in dire straits, and he's going to have to get his points at the expense of some of the best players in the competition.
We talked about Ezreal doing well. Jimray sitting at 29 points, leading this current lobby, almost leading the entire field. I think he's sitting 3rd or 4th right now in the standings. Both cousins being in this lobby as well is so interesting and cool as a narrative storyline in TFT and EMEA.
Especially because the playstyle is so similar most of the time. Not necessarily for this tournament itself, because Canbizz has been pretty adamant about his love for 20 out of 20 multicasters this tournament, but also someone like Dark Hydra, right? Someone that we kind of... Now we're getting used to see him in the final stages of tournaments again here now. 26 points is nothing to scoff at. Lalana as well. Like, they are in that top 8 mark right now.
Yeah, of course, you noted the strong connection between Double and Canbizz. We did see, or at least I saw I think we saw actually Dark Hydra and Alana collaborating a little bit on trying to make sure they have everything to gain here. But again, this is the last game of day one. As David said, there is not a cut, but if you've got minimal points heading to day 2,
yes. Oh, indeed, Wida. Is there any good option available in these 3 portals? Rat Town, I think we know what emote will be spammed in Twitch right now if that comes up. Hall of the 9, very high variance for players that, everything pans out. It could be great for Earth players, especially if they're able to get these really high caps, finding 2 emblems of their same vertical trait, like Demacia, Noxus, Ionia. You guys have been seeing it all day long. Maybe Bilgewater, as Mordog has asked for. It's a crazy portal for sure.
They're so fun, right, as well, like getting all these emblems in here. But again, as we were talking about, if some of the lines you're leaning towards doesn't benefit from an extra tome that randomly gets dropped, right, then you're kind of in a bit of a tough spot. Well, Canbizz...
Oh, come on.
Well, Peter...
He's on Poro, though. Very interesting switch up coming into this Game 6. Not sure when that happened in this day 1, but he was on TF to start. Idea of playing multicasters most games. In this case, now playing Poro.
Well, we saw Skippaeus was the player who's the most notorious for bringing out the Poro. But we have had this discussion of maybe you change things up as the day goes on. What does Canbizz switching to Poro tell you here?
It gives you a lot of a higher cap, right? But again, it's so inconsistent most of the time. But let's say you want to play for something like a Demon Flare, right? You get those augments in there instead. You're not going to have like a dead augment in terms of like a Pandora's, right? You want to play for a more temporary and say the line, something like that. But as we're going to see again, Jimray has been doing well, and it's kind of been a theme for a lot of our players at the top of the standings here. Ezreal on the port for him.
It could be a lobby-dependent switch-up. You have 4 other Twisted Fate players that are maybe mostly angling towards multicasters like Double, like Ging, for example. He's saying, I'm not going to be the 3rd or 4th multicaster player. I'll try and find a different angle to find success. Could have been Earth or Ezreal, but maybe not prepped enough, where Poro is more kind of an open slate, and you can pick your own path.
Again, Canbizz needs a massive finish here. He's on 16 points, way behind the rest of the pack. Ideally, he ends this game with a first and remains part of the conversation. Otherwise, his day 2 will have to look very different than his day 1.
Oh, we're making 21-4. This This is a Canbizz line if I've ever seen one as well. And blood money spoils of war. This is going to be the loved high cap lines coming through. Open spat for the entirety of the lobby as well, right? So Noxus, Shurima, Ionia, you name them. They're all on the table right now.
Money may not be able to buy you happiness, but it can buy you the comp of your dreams. So we expect to see Canbizz trying to get as much money in the bank as quick as possible. I think you might even be seeing selling everything to make sure you get the maximum amount of damage and therefore the maximum amount of gold from blood money.
And the big thing, right, David, this gold comes in before the trigger of the interest.
If he doesn't kill any units, I believe he will be making 30 at 2-1, which is a crazy thing to think about in terms of how much your economy will scale in stages 2 and 3. If you can find a board to stabilize at 3-5, for example, that could be just a crazy, crazy game for Canbizz if he executes correctly. With the starting Spatula, the two players that will benefit the most, in my opinion, will be the Earth players, of course. That will be Dark Hydra and Ketzer in this Game 6.
Look at this from Ketzer as well. Going with the Iron Assets, double item slam here on the Jinx. You're playing for the maximum tempo.
This is really interesting because we've got Canbizz who's opening forting in this game. We've got other players who are moving forward very aggressively. Snubble61 will take the hit here. Of course, we've still got multiple TFs, so we will be seeing people holding out on their items while Ketzer steps forward aggressively instead.
And Double, if he's trying to play multicaster, he's thinking, what do I do with this Spatula? Why did we pick Hall of the 9 as our portal for this Game 6? We'll see how he adapts. Oh my goodness, Stylet, what are you doing to these poor, poor souls? Cho'Gath 3 at 2-2. He had Pandora's Bench, and we've seen Pandora's Bench low roll today. We're now seeing it high roll. The feasting is here. The feast will be endless for Cho'Gath in this Game 6.
If you want bold moves for a player, the Pandora's Bench low roll for 3 different players in the same game to make that happen here. This is extraordinary.
Then you have Ging here putting Piltover into 2 as well. And he goes directly into Canbizz here on the side of Silent. He has Redemption as well. Has half of a Bramble. Like, this is an insane setup coming through for Silent.
I'm surprised we don't have a little paparazzi angle, every single little legend lined up, trying to find out what is going on this Hungarian player's board.
Oh my gosh, and even the itemization, of course, is pretty decent as well. Oh, jeez. We can see Stylet completely composed, even in the face of probably one of the biggest high rolls of his life.
Well, there's a Casio 2. Very important upgrade, of course, for this board.
I mean, also, guys, remember, like, this is not a high roll. He lost 2-1. He's not on a 5 streak, okay?
Okay,
that one goal he's losing in interest is so big, right? Like, this is ridiculous, man. Like, there's just no words for that.
All right, well, guys, we've never seen this happen quite this way before. What does it mean for the rest of the lobby going forward? We've got a monster in our midst.
It means if you're thinking about leveling to win streak, you have to reconsider, because there is now one Exodia-ish player with how much he's going to be ahead of the lobby in terms of tempo, especially if he gets more big hits from Pandora's Bench. This is not a one-time reroll. It's rerolling the entire game.
And something that actually is very strong tempo in stage 2 is that build swap with double emblem slammed as well. You're going to be able to spread those cannons as well, right? And again, Dark Hydra overlap practice with someone like Lalana, right? They spend a lot of time talking about these early game lines, how you really just procure the best board all throughout the early stages.
As you pointed out, we have got the Bilge Water Emerald coming into play. Maybe we see a Bilge Water 9. Maybe you find a cannon big enough, you can take down a beastie quite that big.
And Analyst Desk, prior to this game, Mortog asked for 9 Bilgewater. I think we're seeing now who is really running the show when it comes to writing the scripts for our tournaments.
Who would have thought?
2 emblems already for Dark Hydra, a player that we know has been so flexible the entire set, has been so consistent on his return back to TFT, was a beast in the OG days from sets 1 to 3, took a break, came back, and he's making a big showing.
But when you look at like the whole style of like playing strongest board, something that you very often
60 gold for Canbizz. Oh my god, what is this final game?
This lobby is going to be absolutely immaculate to look at, right? And you also have Ging on a potential Piltover line, and he has Canbizz in his pool. That's always going to be risky as well, right? Like, there are so many mini games in this lobby right now. It's absolutely ridiculous.
So with Snake Seed, of course, we get the players performing high, we get the players performing low, but the fates have aligned to give us a lobby full of absolutely glittering named players here. It feels so risky for Ging to be in this spot, but he does avoid running into Canbizz and a guaranteed win.
And Jimray, the Ezreal player, playing for a high tempo, 2 tank items slammed on Irelia. Ionia emblem already online on the Ashe. Could be an Ashe reroll game. Could be using this as a stepping stone into the Nyla and the Xayah duo carry going into stage 4 and 5. We'll see what he decides. We'll see if there's many 2-cost rerollers in this lobby. He could opt to go for that Ashe reroll, knowing that there are going to be much better odds to hit both the Ashe 2 and the set 3.
And we look at stats, right? We have the stats we have available. The Ashe reroll line looks incredibly strong, right? But also, that in that line, you're not playing against a Cho'Gath free on 2-1, right? Like, you're also not playing against Ging here that has a full-on champion duplicator in the mix as well once that cash out comes through. So keep an eye out for 3-star forecast in this game as well, with this being Hold to the 9.
The next step is whether our players can hold their streaks. Ging on a lost streak at the bottom. Canbizz, who's been accumulating a ludicrous amount of money, but they're not the only ones. Lallana on top right now, the only win-streaking player coming out of this round. This could change dramatically once this round is done.
And it will be Dark Hydra versus Jimray here, the middle of the pack for this final fight in stage 2. We'll see if the Bilgewater emblems will be enough. Still, Forge Bilgewater not quite hitting that next trade spike with a 5 Bilgewater. Jin gets a huge fire off onto one of those units. The Poppy is almost taken down. It's going to be a 2v1 in the end. Jin is good, but his animation is a little bit too long to win this last fight.
Yeah, that means that Styler, surprisingly enough, is on a 4 win streak. Who would have thought that? Who would have thunk it? Lallana maintains a streak here as well, and Ging and Canbizz both lost here. So there are 4 streaks in play right now. All these 4 streaks are massively impactful for the overall outcome of this game.
Wow, those matchups going the right way for our players. Canbizz on 76 goals right now, very reminiscent of what we saw from Skipeus before. The economy is off the charts. Lana has been doing very well up until this point. We have to know long-term that Canbizz in particular, and Ging to a lesser extent, are going to come out swinging once they spend that money.
Going for the race bit here on to this Cassiopeia here, right? So like, just going for the full tempo slams. It does not want to compromise anything right now, and really hoping for another open spat to come through. And also, most importantly, there was no spats on that stage 2 carousel, right?
Oh.
No free tacticians crowns.
All of the 9 delivers once again. We're going to be seeing an Ornn item coming through. Ornn, not quite meta, but Hall of the 9 says, don't worry about it. I'll give you guys a little taste of these artifacts in this game. 6, Eternal Winter, Trickster's Glass, and Mana Zane are the options. It looks like it will be Mana Zane on this Cassiopeia for now, trying to get some more backline damage to accompany this massive, massive front line.
Yeah. So Styler and Lallana, they're both on win streaks just ahead of the second augment coming in. They've got a chance of facing each other. A lot of money on the line, and they will go face to face. The Eternal Winter on one side, we've got the backline damage on the other. The Cho'Gath 3 is surely unstoppable.
And the big issue as well is that this Ally was not positioned to take the aggro earlier on, right? So the Eternal Winter not really coming into full effect as early on as you might have liked it here, but regardless, there's just no way to win this matchup if you're Alana. You're just praying to not hit Styler until at least like 3-5 you had more stability in your game.
Second augment going to come through. We'll see what the options are. Unified Resistance is going to be fantastic with all the HP that Bruisers already have to amplify the health of this Cho'Gath even further, allow him to snowball with even more ease, considering he's already a 3-star. Frequent Flyer can be okay for these reroll counts, but not so much with Cho'Gath reroll, in my opinion. And Leech is maybe also a viable option. Canbizz has gone level 6, so not trying to grief himself too much when it comes to the econ he has. It's through the roof already.
I think that would... Okay, I was about to say, surely he's going to be going for the right side here after you were talking about, but goes for the shoplifting instead. Wants to play with that higher cap because he already knows he's going to probably be winning out to this stage regardless because of how strong he is, right? He doesn't need that combat augment for now, and again, the higher cap could come through with the Pandora's Bench in the mix as well.
All right, let's check in with the double and the sorcerers. We know the double, no, the sorcerers in general have been getting a little bit of grief over the course of today, but so far it's looking, well, I say it's looking okay for double. I'm going to retract that statement immediately because he's completely out of cash. Well, his units are good. His economy is in the gutter.
I mean, can you walk the plank into the gutter? I guess it's kind of counterintuitive, but right now, well, Dark Hydra is taking a trip to Bilgewater, and he's pulling everyone along here. 3 emblems already coming out for him here. That's going to be massive.
Do it. It's a close fight. The healing comes through, and it looks like he can. The Jinx taken down. Double rolls down to 0. Really needed this win. Really needs a win every single fight the rest of this stage.
But also Jimray on an Ionia crest here as well. So double Ionia emblems here for Jimray can start manufacturing these high capped out Vanquish Alliance for him as well.
So for double, things are not looking good at all. He's trying desperately to put some board strength together. Check back in with Ging, who has managed to at least get up to 9 stacks, but unfortunately, as we said, this was not a friendly lobby for Piltover to make its way through, so Ging will have to be settled for even just a mediocre cash out.
Looks a lot like the game we saw from AUG in Game 3, where it was kind of a loose streak into a very early cash out and then just trying to bleed out into a top 4. Was it 5th for AUG? Hopefully Ging can do a little bit better. But we'll see what this board can do here against Dark Hydra, who is playing a line that we haven't seen much of today. It's why Mortog requested it on the analyst desk. And I think it's going to be a test to see if a player like Dark Hydra can navigate this to success in a lobby as crazy as this one especially.
Yeah, because like, again, it's not something that if you're not practiced this composition at all, if you don't know like where these emblems are gonna go and like where you're gonna play it, it's not something you're just gonna whip out no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, 3 emblems in play is pretty crazy. Can't imagine Dark Hydra's gotten that opportunity too many times before, but keeping an eye on everybody else as we head on to our next character. We do have a free Spatcher. Weezy pointed out before, it's potentially extremely powerful.
4 open spats right now. Ging says, yes, thank you very much. I would like a fawn.
Canbizz even has the movement that slides through the carousel trying to get to it first, but Ging says, no, that's not going to work with me, buddy. But again, Canbizz would have liked that because, again, he would be able to play for a level 8 board on this roll down that will most likely be coming in right now.
We remember again, Canbizz is our player on the lowest points by a considerable margin in this lobby. If this does not go well for him, he is in major tournament trouble. He may not even get the chance to defend his reigning crown on day 3.
We're seeing the gold here. He had 30 gold at 2-1, hit blood money, has opted to play for a 3-cost reroll. Nico is the name of the game with a fire Ishtal, and he's rolling down. We're seeing it here. He's up 70 gold. Or level 7 with above 50 gold. He needs to find at the very least a Nico 2 to stabilize. This is an 8 loss streak. He's sitting at 26 HP. Maybe even Nico 2 won't be enough with how crazy some of these boards are already with Stylet, for example, with that Cho'Gath 3.
And also the backline, right? Karma 1 still. You're still looking at Milia 1 on the side as well. Cassia, like, sure, this Nico will do a ton of damage. Like, that Death's Defiance will be absolutely massive as well for him. But is it going to be enough when you have someone like Double on the opposite side of the field?
It doesn't look like the front line's going to hold, and of course we do know this board is so reliant on keeping that front line intact. Maybe we've got a Hextech Gunblade coming a little bit down the line. Adds a Death Defiance. No! The rest of the board blows up. Nico's not even the last one to die as Canbizz gets a little bit more money, but it's going to taste like ashes in his mouth right now.
And I have to say, some players maybe have to rethink their game plans with Nico. We have not seen a single Nico reroll on ice today. Every main broadcast game has been electric from Scapea's followed into 2 fire, and it seems like it's just not really good enough to fight against these boards in stage 3 and 4.
I will say a recent development in Nico lines have been this fire comrade. The combat is now 2 stars, still only 2.5 items, right? You don't have that JG in here now, that will really kind of elevate the damage even more, right? Because you get the fire across 4 to 3 different targets at the same time. It's so much damage over the course of these fights here. But yeah, I agree with your situation. This is not a position he's going to be very comfortable playing.
All right, Canbizz, can you turn it around against Lana, who of course has got a Bilgewater emblem of his own to give us 4 total in the lobby so far. But yeah, Canbizz has got so little room to maneuver here. The front line needs to stay alive. Nico is just surviving enough to get the big cast off, and this time she survives long enough to let this board from Canbizz finally break this huge loss streak and get him back in the game.
Lana picking up a usually very underpicked Augment 3 as a crowd, and Marso Magnum especially can be very, very impactful. In this case, we're on Hall of the 9, has still picked it up. It's going to work well with Bilgewater. You have, of course, Misfortune and Nautilus both being 3 costs, but we know Lana likes to cook quite a bit. We'll see how his cooking turns out in this Game 6. He really does need it to, again, propel his points forward coming into day 2.
Yeah, like on paper, it makes sense, right? Especially when you see someone like Dark Hydra's going to be going for the massive vertical bilge wall line. You can kind of stay and roll for something like a Misfortune free, as you're talking about the Nautilus free as well. So on paper, it looks okay. I don't think it would have been his first choice when it comes to augments, but sometimes you got to play what you're given.
So I want to kind of raise the question for you here, because of course we know with the 3 Bilgewater emblems, we have got a Cataclysm on the horizon later on. In this lobby, it doesn't feel like there's enough pressure being put down to stop that late game situation from just coming true.
I'm not sure how strong the vertical Bilgewater will be, though. We've seen Gangplank be a little bit inconsistent as a top-end carry for the comp. We haven't seen it all through today for a reason. These players, they know what they're trying to play for. Demacia has proven to have much, much better results alongside Vertical Shurima and Noxus. So I think it's going to be really a question being answered from Dark Hydra in this Game 6, and maybe some impact in terms of the game plans for tomorrow as well with all of these Earth players.
But the issue also is like Dark Hydra right now, he's on a 5 loss streak. He's rolled on 7 to stabilize, and we don't know like how stable he is going to be in this situation, right? So it is such a massive wildcard for everyone in the lobby. Like, how strong will Dark Hydra be?
All right, we're checking with Ketzer, who has put together an interesting board here, the Aphelios. We've got a good spread of damage. That's enough to give a fairly heavy hit here to double.
And again, it's worth noting here, Kitsas are going to be on a Ghana line that's going to revolve around him playing Aphelios as well as that Jinx. But also, Ging, who has just lost his win streak, is also going to be on that due to the outcome of his cash out.
This is a 3-star show board from before, still doing pretty darn well. Starlet hasn't maintained a completely clean sheet. Jimray is still above him on the scoreboard. Let's get our last augment in, and it will be gold.
We'll see the options here for Stylet, who very smartly said, I hit Cho'Gath 3 very early. Why would I stay rerolling for other one costs when I've hit the main star so early at 2-1, at 2-2? Instead, he's pushing levels. He's level 7 with 50 gold to roll with, and he has a chance to cap out his board with Pandora's Bench into a 3-star 4 cost and just win outright. So really playing this game in a marvelous fashion.
Even something like all natural here wouldn't have been too bad, right? You never are going to know there's going to be a free to grab behind it, but support items are good. I really like Shroud right now. I think Shroud is amazing. Really, again, that first cast for multicast is so important. You slow that down, you're able to burst the front and activate the Galio cast. There are so many clump backlinks
House of Power as well on Azir and the Silco here, having the dual AP carry in the backline. It could be a viable option. Looks like it might be the case, but no, Zephyr comes through. Renekton will be the Zephyr baiter user. I'm not sure how to call it exactly, but he's going to try and catch out some of these backline carries throughout all this stage 4. Players have to be scouting to find out exactly who is the guy bringing up all these units up into the air.
Another thing that's worth noting as well is the fact that Jimray is going to try to skip level 7 here. You can see he's 50 gold, double only emblem here. With that collector on the Asher, he will be able to kill off some random strike that's right there. You can see in the backline, the Asir, who normally wouldn't have died to that Ash arrow, is going to die. That means that he's going to be able to relatively stable until he is going to be able to reach out to level 8. Roll for the Neela, roll for the Ash, but roll for the Saya even, sorry. But keep in mind, with the multiple build squad players in the lobby, you gotta remember Neela will be massively contested this game.
We were talking about Jimray before as a player who's looking to bust onto the international stage in style here and really make an impact. This game has been fascinating. Again, in the lobby with so many good players, he's making it work as we have had our first elimination, and it's such a heartbreaker. A reigning and defending EMEA champion Canbizz, who's the player who needed the points the most in this game, goes out in 8th.
I didn't want to jinx him, but we've seen it throughout the day. It's been a trend that has not changed. Nico reroll has not been working out, at least in the main broadcast lobbies. Very poor results all throughout the last 3 games. Maybe players have to reflect on what is viable and what isn't coming into day 2 in this current meta.
Yeah, and right now you kind of see this Neela here as well, right? It doesn't have this RC here, and much like my acting career, it's going to be struggling from Lega range.
I was just going to try and figure out what I can make of that one. But yeah, I mean, Dark Hydra, as you guys have mentioned before, we've got the component parts here for a Bilge Water 9 composition, but we're still quite far away from actually getting to level 9.
Looking at the HP totals, Jimray finally takes a hit, but he's been so comfortable. We're seeing the power of Ezreal in this meta. So many Ezreal players doing so well today, and we're understanding why. Twisted Fate playing this open forward, very weak strategy. Ezreal players can feast and win streak the entirety of stage 2 and 3, and with players of this caliber, they know exactly how to navigate that win streak, that advantage coming into stages 4 and 5 to capitalize with sometimes the top 4, if they high roll a second or a first, and just continue accumulating more and more points every single game.
Yeah, like we saw a Neela with a bow on the carousel here. Ging needs the bow. Dark Hydra would have loved the Neela with the bow, but again, a little bit too healthy right now here for him to be able to come out and try to claim that here. And you start looking at the HP totals, it's only really Stylet and Jimray that can consider themselves like relatively safe. Right? The rest of the lobby is really in the mix right now.
Yeah, there's a huge drop when we get to the Lana, but Ging does manage to find a few component pieces here, is looking to cash out at some point the extra stacks on our T-Hex friend. The backline is looking pretty healthy so far. We've also got the duplicator there in play. Ging has got a lot of forward-looking potential.
Unfortunately, 3 away from both the Jinx and the Jace. 0 gold to work with, so has had already that Hail Mary roll down, the Desperation roll down, sitting at 30 HP, understanding how high the tempo of the lobby will become once everyone does stabilize their board in stages 4 and 5. And facing Double 61, a player that he might be taking yet another loss here. Despite the lack of upgrades, the Manazane onto the Sona, re-rolled all throughout stage 3 to finally find that key item. Looks like it won't be enough just yet. Vel'Koz at 2-star. Can't you really do it by yourself with a reset on the Gunblade? Vel'Koz, don't do it to him like that. The Jinx thankfully wins the fight. And Double 61 taken down to 33 HP.
That's such a huge fight as well for the overall outcome for those like 6-7 spots here as well, right? Because that extra hit to double here means that he is going to be on a more accelerated clock to try to find those 3 stars.
Checking with Ketzer again. The target on Aphelios board with a The Dawning Light making this a very hard board to punch through. This is Juani fully itemized. Aphelios up a 2-star. We've got AP coming in as well. Ketsa on a very substantial streak. As we mentioned, the HP totals are tight, so Ketsa could push up into first very quickly.
What do you even do with the spat here if you're Ketsa, right? Like, I'm trying to look at it, and there's no makeable emblem in his composition at all.
I think that's a question many players are asking themselves ever since Hall of the Nine dropped them a spat at 2-1. This is the problem with Hall of the Nine. If your game plan doesn't align with Spatula's, Ging, out of nowhere, has hit the Jinx 3. The positive momentum from that last win has got his shops connecting as well. We'll see if it'll be enough to actually win the rest of these fights here. Twisted Fate, Naked, 3-star, no items for Double 61, but more importantly, LDP and Healing Orbs, two of the best combat augments for this multicaster's board, and we're seeing it why in this last fight.
Yeah, that damage cutting right through and deleting the backline. Again, it doesn't matter how tanky your Sejuani is if everything else dies in a hurry. We're going into stage 5. Lana up on top with a win streak. We're seeing several players managing to push their power of the board. I believe it was Stylet there with the Scion 2 entering the fray as well.
Yeah, just looking at this here as well, like he has a lot of strong defensive options here coming through, but he will probably be having to try to go level 8 here, roll down, try to see to get that 4 Bastion in here as well, trying to find a 2-star Shen would be massive. 2-star Silico as well will probably buy him a singular placement here. Don't think you're playing for first, but you very rarely are with this composition.
Maybe even the 2-star Cassante. If you itemize him, there's a TG potential there with the good rolls, with some mana items. Cassante can absolutely be a beast and win fights you have no business winning in this stage 5.
Oh my, that's a lot of gold here.
Dark Hydra, you're level 8. He's not going to go 9, not going to try and go for it either. He is 29 HP. He needs to find a way to strengthen this board right now. Heimerdinger could be that option. We're sitting on 7 Bilgewater. Jarvan 2 has come up. Nyla 2 is still not there. She has to come through, and there she is. The caster blessings come through. You're welcome, Dark Hydra. Is this going to be enough to stay stable, though?
The issue is, like, again, there's no third item here, really. There's no binary airdrop either here, really, to put into the mix.
And maybe, I don't know if we're going to just try and go for a desperation move here because the items are not working out. Sterex comes in, so a little bit more tankiness, but that Nila will be dancing in the furnace here against Jimray, who is on the current leader in tournament points and in #1 position on the scoreboard. Nila has a little bit of extra tankiness. She's got the Dark in possession as well, so she's going to take longer to go down. And Dark Hydra finds a well-needed win, pushing Jimray down ever so slightly.
Yeah, but Jimray is still not investing all of his gold here. He's sat with a Sire 1, but he's also sat with what is almost going to be a Jhin 3 here. And the interesting decision from him is going to be, are you going to move the items away from the Jhin over to a potential Sire 2, or are you just going to give that TG to the Sire instead?
And the HP totals are evening out. Double 61 is going to try and change that, though. Hitting the Vel'Koz 3, has hit the Galio 3 as well. He was 1 off of each once we come into the stage 5. So huge roll has come through. He's hit everything he had to hit. He's waiting for that Morello to come through for that Sona. 2 items being rolled still on Pandora's bench, but he's sitting at 33 HP, so still has a few lives to go.
All right, Ging. You know you've got a field of fire to face up against Lana, who, of course, we noted from before, is going the Bilgewater route, has a Nyla of his own. Nila is going to be able to do quite a lot from the core edge, but the Echo gets directly onto her, follows her through the dash, and deletes her. You've got all your eggs in one basket, and that basket just got exploded.
Yeah, but when you look at the long-term perspective of this board from the Lana, again, the long-term is pretty far away right now because, again, it's sub 30 HP. And the bottom 4 in the lobby right now are ever so close here. But it's important to note that Anila 2 with a combat cast is absolutely massive.
2 more Jaces, despite that, still makes this Warwick 2. So Ging thinking, hey, I'm still okay. I think I'm pretty strong now that I've hit the Jinx 3. The Phase Dive, as you mentioned, was so massive. Crown Guard has proven to be one of the best items on Echo with the extra HP and then the extra AP when he needs it most to burst down those backline carries once his ults come through. Double lost that last fight, despite those upgrades. So very curious to see if he can salvage this game with that multicaster board.
And the tail end of this game is being an absolute brawl. All the way from 2nd place down to 7th place. There's 10 HP in it. The points are so important for all of our players here going into day 2. Completely can change what the next 6 games will look like. The cut to top 8 is very much on their minds, and these boards are going off.
This Echo doing so much. Getting everything nice and low so Jinx can clean up, and just the perfect synergy on this 4-gunner, 4-Zon board for Ging. He's still staying alive. Look at the HP totals evening out. Double was 7th, now he's suddenly 2nd.
Yeah, and that's something that happens a lot in something like Halls of the 9 where there are so many swings depending on each stage coming through here, right? Again, no one is safe maybe outside Styler. Styler's pretty safe. The Zephyr is going to be really annoying for most people as
Jimmy
well.
want Ari. Yes, he does. Gunblade as well. Perfect item for her. He was our Ionia player. I'm curious to see what he's trying to cap out at. He has 2 emblems. Is he anywhere near level 9 is a question that I have on my mind right now. We're going to go, if the Observer can take us to Jim Ray's board after this and see, can he win? He's at 10 HP. He needs to win every fight from now on.
I mean, we get a little taste, I think, of what Jim Ray's been pulling off today, which is trying to swing around the sun and punch back with a thermonuclear bomb. It's going to be an absolutely ridiculous board. If you check in, she said, the Ari, perfect with the Hextech Gunblade as well. He's spent everything he has to put this board together. The Ionias, the Vanquishers, a whole world of hurt.
It's not Ionia, right? But again, it's still Sire 1, your main damage. Like, it's going to come from this Ari, but it's also an Ari 1 you got to sell here to make the Shen. Moves the blue buff here, Crown Guard, potentially hand adjusted. There are a lot of options here on this Ari, but there's no sorcerer. You're not going to get that additional max HP burst either.
Now, who is Jim Ray going to face with this 9-piece vertical trade? He faces double. If we've seen one comp out of nowhere win against these 9 vertical chase rates, it is multicasters. Can they do it again with this itemization, especially Vel'Koz popping off, Manazane on Sona. Already the Shen is down to half HP. He's healing back up thanks to Ari's Gunblade, but the backline access from the multicasters spells absolute disaster for Jim Ray. Despite hitting his vertical trait, he's down in maybe 7th place.
And he's paying the price for trying to go fast 9 in this current set, right? He could have rolled on 7, he could have rolled on 8 to stabilize and then try to chase to level 9 instead. Again, he got there with those chins, but then he had to go level 9 and his roll down was not fruitful at all.
Oh boy, that's with Dark Hydra heading out as well. We're down to our top 5. Stylet still on a win streak. Double 61 and Ketzer with something left in the tank, but for Ging and Lalana, they can hold nothing back at all.
I really do hope Lalana doesn't take yet another loss here, because that would mean that Bilgewater, Experiment Bilgewater, was not a success in this game. 6, Dark Hydra went 6, Lalana might go 5th. Ging is still fighting for his life. He did lose that last fight, so we'll see if the Echo can once again pop off when Ging needs it most.
Lalana facing the Ghost.
All right, so we'll keep our eyes on Ging on the right side. Up against Stylet, whose board is, of course, beyond the pale. Absolutely ridiculous. Thinking briefly, you see Lana is quite comfortable, but Ging is maybe a little bit less so. We have got the Echo into the backline. The Cho'Gath denies with just long enough. The explosion is huge. Ging is held on by the fingertips. One more explosion coming in.
GP.
And the GP.
Oh my goodness, this Jinx is a beast.
The Dreadway comes up just a tiny bit too late.
And that's kind of the last kind of lifeline for the likes of Alana here, right? You're pointing to it right now.
No one has died.
We're going to get another string of things coming through here as well, but you got to keep in mind that, well, again, any sort of duplicator, that's a Warwick Free, as you're pointing out here, David, but also a duplicator could be that Sejuani too. What's the bigger spike?
I would say probably the work, because he has the items right now. Eternal Winter could be doing so much against some of these boards, slowing down the attack speed on those backline carries.
Oh boy, so yeah, looking at what Ging's got on the table here, we've got the Echo fully itemized at 3-star, we've got the Jinx fully itemized on the 3-star as well. I guess we can see a little bit more punch coming out from the Fedos if there's something relevant here, and there is.
3rd item for Warwick.
I kind of don't like the fact we're popping the anvil before we're seeing what's coming through, right? Again, it's not going to make a huge difference here, but it could have made a huge difference.
Should have been double Eternal Winter there. Is there a word for having Eternity times 2? I don't want to get there.
Like, I don't know.
Eternal's Winter. That's how you go.
We'll see this board. Manazane now onto the Jarvan. If he survives, can get a few casts off. We've seen how impactful this Cataclysm is. He's pretty much on every single late game board that can fit him.
Yeah, double here. Going to have Lalana in his matchup.
LDP on Jarvan.
It is going to be the straight fight. You point out LDP on Jarvan here could be like a big difference.
Yeah, so that means a lot of punch taken out. The backline might give Lalana enough room to work with. There's the first ult coming in. We'll catch Neela and keep her out of succession for a little bit further along. She will be, the front line will disappear in seconds, and Lalana will get pushed out. I think it's going to be in 5th. As you said, the Bilgewaters have not delivered the way we hoped.
A tight 5th place here for Lalana, right? Again, Darkheart and Lalana contesting each other here probably is what sent them 5th and 6th here. Again, if Lalana has more reliable route to that Nyla too, he's going to be in a lot more of a stable position, but KZ Double finds his way into the top 3, Ging top 4 despite suboptimal circumstances, but well, David, level 8 with the multicasters online, long distance pals, 2 3-star carries. Is it sure luck for top 1?
And the French players doing what French players do, topping Lobbies in TFT. Ketzer, second place right now, has been streaking for a while. He is kind of the Grim Reaper of this stage 5, knocking out every player that phases him. The LDP, the huge positioning difficulties or complexities for Double 61 here. We'll see what he can do in what could be his final fight. And Garvin's up in the air. Oh no!
Boy, the Zephyr, it's always about trying to find one more ability to sweep through. Double managing to keep the backline alive. Those multicasters ramping up. The Cho'Gath takes to the skies. The Dreadwave will not get too much of anything done, and the Ghost will fall. Ketzer takes the hit as well. Double stays alive. Ketzer drops down, and Starlet stays on top.
Kind of funny, that was actually the Ghost board, and then again the front line still get knocked up in the air here. But again, maybe the optimization here coming through from Style will be to kind of corner lock one of these things to really mess with that long distance pulse potential.
This Galio just was not dying. The Jarvan usually likes to be up in the air, but out of his own volition. In this case, he was forced to be up in the air by that Zephyr. Did not matter in the end. He still came through and had a few very clutch CC ultimates with the Cataclysm coming in and stunning the entirety of his opponent's board. We'll see what this Cassandra can do as well. Could be a big fight changer in what could be the final fight here for Ketzer.
We'll take a look across to Double 61 Starlet. Of course, that's been building
Cho'Gath in the back line?
Just walks forward exactly. Does get stuck on the tank, though, so will be stopped from walking directly into those multicasters. In comes a Dreadwave to try and clear the way for the Cho'Gath. He walks right onto the first multicaster and chows down, but he still gets blown off the Azir. Does not have enough damage, which means Double stays alive, but Ketzer is out of there.
Stylet was sitting very comfortable at 30 HP, now down to 20. Are there any items here, Weeda, that you think can really transform how these last few fights go? Maybe the QSS, considering how much CC and stuns we've been seeing come through.
Yeah, but goes for the blue buff instead here. I think that's more of the denial away from Double here, right? I think that's
Redemption on Jarvan is huge. Going to have an earlier cast here with Manazin. It's going to be so important.
Do you have like blue buff Heimer, or like what's the situation here, right? Because I think that with the Pandora's bench coming into the mix there, he is going to be down some combat power, I suppose, right? He's also on that shoplift, and when you look at the side here, Casey Double, right, has 2 best-in-start combat augments. Even looking at that, right, you are just going to be down in power.
Jarvan, you have to dodge this Zephyr, my young sir. You've been hit by it 3 fights in a row. Double has to do some crazy last-minute switches. In the end, maybe the not switching at all is actually the answer. We'll see if it's the case. And it is. Jarvan does not get touched here, but Galio does. Could that be even worse?
The wrap!
The only way to win the game is not to play at all. For Starlet, this will be huge. For Double 61, if he gets the win here, he'll move into being one of our strongest players. The Vel'Koz in the corner stays alive, but the monster comes a-calling. He's got the big jaws, but they're not quite
Doesn't matter.
big enough.
Doesn't matter.
Double stays alive on the win streak. Starlet, try again.
Wrap or no wrap here, I guess.
It seems not to matter. This Cho'Gath 3 was just tickling Vel'Koz, the Gunblade. He's doing so much damage that the healing comes through and just heals past all of those feast procs onto the Cho'Gath. And the Galio going up is what allowed that wrap to happen. So we'll see. Double has to think about so many different things with his positioning. LDP, dodging Zephyr, making sure the units are not wrapping onto his backline. So hard to position for this last fight.
This will be the last encounter. Double and Starlet. Double on 24 points. Starlet on 20. Even one more for Starlet could keep him in contention to get into day number 3. The Cho'Gath will walk forward, but again get caught on the tank. We'll be getting a little bit more stunning as the Scion finds his way to the backline as well. Again, the Hextech Gunblade is keeping them alive on the backline, but the front line is gone. And with them, the hopes and dreams, it will be Starlet coming through, taking first place in our last lobby of day 1.
And we see the power of the Zephyr in the meta where you have so much, like you have to put your front line in such a specific way, and just really just open yourself up to getting wrapped here, David, right? Absolutely perfectly played from Stylet. Had the HP differential to kind of toy with his positioning.
We saw it from Noxus reroll in set 9. Very similar concept. You Zephyr the unit on one side of your opponent's board, and your units, your melee bruisers, in this case Cho'Gath, can just walk right up and do a lot of damage to that backline. Just crazy last few fights. Stylet finally able to figure out how to win against Double 61's multicaster board.
I did wonder if perhaps with Zephyr being removed from at least general circulation, if maybe our players, muscles in that sense, would have atrophied and say, I don't remember how to play with this item anymore. Apparently very much not the case, and still a huge decisive item.
The rats find a way. Zephyr comes in, and Zephyr ends up winning that fight in the end, I think. So impactful in these final fights.
All right, gentle viewers, but this is only the end of day 1, or nearly the end, because we've got one more analyst desk to go. Of course, we will be back tomorrow with day 2 and then day 3 with our top 8. So don't go anywhere. We'll hear our final thoughts before we close out the day.
Oh my goodness, Silent, what are you doing? These poor souls. Cho'Gath 3 at 2-2. He had Pandora's Bench, and we've seen Pandora's Bench low roll today. We're now seeing it high roll.
Directly onto her, follows her through the dash, and deletes her. You've got all your eggs in one basket, and basket just got exploded. Yep, we start coming through, taking first place in our last lobby of day 1.
Welcome back to our final analyst desk of this day. I'm here with Trouble. My name is Makes, and we are so excited to talk particularly about that very last game. Now, there was an all-deciding factor. We were in the back room. We were rooting for him to take it up, embrace his inner rat. You know, it's so important. I love Sapphire. I've been saying it over and over again. You can come for me, Twitch chat. Shroud, but Zephyr I love more. It's more fun. And it worked. What can I say? We do have our final lobby here with both the KC cousins in. Unfortunately, Canbizz going out in 8th there is not having the best day. Shout out to Mortok for leading our poor EMEA players into a trade that seemed to be useless. The Bilgewater's here not doing anything for Dark Hydra and Lalana.
Yeah, Dark Hydra, it was the first emblem that dropped from him, from the silver augment of his Earth Legend. And he's like, you know what, I'm gonna embrace it. He had 3, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
He managed to get up to 7, but the point here is that Bilgewater is not necessarily a land that you can very easily stabilize on. Your carry is Nilla. Nilla is not particularly as strong, even with the stronger comps when she's played with bruises and all. She's not the strongest carry to stabilize on, so unfortunately, unless you have 9, it's very difficult to stabilize 4 to get to 9. You go 9th, and that was a little bit the case.
Now we do have something here that we brought for the class to enjoy, because as we were just talking about this Zephyr hitting, we do have a little replay coming in of that exactly. It's right behind us on that screen there, and that's when the Jarvan was lifted up in that very last fight, all deciding. You can see it on screen now as well.
I want to tell everyone the truth.
Oh,
I saw the multicasters 3-star.
Yes.
And we were watching this fight backstage, and I'm
She
like,
walked
you know what,
away.
I'll just go and put my lip gloss on and get ready for the analyst desk, because ain't no way multicasters will lose.
Look at it!
To this brute
It was
board.
so good. Great positioning on the Zephyr, coming through there for Stylid in that very, very last matchup. But talk to me, how did he get here?
Honestly, I feel like the start of his board was what was the most important thing, because 2-1, he had a Choga 3 with an item on it. If I'm not wrong, I think it was Redemption. Cho'Gath 3 with an item on 2-1 is absolutely invincible. That means that your Cho'Gath is able to get so many stacks, and his entire stage 2 and 3, I feel like, was snowballed by that. It was such a great way to sort of snowball not only his economy, but also keep up with the HP bars, as we saw in this lobby. Like, Canbizz leaving the lobby so early with his HP bar as well is so important. And then the blast from the past with the ratting items that are no longer the game was cherry on top.
It was, but there was one more thing that we really loved, and that's that King board. Now, arguably, it didn't go top 2, but it did go pretty far. Seeing that Piltover early on, not really being able to transform that, had a couple of cash outs throughout the game, and then in the end finding the Zons, going for that Echo 3 with the Chem Tank as main frontline, the Jinx 3 coming through. I loved seeing that board.
A little bit of a shout out to Zaza as well, because I looked at a few of his lobbies and he tried to pull that off as well. But a 3-star Jinx is absolutely so strong. He was very close to finding that Warwick 3 as well. He did have that Everfrost on the Warwick. The longer he survives, the more he gets to slowest stun opposing champions. So really good props there. I feel like the zone line is one that, if it's not contested, which is not necessarily the case here, you can go for this Jinx 3 and the Jace 3, and it can give you a very, I won't say easy top 4, but it's at least uncontested to the point where you can actually go all out on the comp itself.
Now, Trouble, I don't want to take away from these highlights here as they are playing through, but there is something we are all eager awaiting, and that is our standing.
Give it to me, give it to me.
And I know you're so
give
keen
it to me
to say who's at the top, but first we're going to look at everyone here after 6 games. Friendly reminder, once again, we do have 12 games. Then the cutoff comes, cutoff to 8 players. So right now, if there was a cutoff right now, it would be ending after right? But there's 6 more games, so lots of change to be happening, but you're, I'm sure, excited.
You know what? He messaged me yesterday and he was like, hey, excited to have you cast my games. I really hope I bring it home. So far, he's been doing a stellar job at trying to bring it home on day number 1. Of course, Wet Jungler, which is your secretive favorite, is doing a fantastic job as well, both on 34 points and leading the lobbies. I feel like even if they have, let's say, a sort of mediocre day tomorrow, they could potentially qualify to go through to day 3, which is the goal of this entire tournament.
It is, and we do have someone here that's also in that top echelon after those 6 games, and that is Travis. Hello, Travis. Good to see you again.
Hey, Max. Hello. Hello, everyone.
How are you feeling after those first 6 games? Anything you can report to us that's not multicast or good?
I'm feeling pretty good after the last 3 games, because after the first 3, I was like close to a mental breakdown, to be honest. I think
How did you recover?
All good. I heard a speech from Mr. Alansco on his stream. He told me to not give up.
Ah, very good. Very good.
Well, Travis, I want to ask you a question because obviously multicasters are a huge part of the current meta and you have managed to pull one off. I want to particularly focus on your game 5 where you were super far ahead, you grab hedge fund and then you roll it the heck down instead of like going fast 9. What was the difference maker between going fast 9 and rolling it down for your 3 stars?
I mean, with the multicaster items, you can't really pivot, and I just treated the hedge fund as a worse Infernal Contract, since gold spikes me the most there. Like, the only better augment there could be Infernal Contract and Jeweled Lotus, probably. With 3 stars, I know I can win the lobby, just because of how broken multicasters are, and it did turn out alright. I think I played the game really well with, like, no mana item Vel'Koz and the Nashor's Tooth.
Yeah, I agree. I think you absolutely did play well today. Now, Travis, what's one comp you played today that's not multicasters that you really enjoyed? Did you play something
today?
else?
I think,
Hold on, let him open his history.
Aphelios 3 Sejuani 3 was pretty fun.
Oh, you did. We didn't see that one. That's so cool.
You got Sejuani 3?
That was a cool game to play on Eternity. I
how did that go?
25 Piltover cash out with full gold and 2 legendaries, and I had golden ticket second augment, and I was uncontested basically.
Whoa, so it wasn't the bench, it was a proper roll down Sejuani 3. That would have been so fun to watch, honestly.
Respectable. We'll have to check the VODs on that one. I'm sure we're going to get it back in the overview. Now, Travis, we don't want to keep you too long. We know you're busy. You need to prep and probably VOD review everything that's been going on. But one sentence you want everyone to hear that has been watching, maybe your co-competitors. Keep it nice, though.
I'm hoping no TF players make it to tomorrow, so good luck to the Urfs and anyone playing anything else, because I'm playing Ezreal personally.
Okay, awesome. Now, thank you so much. Any shout-outs you want to do? You're here so often, but go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like I'm the person that shows up most on these interviews. I don't know why, but I'll give a shout out to Lelouch as a classic. Windmill Discord as well. Shout out to Mr. Alansco for keeping me alive here.
Yeah.
And to my organization, Zero Tenacity as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Travis, for taking the time to talk to us. We love that. And good luck out there tomorrow on the Convergence. I personally, I talked to Travis so many times by now. I'm always like, what's up, dude? How are your parents? Anything that's going on? But awesome to hear from our players as
Honestly,
always.
I am really glad that he talked about the other side of the coin, which is like the one where you're not necessarily winning and what you need to come back. Because you're playing your first 3 games, they're an absolute freaking disaster. And you're like, wait, do I have the wrong meta read? Am I playing so bad? Are the others so much better than me that I cannot keep up? There's just all these imposter sort of thoughts that go into your head, that having these friends behind you that will talk you up, that will give you the speed is just so freaking important to get back up and stand on your feet. And it actually showed. He got back up and he brought these results in.
He did, and I love that because that's something that many TFT players struggle with as well, which is the mental aspect of it all. So shout out to Travis for that one, but also shout out to the person that has won our social media contest, because we asked you what Peter and I looking at on this image here. Wrong answers only. I have no idea where this picture was taken.
So we don't know what you were actually looking at. Okay.
I have no idea. So hopefully the answers are wrong. Somebody needs to tell me. But here is Limongim, I hope I pronounced that right. Makes is at the PC trying to order food so they can eat before casting the TFT finals. And Counterfeit Cast is not very happy with any of her choices. That's so funny because Peter, every time we go to a restaurant, he orders what I'm having. Every time. No fault.
So that's perfect for wrong answers only.
Yes.
That is perfect. Well, congrats for your eggs.
Yes, absolutely. Try again tomorrow. There will be a new image. I heard there's one of you in the mix as well, so we'll be looking out for that one coming up. I heard it's fun. But with that, we're going to be saying We'll see you tomorrow at 4 p.m., same time as today. Pre-show starts half an hour early. If you want to catch that, we'd love to have you there. And check out our socials. It's at TFT Esports EMEA on Twitter, where the contest is also running. And then everything else is at PlayTFT. If you want to check out our casters, it's !casters in the chat. And you can tell our mod he's been doing a fantastic job today as well, because I know he's been fighting out there because you guys have not been behaving. But shout out to everyone here behind the scenes, and we are going to see you tomorrow. Looking forward to that, and thank you so much for watching.
Thank you for doing a great job.
Yeah, thank you guys for doing a great job.
I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters getting bitter 'cause I'm working overtime. It's my moment and I own it. Stay in focus and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment. My moment. My moment. Oh. My moment. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. Conquering my fears, I'm in control and taking names. I just speak my truth, babe, you should follow suit.